All right, we're live. Hey, everyone. Welcome back to the channel. This is the day of days. It's the Gathering Marathon. Welcome, welcome. It has been one hell of a week with amazing live streams taking place on the channel. A lot of breakout sessions with members getting together virtually to celebrate the Scotch and Whisky Society in our annual festival, The Gathering. Today is, of course, something you've all been asking for many times. Every time we stream, I feel like somebody brings this up in the chats. You should do a marathon of some sort, or you should bring on multiple guests. And listen, we've heard you. We picked the time. Today it is. We're going to start the weekend officially right now, which is noon Eastern time on a Friday. Seems appropriate. We have one hell of a schedule for you. Of course, you can look at the description below. You'll see every single hour we have something new going down. Special guests, a trivia with a chance to win a $1,000 gift card to SMWSA.com. It's going to be amazing. But most importantly, we're here to hang with you. So as we go along, ask any questions you want, share a funny story. We're going to try our best to just interact with you guys as much as possible. This is really what it's all about. So I'm going to be here on and off, I think, throughout the entire day. We're streaming. It should be over 9 hours in total, if my math is correct. Let me bring on our first guest, and he is the famed YouTuber known as Mr. Tom Smith. Tom, welcome.
That's right. Yeah.
Welcome. I just want to
remind
everybody.
I'm Tom. I'm a lifelong streamer, but a first-time marathoner. So This is the first marathon I've ever been a part of. I have been drinking since 9 a.m. So let's see how this day goes.
And I want to give a quick shout out to Scotch Test Dummies, who are in the chat and will be joining us this evening. I presume it's you, Scott. Welcome. This was in a way inspired by you, Scott, and their channel. They run the 12 hours of boom every hour. This is what I would call the 12 hours of boom on Training Wheel, because we're not doing this for 12 hours, but we will make up for it in Whiskey's Tasted, I would say. So anyway, we'll be going through. I want to just welcome everybody real quick. First in the chat was Eugene. Hey, you guys, good thing I'm a truck driver. I'll be here for most of this. Well done, Eugene. And Dale agrees. Dale says, I took the afternoon off as well. I saw the comment from George Kaplan says, common theme. I took work off today for this. Everyone is pouring good whiskey today. So yes, wherever you are, please pour a dram if you can, if your day allows it. And let's just go right in. We have, like I said, a busy schedule, something going on every single hour. And our first guest is going to be none other than Mr. Charlie MacLean. So, Charlie, let me bring you on here. And and welcome.
Charlie, welcome. How are you?
Yeah. Hi there.
Oh, Tom wants to be the bottom tile. Just I got to remember that moving forward. He's the bottom.
Hey, I'm happy to sacrifice the top line visual. It's fine. You know, I'm a team player. But Charlie, it's great to see you again. It's been a few months, I guess, since we spoke last on the stream. So I hope all has been very, very well for you in Edinburgh. What have you been up to? How was your summer?
I've written 5 books, Tom.
Oh my goodness gracious!
I've written 5 books, and I've written probably about 200 tasting notes, not for the society, but for Diageo and for other people. So I've been kept sufficiently intoxicated.
Wow, amazing!
This ghastly sort of close down period. But writing is a solitary pursuit. I'm a writer, as you know, and it's a solitary pursuit. So, the lack of travel. I mean, over the last few years, I've been traveling far, far too much. In 1919, I was in 23 times abroad, 17 countries, and too much. Hey, I'm getting old.
That's wild, man. You're just warming up, Charlie. You're just warming up.
To some extent, it's been a relaxation. But anyway, so it's been good. Yeah, no problem.
So 5 books this year. So how many books total have you written on the subject of whiskey?
Published 18.
Wow.
18 books, and that's not including these 5. And the two of them were smallish books, and the one was a re-edit of a previous book, and one has yet to appear. Yeah.
Oh wow, wonderful.
Charlie, tell us a bit about. You were in the news quite recently this year with quite an extraordinary appointment with the MBE designation. Correct? Tell us about. Would you mind telling us about that? Obviously, presumably many of the viewers here are in the U.S. and may not be as familiar with what that means and how rare of an honor that really is. Could you kind of just share that? Because that was this year, right? 2021.
It was, yeah.
Yeah.
It was announced in June. I haven't yet. I've received the award, but I haven't yet been invested. I haven't yet got my medal. But the British honours system is very, very archaic and medieval, and I suppose actually the lowest honour of the Order of Chivalry is the British the Order of the British Empire. The most excellent and honourable Order of the British Empire, and the MBE is the lowest of those categories. So I'm a member of the most honourable and excellent Order of the British Empire. The next one up is OBE, officer, and then the one above that is commander, and then the top one is KBE, i.e. Knight of, and so they can call themselves Sir. But nevertheless, it is a great honor. It's a great honor. There are not many within the Scotch whisky industry. I had to inquire about this. I think there are only 5 people within the Scotch whisky industry who have been so honoured, who are still operating in the industry. So it's a very unusual thing. It's a very unusual thing in any trade, to be honest, to be let alone writing, for goodness sake. But so I'm deeply, deeply honoured, and although I haven't yet been given my medal by the Queen, but it's a great, great honour, and I'm so touched. I mean, you can imagine, all of us, I think, probably struggle away unless we're employed and have a regular income or whatever it is. But certainly writers, we toil away, and it's so nice to have one's achievements recognised, actually, in a formal way. So I really am deeply honoured by this award of the MBE.
Yeah, the system that you refer to as archaic, and I'm not going to dispute that it may or may not, whether it may or may not be, but it is extraordinary, and I've always thought it was quite cool that Great Britain does have such a system to recognize individuals throughout varying contributions in different fields and whatnot. And I know David Stewart, malt master of Belveni, received the same award maybe just a few years ago, and obviously, and here's a gentleman who's been in the business distilling for some 50 years, and it's just, I'm glad you received the recognition, because you were right up there.
David Stewart, Richard Patterson, Jim Beveridge, and myself, I think, are the only people currently and of course, Glen Grant Distillery. What's his name? Oh gosh, lovely fellow. But anyway, there's 5 of us who currently have who are still above ground, as it were, and have these honours. So there aren't many, amongst all the people that work. And it's very interesting that, David and Richard and Jim Beveridge, all blenders, and they so deserve it. And what's his name?
How about anybody viewing, if you can help us out, and because I think we're all sufficiently embarrassed here.
Yeah.
If you're referring to the distillery at Glen Grant Distillery, right?
Glen Grant Distillery. He's been there forever.
Well, let's hope he's not watching.
He's just the most lovely, lovely guy. And the
Dennis Malcolm.
He's been working there for
Oh.
60 years. You know, lovely, lovely fellow.
Is it Dennis?
Dennis
Malcolm.
Malcolm.
Yeah. Thank you, Jenna was in the chat.
Thank you very much indeed.
Yeah.
Dennis, if you're listening, I'm so sorry. I've had a few drowns this afternoon. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, here's Dennis. Here's Dennis in the chat right now. He says, "Charlie, keep it together. How could you forget about me?" Well, I mean, I just well done and well deserved. Have you prepared a statement for the Queen, or are you going to? So you are going to meet the Queen? Is that how it works? I mean,
I honestly don't know. I think it's probably unlikely. I think that I have the Palace tells me that they're way behind in doing the investitures, as they call them.
Mm-hmm.
And so I have an option to be privately invested by the Lord Lieutenant of Edinburgh, where I live, and and I'm tossing up this idea. And then they were saying, well, you might be able to, you could bring one guest if you went to so and so and so. But I have 3 heroic sons, and and it would be awful to just bring one along, or and so I think I might go for the private investiture, and I think the 3 sons can accompany me. Part of the business of being an MBE or whatever is to be invited to the garden party. The Queen has an annual garden party at Holyrood, and indeed at Buckingham Palace, but I'm obviously in Edinburgh. And it's a pretty ghastly affair, actually. But it's very grand, and everybody's in uniform, and everybody's wearing medals and things like that. And so apparently, I can take, so far as I'm aware just now, I can take 3 guests. So I will take my 3 heroic boys, all wearing their matching kilts. One of whom's a brilliant, brilliant piper, and so these will be my escort. And I
Nice.
don't to exclude them. So if I can't take the 3 of them to the investiture, then I'll just get invested, privately by the Lord Lieutenant of Edinburgh, and then they can come along to Holyrood. It's such nonsense. It's such fun, really.
Well, Charlie, going back to the work that won you this distinguished honor, we have Dave Bell asking, which of your new books are you most excited about? So the books that you wrote this year, is there one that really stands out? That's a crowning achievement, or one that maybe you were just a little more interested in writing?
Well, yes, yeah, absolutely. I spent a lot of time. I wrote a book called Blended Scotch Whisky. For actually, it's an outfit called the International Wine and Food Society International Wine and Food Society, which is largely run from America, but I think the HQ is based in London. And this was proposed to me early on by an American friend who based in he's a food and wine connoisseur in Manhattan, and so we spent some months working on this, and I must say I'm very proud of this one. It hasn't yet been published. It should be printed in November. And I think it is available. I don't know whether it's going to be generally available. I think it is, but I'm a great fan of blended Scotch, a great admirer of blended Scotch, as you probably know. Mm-hmm. Some members, or my work is malt whiskey, but the blended Scotch is my pleasure when I'm just drinking, and it was fascinating to research the history of blended Scotch whisky, and then to talk to blenders about how they go about their process. I mean, what Sam Bronfman said, that distilling is a science and blending is an art. And these guys, these blenders, are artists. They really are artists, and never to be underestimated. I may be not speaking to the right audience about that, because the members of the Scotch Whisky Society might have a different view. I think that generally the view of whiskey connoisseurs, malt whiskey connoisseurs, is now moving more towards respect for. I'd be very interested to hear about some of your members listening. Respect for blended Scotch whiskey and blended malt whiskey. I've never really been a great fan of blended malt, to be honest, but I'd be interested to hear their views. But anyway, the book that I had, I'm proudest of over the last couple of years, is this book about blended Scotch. But I was also involved in writing a long book, which had the unpromising title of A History of Whiskey in 100 Objects. Now, this was contracted in very early 2018. And I did nothing about it. I was traveling so much, there was no question that I could look at it. Such that I wrote to the publisher late in 2018 and said, look, I can't do this. I don't have the time. Why not pass it off to my dear friend Gavin Smith, who's a very good whiskey writer. He's written a lot of books about whiskey. And I know they came back and said, oh, well, we need your name on the cover, but will you work with Gavin? I said, I'd be more than happy to work with Gavin. And then, so that was fine. And then then came the COVID nonsense, and so we're all trapped at home. And so that was absolutely brilliant, actually, from Gavin and my perspective, because we got on with this book, having nothing else to do. And both of us love historical research. And so that was all delivered. It hasn't yet been published, and there's a bit of a rocky thing about whether it will be published. But that's a substantial book, which is actually great fun. So I've got these two substantial books, and then the slightly trivial ones. But I think what I love historical research, and when I'm not drinking, and or should I say, assessing quality, etc., for the society or otherwise, and historical research. What a lovely way to spend the day to delve into books and writing about the history of Scotch whisky is like putting together a great big jigsaw puzzle, and you come across something here. I've got a vast library of books. Well, you glimpsed it earlier on, but these books behind me are not whiskey books. These are my non-whiskey books.
Charlie was very proud when we got on to show us. We did a home tour. Charlie was like, we're an MTV crib. He's taking the camera around, or I'm presuming you're streaming on a laptop. We saw the whole house except for where the magic really happens. But we saw the bookshop. That was the first thing he showed us. Which you're very proud of.
That's where I do my tastings and where I have my resources. And there'll be a couple of thousand books, I think, all about whiskey. And but anyway, so there's nothing more. So I've got my resources to hand, and delving into them, and so going back to the jigsaw puzzle image, when you read things, you suddenly think, shit, it fits a piece into the jigsaw puzzle, and suddenly other patterns suddenly become visible. Okay, there's nothing I love more than doing that. So that's how I've spent my time by and large, apart from just drinking. Some for work and some for pleasure.
Charlie, could I ask? I don't mean to put you on the spot, but I guess that's exactly what we're doing here today. Could you lead us off in a little toast, perhaps? I mean, I think could you lead us off in a little toast of some sort? We've all got a glass in our hands. I think there are a lot of people.
Are there many ladies present?
Enough. Yes,
Enough.
I'd say so.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sure they're broad-minded. I mean, obviously the obvious toast is. Oh God, there's somebody at the door. Can you bear with me 1 second? 1 second.
Sure. I love the suspense.
While Charlie's getting his Amazon delivery, let's see if you have a dram, if you've poured one, a breakfast dram or a lunchtime dram, if you've taken the day off, what's in your glass today, Tom? What have you poured to kick off this?
Well,
really long
it's a marathon, so I actually searched for some whiskey with a more civilized ABV, since it's the very first section, and those tend to be older whiskeys. So why not go for it?
I see the orange ribbon.
Selection. Yeah. So this is a Cask 65.6 History in a Glass.
Wow.
This is 30 years old in a refill ex-bourbon barrel. Closed distillery, so nice kind of glass of liquid history here, and just lovely on the nose. I have not wet my whistle yet, but how about you, Ben? What do you have?
I grabbed this. It's kind of randomly off. I was thinking I wanted something lighter because we are tasting a lot of whiskey, so I went obviously bourbon barrel matured. This is 24.142. Can you see that one?
Oh yeah.
I guess we're kind of both balling out at the beginning today. Toffee Tango and rhubarb rumba.
I got nothing but black labels in front of me, dude. Nothing but black labels right now. For Charlie and Pip.
Oh, wow.
Gotta go for it. Yeah.
It's funny with all these whiskeys, the black label ones, I feel like I need an excuse to even open those up. So here's a good one.
This is our first marathon with SMWS America. We have Charlie MacLean. He decided to wear pants today, which is amazing. Thank you, Charlie. It's an amazing excuse to go big or keep drinking all day.
Yeah. Well,
no, I'm so sorry about that break. You asked me about toasts. Well, obviously the most familiar toast in Scotland is simply sláinte. Sláinte. Sláinte simply means health, just health, and then the correct reply to that is sláinte bhá, which means good health, or sláinte bhór, which means great health. Okay,
I like that one.
So and so it's quite good. So he's sláinte to you all, and the
sláinte to you.
Sláinte bhá.
My favorite toast, it was from Robert Burns. It was a slightly longer one, and he said, it's a wonderful thing. He said, here's a bottle and an honest man. What would you wish for mair, man? Wha kens afore his life may end, what his share of care may be, man. So catch the moments as they fly and use them as you ought, man. Believe me, happiness is shy. And believe me, happiness is shy. And can't always be caught, man.
Okay.
It's a lovely, toast. And a very and I was going to give you a very rude one, but I probably won't.
I'll drink to that. Well, thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, we do have Charlie. It's today. We have Pip is joining us in about 30 minutes, and you'll be on with Pip, and then after that, Jenna and I have decided it would be a good idea to taste one whiskey from every flavor profile that the Scotch Malt Whisky Society offers, which is 12 in 1 hour. So that'll be a sort of fun interval to get into. And so we have a long day ahead of us. Obviously, of course, it's morning my time still, and you're sort of you're into the evening hours.
I'm evening.
Yeah. Can I ask, just switching gears? Obviously, just be mindful of everybody who's tuning in and sort of what they're going, just their interest in whiskey. What excites you most about what's happened in the industry today? Is there anything new, any new developments that you've just been really enthusiastic about, or directions that the industry or distilleries are going in? That's kind of what I'm getting at. Is what today? I don't know. Are you very interested in?
Hey Ben, you're a very wise creature. You really are. It's a very, very good question. Then we are in an era of the most extraordinary expansion. There are, well, at my last count, 44 distilleries, new distilleries operating in Scotland since 2004. America has gone from, I think, 200 distilleries to 2,000 distilleries in the craft distilleries in America. Everywhere in the world there are whiskey distilleries popping up. Now, why should that be? Well, obviously, it's perceived as being a desirable product, but the reality of marketing this product, no matter how it's good, how good it is going to be difficult. So and there's all sorts of extraordinary complexities, like sourcing wood, for example, largely from America. The price of American barrels has gone rocketing up. European oak, ex-sherry, sort of seasoned sherry, have got quadrupled in price, etc., etc. So these young distilleries are going to have, and a lot of them have, the great thing is, whether it's in the US or whether it's in the UK or whether it's in Sweden or God knows, they have wonderful ideas. Between as T.S. Eliot wrote, between the idea and the reality falls the shadow, and a lot of them will find it very difficult to sustain it's all very well to raise a couple of $1 million, $4 or $5 million to build a distillery, probably less in the States, more here. But then you see you've got the ongoing costs of running the distillery. You've got the cost of your raw materials, your malted barley. If you're making malt with distillery, your energy costs. You've got and then you've got your staff costs, and you've got your wood costs. Wood costs, very, very significant. I was talking to someone the other day, and they were involved in a smallish distillery. Their wood cost was going to be £7 million a year. I mean, you're talking so you could build a distillery for £7 million, but the ongoing, these are realities, but so many of these distilleries, I think, will fall away, for those of your viewers who are thinking of buying or building a distillery, forget it. Wait for 5 years, and there'll be a lot of them on the market.
Yeah.
But nevertheless, notwithstanding that, the purity of the ambition is especially in the smaller ones is admirable. And the fact that they are looking for, because remember that they will be the the way that the Scotch whisky industry works is that the established distilleries exchange product, new make spirit between one another for blending purposes. 90% of the Scotch whisky made is of malt whisky made in Scotland goes in for blending.
Oh, it is still 90%,
Wow.
even
It's
today.
still
Yeah.
It's still 90%.
That's
Although
amazing.
something like I think by that this is by volume, and by value, something like I think it's about 45%, 30-45% is contributes to the value of Scotch generally. So malt whiskey, but it's still only a very remarkably small proportion is goes for is bottled as single malt. Blended Scotch is the base of the industry. Now, these new distilleries, they will, very few of them will be able to trade as it was done, trade their spirit with other blenders. So they will, most of them will have to rely on single malt bottlings. Now, they're competing, of course, against all other Scotch single malts. And so they're going to have to seek ways of differentiating by flavor. It's all very well to talk about myths and legends and all the flim-flam of marketing. But in the end of the day, they're going to have to differentiate their malts by flavor, that's fine. But then, of course, they've got to take their malts to market. Now, those companies, those new upstart distilleries who have, or they already leads to market. I'm thinking of Arden American Distillery, which distributes through Adelphi. I'm thinking of Weems, the one down in Leith that distributes through Weems, the one with Gordon MacPhail with then Roman Distillery. Those who've got already routes to market, they'll be fine. I think they'll be fine. Those who are starting out from scratch and trying to find international distribution for their product, and we are going to have great difficulty. I think the whiskey drinkers, and I mean all of you, I can't see any of you, but all of you and myself included, will always be interested in nosing and tasting an unknown whiskey, with enthusiasm, and the society will be very keen to bottle up some of these whiskies. But at the end of the day, in the commercial market, the retailer will say, "Hey, man, if you want me to take this whiskey, your brand, and put it on my shelf, I've got to take another bottle off."
Right.
It's
always a question of real estate. Yeah.
Exactly. And will the consumer? So they will buy. We're all enthusiastic and interested in tasting new whiskies, but will they buy the second bottle? Will they buy the second bottle? And that's a killer. Really is a killer. And because then, because a lot of these smaller, they're not. It's a very interesting question because they're not. They've got no advertising budget behind it. But then, who needs advertising budget if you've got the internet? And if consumers online start talking very, very. I mean, look at the success of Arden American, for example. Sells out every edition in certainly going the couple of years or whatever. Nick Nean, an unpronounceable name, they've got terrific coverage, the enthusiastic coverage, and so people. So as long as there's a flow, I was interested to read about the today actually about the American distillers being able to sell whiskies direct to customers, which is essential, really essential, and I think that the enthusiastic whiskey drinkers around the world the online business is going to be significant. But then you see the whiskies that take off, like, dare I say it, Arden American, they go just like that, because it's a global market. It's a very, very interesting. It's a very interesting position. There's never been any greater number of distilleries in the world. Never, ever, ever. Even in Scotland. I mean, they never. And so there's going to be a vast amount of whiskey available, and the all of us and I'm sure all your viewers and so are passionate about whiskey and inquiring about whiskey. Will it support the industry with this vast expansion in capacity? Well, we can only hope so.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's a bit of a long-winded.
No, I've noticed.
That's amazing. That's a real insight for sure.
You mentioned earlier at the beginning of the American craft distilleries and the boom and the 1,000% increase or what it is that's taking place recently. I've noticed here. I live in the central United States, as you know. I've noticed a number of new distilleries popping up. Let's say the last 5 years, and in that time, have sort of shifted their focus on gastro tourism. Presumably because they realize just how competitive it is to get a product on a shelf. And I just feel like they're chasing the revenue stream of bringing tourists in, hosting private events, wedding parties, and whatnot, and just running sort of an event business almost, as opposed to really focusing on the spirit. Now, of course, that's not all, but it hasn't surprised me when I see that, and I go there and I realize, okay, they're putting less emphasis now on the whiskey and more on just surviving, because it's got to be a tough business. It takes a lot of money to start. It takes a lot of patience, before you can churn something out. So anyway, it'll be your point about 5 years. You said, hold off on building one or starting one from scratch because there'll be quite a few on the market in time. It'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I
think, Ben, all you say is correct. The growth in the gin industry is a case in point. And a lot of the new distilleries are producing gin, and some producing vodka as well, to generate income before their whiskey, and they have the ambition to be a whiskey distillery. I'm talking about Scotland. But then some of them already have fallen off because they realize they can make an awful lot of money out of their gin, I think there are some chances. It's just sort of here's an opportunity to make money out of spirits, and but the most of the people who both in the US and the UK, they are passionately involved in creating flavor, and that is fundamental and somewhat lost in the Scotch whisky industry because most of the malt whiskey made went for blending, and the blenders were the controllers of flavor. They could mix and blend, and I have such a high regard for them to create the flavor that they wanted for their particular brand. These guys that need to stand on their own 2 feet with their malt whiskey, it's all down to flavor, mouthfeel, aroma, and texture. Now they're strapped because the price of wood, and also because they need income, and really the flavor is so much developed over age. And but nevertheless, it is so encouraging to see that this passion for flavor. It's like, I mean, I have a very high regard for bartenders, and they're so developed in understanding flavor, and these guys that these newcomers to making whiskey, they're tuned to flavor. It's all ultimately about flavor, I think.
Charlie, an interesting question just come up from George Kaplan. Let me see if I can post it real quick. Someone like Charlie has been around long enough to answer regarding closed distilleries that have recently reopened. Have any done it right, or just to put plainly, which recent reopened distillery is most anticipated in your eyes? And I'm thinking Port Ellen, Brora. Just name a couple.
Do we know yet? I mean,
yeah. Do you? Well, presumably, we're kind of just banking on the member of the British Empire, or the British Empire has some insider knowledge on what's going on. If so, that's a good question. Are there any that you're most excited about, or think that are perhaps even taking a better approach than they have in the past?
I'm excited. I'm excited by all of them. I'm delighted that they've been revived. Well, Port Ellen is still a building site. But I'm very excited by the ambition. Now, whether they will be, I don't really understand it, because the Brora is certainly attempting to replicate as far as possible the style of spirit they were making before they closed down in whatever it was, sort of 94 or 90, whatever it was, 93, whatever. And from a Brora is a fantastic, Brora Kleinisch is a fantastic whiskey. Indeed, I would go as far as to say that if I absolutely was strapped to a wall and had to say, what malt whiskey, if I was strapped to a wall and say what whiskey would you say, I'd say blended Scotch, and hey, just give me a blend. But if I was sort of pinned to a wall, I would say Kleinisch. I think it's a fantastic whiskey. Now, whether Brora, which was originally known as Kleinisch No. 1, the new Brora, re-established Brora, will be able to produce. They've gone to the hugest lengths of replicating the whole process for making Brora before it closed, and it'll be very, very interesting. But we won't see it for many years until the mature spirit comes out, and then you look at the wood policy. I mean, the wood policy for any distillery, including Brora, was pretty residual. They just fill into anything as long as it would hold liquid, and it was all going for blending anyway. And so, I mean, will they be able to make? And the story about the sludge. The sludge, the gunge at Klein. Do your members know that?
Well, you told it. You told it at the tasting panel experience in 2019. Why don't you share it with everyone here? Right. Well, I actually brought it up the other day with one of my virtual dram sessions, and I probably did it no justice whatsoever. So please, that would be fantastic.
Now, Diageo, which owns Brora, and also owns 28 other distilleries, now 29 since Brora's been brought in production. They require that all their malt distilleries submit every week new make samples, their new make spirit, down to their little lab in Elgin. And they are the glasses are all laid out with barcodes, the blind, so it's white spirit with blind barcodes. And they have a team, a hugely experienced and tested team of sensory evaluators and the quality assessors, if you like. And they go in, and in their own time, there's about 10 or 12 of them, but at least 5 each week must go into this little lab, and they read the barcode into the computer, and they on the wall behind is, I've been there, is 14 descriptors, very, very simple descriptors, like fruity, grassy, meaty, very, very simple descriptors. One is waxy, smoky is one, peaty is one, and that applies to only 3, and that's Talisker, Lagavulin, and Kalila, but only one is waxy. So they nose the spirit, not the mature whiskey, and then they hit a button that says which they think it is. And then the computer crunches up all the findings from the people that have done the nosing. And it spits out, and if any of those the 28 distilleries, any of them is off spirit character, they get a telephone call and they get their ass kicked. They're seriously, because the distillery manager's job is to A, retain spirit character, and B, yield. So how much liquor he gets out of a ton of barley. Well, a couple of years ago, probably about 5 or 6 years ago now, the Clownish, with this precious waxy character, the unique waxy character, lost its spirit character. Not only once, but for 3 weeks running. And so the friend that told me about this, who was a very senior chemist, Douglas Murray, and he said, well, so he went up to Brora to find out what the hell was happening at Clownish, and the guy was shitting at bricks. You can imagine and they went through all what on earth could have changed the spirit character. And they discovered, after a couple of days' research, that the day before the spirit character changed, they changed a receiver tank, just a receiver, just a bloody tank that receives spirit. And they took the opportunity to clean the pipes, as one would, And it was discovered that the slimy gunk that built up in the pipes at Clownish Distillery contributed all this flavor, this delightful waxy flavor to not only to the new make spirit, but to the mature whiskey.
I mean, it's amazing. That's amazing reality of the origin.
Well, I mean, it's a wonderful example of how magic is all the contributors to flavor. I mean, in the 1930s, Sir Alexander Walker of Johnny Walker was visiting a Cardew distillery, which they owned, and of course, with the arrival of the great man, they had painted the still house. They'd tidied it all up. He was incandescent because it might have affected the flavor of the whiskey. Painting the fucking still house, you know.
I think that's a good place to take a pause for a quick second, and just let everyone know that we're actually, Ben, we're already wrapping up our first hour.
Yeah. Let's
One
do
down,
it. There's a
8
cheer.
to go.
Let's cheers to that. We're nearing the end of
Time
one of
flies
many hours.
when you're speaking with Charlie. Charlie, I have one other toast, because pretty soon we're going to be joined by our next guest, who I'll introduce in just a moment. You have one more toast to wrap this bad boy up with?
Should I give you my very bad toast? I was brought up in the south end of Arran, and the Isle of Arran, and there's an old farmer there called Jock Picken. And this is his toast. He was a remarkable guy. He was a natural poet. You know, he wrote. Yeah, but we never wrote them down. But he had these amazing songs. But he had this toast, which I'm afraid that it's probably quite rude. But let me give it to you. He said, "I'm sorry for the ladies present. Here's to cock and comfort, whiskey when you're dry, pussy when your cock stands, and heaven when you die." Slange.
Slange.
I don't know how that goes down in America.
Well, you may have just been canceled, but that's okay.
Yeah.
That's fine. We'll give you one pass this one time, because you were really just conveying the thoughts of another person.
That's very kind. Yeah.
Tom, have you heard from Pip? Is he?
Pip is backstage right now. He is.
Backstage?
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Oh.
So we have a few minutes left. Pip, I think, is ready to go, so we may bring him on just a minute or so early. And Charlie, you're going to stay with us.
I'm just going to get some more cigarettes.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, you're coming back for sure.
Well, what I'm going to do is I'm going to excuse myself. This is going to be first of all, it's such a pleasure to welcome Mr. Pip Hills, the founder of course of the Scotch Malt Whisky Society, to our channel today. It's extraordinary. Tom and I we've had a chance to meet Pip at the Vaults and have dinner, and it's just and of course reading his book. He's an extraordinary individual. I would imagine, I know for a fact that a lot of viewers today have read his book as well, because just having conversations about it, and a lot of questions always come up, day to day. Is it true that he did this, or is it true that he did that? I said, well, I believe so. I think he's lived quite an extraordinary life. So I'm going to excuse myself. I want to make some room, but first I want to bring Jenna on. Jenna is going to be with us most of the day as well. Jenna, are you ready? Let's bring on Jenna. Hey, Jenna. Welcome. Welcome to the stream. I'm going to hop off, so we have a nice even 4 boxes, but enjoy the next hour. Then I'll be back on when Jen and I are going to do our little power hour. So cheers.
All right. Thanks a lot, Ben.
Bye, Ben.
Jenna, how are you? Welcome.
Hi, Tom. It's nice to see you. I feel like it's been 100 million years since we've
I had a few
together.
streams off. Somehow I managed to get like the whole month of August off. I don't really know how that worked, but in any case, I was working. I wasn't streaming. So anyway, it's great to see you again, and you and I are spending a little bit of time together today.
Yeah, we are. I'm looking forward to it. I can't really think of anything else I'd want to do on a workday Friday than drink whiskey with all of you. So
and there are all kinds of features to our lineup today, and one that I'm really excited about. You and I are going to be tackling the Scotch Malt Whisky Society Trivia Hour. So
I know
we'll be giving away big prizes to all our members.
I'm excited.
Stuff like that. So that'll be cool. But that's literally in a few hours from now. So right now, coming up at the 1 o'clock Eastern Time hour, we have an extremely special guest. He founded the Scotch Malt Whisky Society. I mean, what else is there to say? I mean, we are all here enjoying this beautiful community of whiskey lovers, sharing discoveries together, and just having a really good time doing it. And the gentleman we're about to bring on, it was his idea. In fact, he wrote this amazing book. If I could hold that up, it's called The Founder's Tale, A Glass of Malt and a Good Idea by Mr. Pip Hills. And this chronicles the very beginnings of the society, how that good idea kind of came to fruition, and how he and his friends kind of brought it forward in creating the framework for what's evolved today into a leading international whiskey club with tens of thousands of members in dozens of countries. And it all started in Edinburgh, in basically Edinburgh and in Speyside at a farm. Wow, it's a pleasure to see this gentleman again. I'm just going to bring him back in here, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Pip Hills. Pip, how are you, sir?
I'm very well indeed, thank you.
Oh, that's wonderful. What a lovely setup you have there.
It's beautiful.
Looks like you're quite comfortable. I'm going to bring you down here. I'm going to try and get Charlie and Pip up top. Perfect. So as you can imagine, right on cue, Pip, Charlie, I think, might be pouring himself some more whiskey, so he should be back in just a moment.
I can see Charlie. I expect to see him in the not too distant.
Very good. Good. So I had the pleasure, as Ben mentioned a few moments ago, I had the pleasure of dining with you and meeting you in person in Edinburgh in May of 2019 at the Vaults. We all had a lovely dinner there where you told us a lot of stories. I have a feeling you were workshopping some things for your new book because it was still a pre-published, I think, at that point. And we were all absolutely entertained and just blown away by not only the detail, but just your general storytelling acumen. I mean, the way that you weave these words into a really amazing tale is quite something. And Charlie, you are on record here, if I may, up top here. There's a direct quote from Mr. Charles MacLean, a brilliant storyteller. So Charlie agrees in full measure. In any case, we have about an hour to just have a nice chat, gentlemen and lady. And Pip, I wonder if maybe, geez, you've been on a stream with me before. We've talked about some stories. I'm certain that there are more members who are new to the group who perhaps haven't heard all of the stories we've gone over in the past. But I think maybe why don't we start with just if you're able to sort of do a top line broad stroke of the society's origins. Is that even possible, or is that the full hour right there?
No, I don't see why that's impossible.
Okay.
It just depends on what you leave out. You want me to try?
Why don't we try? If you can maybe throw in a little bit about the farm. The farm is a great story, and that's really, how you eventually were led to distillery number one, as far as I remember.
Well, the farm hasn't changed at all. Maggie and I were there a few months ago, and it's exactly the same as it was 40 years ago. It's just a little old 18th century farmhouse perched on the edge of a den, which is what they call a little valley, with a 17th century watermill underneath it. And my pals lived there as they did then, but in the 1970s, they were quite new to farming. What they were interested in was Highland ponies. There is an indigenous Scottish horse, not something that's known to an awful lot of people. It's not very tall, but it is very strong and was used for all sorts of purposes in both Highlands and Lowlands. And they bought the farm. They were left some money by a grandfather who had been in the Kalgoorlie gold rush in Australia in the 1890s. And they were left some money, and they were both archaeologists by profession. And they decided that they didn't altogether like the idea of being academics and looked for something else to do. So they used their cash and bought this little farm, and they set out to breed Highland ponies seriously to improve the breed and to work to what was good in the genetics of the existing Highland pony, and were very successful indeed. And I would go and I would pay them a visit, usually 2 or 3 times a year. And when I was there, their next door neighbour would turn up, and this was the chap who had the farm next to them, and he would bring a lemonade bottle full of whiskey, and we would drink the whiskey, and I thought I'd never tasted anything like it. And I mean, I was born and brought up in lowland Scotland. There was always whiskey in the house. It was simply part of the culture. And as a young man, I didn't like the stuff. I had obviously had to drink it on many occasions, and I didn't care for it in the slightest. But the whiskey which Stan gave us was altogether a different thing. And this must have been late 1970s, 78 or 79, thereabouts. And I asked him about the whiskey, and he explained that once a year he got in his old Land Rover and he drove over to Speyside. There's a range of hills between the Howe of Afford, where he lived, and the valley of the Spey. And when he got to the Spey, to Craigellachie, he turned left and drove up the A96, and as far as Ballinadalach, and at Glenfarclas. And from the grants at Glenfarclas, he bought a quarter cask, and he put it in his old Land Rover, and he drove it back to the house, and he had a stand made for it by his fireside. And it was Stan was quite a wealthy man, but he lived in a little 2-up, 2-down farmhouse, and there were 2 old leather armchairs, and besides one of the armchairs there was this stand which the quarter cask was put on, and he drove a spigot in it, and he drew his whiskey straight from the cask. And it turned out these were sherry quarters, which Glenfarclas had been buying since time immemorial, and they were selling them with the whiskey mature at 10 years old. And so it was an active sherry cask at 10 years, and you can't get much better than that. And I thought it was wonderful, and we'd all get quite drunk, and next morning I wouldn't feel like death, and I've been liable to hangovers all my life. I asked Stan about it once this had happened several times, and he explained what it was about. And I told my friends in Edinburgh, and gradually the idea grew up that I should ask the Grants if there was any chance of my buying one of these sherry quarters. So I spoke to Stan, and he said, well, he gave me George Grant's telephone number and said, look, there's no harm in asking him. And so I phoned up the Grants, explained who I was. I explained that I was a friend of Stan's and what my interest was. And Mr. Grant, whom I was talking to, said, well, he would see what he could do. And we left it at that. I left my phone number and so on. And it turned out that they weren't in the habit of supplying these sherry quarters to the public. They had a number of customers for them. And these were people who had been buying a sherry quarter once a year for decades. And in many cases, they were people who had inherited their supply from their fathers and their grandfathers. So the thing went back a long way. And that, yes, they would sell one to me. So I came back to Edinburgh and I told my pals. And I had a lot of pals in Edinburgh around the time. And they were all interested in drink generally, though none of us cared all that much for whiskey. But I told them, I said, look, this stuff is not what you think of as whiskey. Remember, by the late 70s, we're talking about malt whiskey being known in Scotland not well. When people mentioned whiskey, they meant blended whiskey. And the quality of a lot of the principal blends by the late 70s was not of the highest. There was a reasonable knowledge of malt in Scotland, but they were almost totally unknown outside Scotland. To carry on, there are so many side avenues to this story that,
of course,
down one of them. I told my pals, the pals all said, look, if you can organize this, we'll chip in. So I arranged a small syndicate of my friends. I think there were 11 of us, because they could get about 11 gallons out of a sherry, out of a quarter cask. That's my recollection anyway. And I phoned Mr. Grant and said, yes, I would come up. And how much would it be? And he said, including excise duty and value-added tax, it would be about £2,500. So I went to the bank and explained to the bank manager that I needed £2,500 in cash. And what it was for. And he was very understanding and said he thought this was a laudable use of cash, and supplied it. And I drove up to Speyside and bought the cask of whiskey. And
so is this the second? I'm sorry, Pip, was this the second cask you purchased, or this was the first cask?
No, this was the first cask.
The very first. Okay, all right.
At the time, the car I was driving was my old Lagonda, which you've probably seen, which has undergone a renaissance, amazingly. It wasn't decrepit at the time, but it was pretty scruffy, and it was very drafty. It let the wind in, and it also let the rain in, I remarked to Maggie just a week or so ago, driving our car through a storm. I said, I'll never get over the joy of driving a car which is waterproof.
Simple pleasures of life, right?
For years and years, I had to be careful about rain because the Lagonda had a sunroof, and the sunroof didn't fit very well, and water got into the pan the sunroof sat in, and when you stood on the brakes, the accumulated water would run forward and run down the back of your neck, which was not a good thing to happen when you were standing on the brakes. Anyway, that was the Lagonda. I took it up, I brought it down, and the syndicate met in the lobby of our house, and we manhandled the cask up the stairs. There are about a dozen stairs up to the front door of the house, and we sat it on a stand, a 19th century.
Pip, I'm sorry to interrupt. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to interrupt. I believe Charlie has taken a nap on us. Charlie, are you there?
Oh, I'm sure he's better.
Are you with us?
I have been listening, Pip.
Are you refueling?
All the time.
Okay, all right. I just want to check. I want to make sure everything was all right over there.
No. I'm absolutely fine. I'm engaged. Don't worry.
Okay, all right. Very, very good.
I love it.
Pip, you're halfway up the steps with the cask of whiskey. I'm sorry to interrupt.
We put it on. It was a doctor's weighing seat, an extraordinary thing which I still have. It's built of oak and has a brass column and bars for weights and so on. And it belonged to the professor of physiology at Edinburgh University in the 1870s. How I came by it involves me and Mary, Queen of Scots, and that's another story altogether. But, we siphoned the whiskey out, and we siphoned out a jugful, and we poured it into glasses, and we all tried it. And I said to the guys, I said, is it good enough? And they all said, yes, it's good enough. It was just great. None of us had ever tasted anything like it. And I had had the foresight to buy about a dozen glass jars. People use them for brewing beer in. And we siphoned all the whiskey. We tried it once or twice more just to make sure it was okay. And then we siphoned it all out into the gallon jars. And then we turned the cask over, and what little was left we put in the jug, and we drank that. And then they all went off home with their jars. And I must say I was worried seeing these guys who had had quite a lot of whiskey by that time, clutching gallon glass jars to their chest, negotiating the stairs down from my house, which had railings on either side, but you needed two hands to clutch your jar. Anyway, they all got home. They all got home quite happily.
Well, that's wonderful.
Everything was fine, and I breathed a sigh of relief. And I thought, that's fine. I can forget about that. And I did for a few weeks. But then I started getting phone calls. And the phone call typically would be, I'm so-and-so, whom you've met. I'm a friend of so-and-so who is a member of your whiskey syndicate. And I've just tasted that amazing whiskey. Is there any chance of my joining your syndicate? And I said, well, I hadn't thought of it as a functioning syndicate. It was just a few guys coming together to do something that would be fun and involve good drink. But I'll take your name and your phone number. I would also get telephone messages out of the blue from people I'd never met before. And they would say, my name is so-and-so. I haven't met you, but I'm a friend of one of the members of your whiskey syndicate. And I've just tasted some of that totally amazing whiskey. Can I join? Can I get some? Now, these were all people who were used to drinking whiskey, and most of them used to drinking malts. So it meant that this stuff tasted better than the malt whiskey which got out of a bottle in Scotland in the late 70s. And that was an odd sort of thought, especially if you didn't know much about whiskey as I did. Anyway, there came a time when I had accumulated rather a lot of these people. And my syndicate members were ringing me up saying, Pip, I'm just about finished my whiskey because my friends have learned about it and they all come round and drink it. And I reasonably said, well, that's what it's for, isn't it? And they said, yes, but I've nearly run out. Can we get another cask? And I said, well, I can only ask. I've no guarantee, but I could try it again. So I rang up Glenfarclas Distillery, and I didn't speak to George Grant. I was, I think, his manager, and I explained the situation. And I said, is there any chance that I can get another cask? And if possible, can I have another 2 casks? And I explained how all my friends wanted some of that amazing whiskey. And he said, well, I'd have to ask about that. And I said, fine, you've got my number. And they rang back a day or 2 later and said, well, we can let you have another 2 sherry quarters, but one of them will be 10 years old and the other will be 9 years old. But we're not selling you any more than that because we don't want to sell it less than 10 years old. But yes, the answer is yes. So I called a meeting of the syndicate. By this time, the enlarged syndicate. Fortunately, the lobby of our house in Scotland Street was quite large. And I put it to them that if they were all prepared to put cash up front for it, I would go up to Glenfarclas and buy 2 more casks. And this I did. Now, there are all sorts of subsidiary stories there. Some of them are in the book. There's a nice one about Richard Calder, which is rather sentimental. But poor old Richie.
Pip, let me stop you. I'm sorry. Let me interrupt for just a second. I want to pick up with Rich, but first I want to go back to Charlie. And Charlie, if you could maybe paint us a picture of the industry at this point in time. It sounds like these gentlemen who were kind of the pioneering, members of the society along with Pip, were tasting whiskey that they had likely never tasted before. So we're talking about late 70s, early 80s here. Can you tell us where the industry was in that time period as far as the quality of whiskey, how they were selling their whiskey, things like that? That would make such a revelation.
First, let me say, Pip, it is such a joy to speak to you. Haven't met for years, but Maxwell MacLeod keeps me up to date with your activities. And in the early 80s, the whiskey industry, the Scotch whiskey industry, was in dire straits. All the industry was based on blended Scotch, and during the 70s, 60s, and 70s, there was massive production to cope with the perceived demand for blended Scotch, which by about 1980 had evaporated. Very, very early 80s had evaporated. Demand went down. The stocks of whiskey were immense, and they didn't know what to do with them. There had been the beginning of interest in malt whiskey in the Glenfiddich started in about 1963. A number of other companies, independent companies, followed on during the 1970s. But by the early 80s, there was a considerable interest in malt whiskey rather than just blended Scotch. I mean, in 1980, only 1% of the malt whiskey made was offered as single malt. The single malt was completely unknown. And Pip, the Scotch Malt Whisky Society, was offering something which was not only single malt, but single cask, single malt at natural strength. And the whiskies that Pip was talking about a moment ago, were I mean, it blew people's minds. They never tasted anything like it, and it was he was way ahead of the industry, the brand owners, who were selling all their whiskey to the blenders, and B, such malt whiskies came out was done bottled at 40% alcohol. You know, very standard stuff. You know,
Right.
Different though, and so there was the beginning of an interest in single malt whiskey, and then when the malt whiskey started came along, and it's very, as Pip says, in a very small way. You know, then it took off. You know, the amongst connoisseurs. You know, I mean, I think really it's not untrue to say that you developed the whole idea of connoisseurship, the idea that you know, single class, single malt, and natural strength was different from standard bottlings. That the whole idea that you could appreciate single malt in rather than just drinking it. You know,
Right.
I think in the early days, actually, Pip, it was largely it was very much down the hatch. You know, I mean, I can't emphasize how important Pip Hill's you know, contribution was to the whole ongoing appreciation of single malt whiskey, which actually really saved the industry. You know, because it was in blended Scotch was in dire straits in the 1980s, and they began to pick up. I mean, I'm not attributing all this to the SMWS, but they played a very important part.
But is it fair to say that Pip and his club kind of started this this, it's not a revival, right? I mean, just the genesis of looking more at single casks, independent bottlers purchasing from distilleries and bottling under their own labels.
I really think
seems
so,
like
John.
this was the game changer in that regard.
I really think so, but because as Pip was saying, it was very, very low key, you know, in those days, but but it was a game changer. It was a game changer. I mean, the whole idea of you know, looking at single malt whiskey in a different way. So single malt, single cask, natural strength, natural color, all that sort of stuff, and it coincided to a degree with the interesting single malt whiskies, proprietary single malts, very slow, but during the late 80s. There had been a few in the 80s, sorry, and then when it came to the 90s, there was this sort of sudden burst. I think, I don't know what you think, Pip, but I want to tell the story about your feud with United Distillers, but when United Distillers they released their so-called classic malts, the 6 classic malts, which really did open up the whole malt whiskey sector. This was it sort of 88, 89? That's
about that, yeah.
Yeah, and it was so the six regional variants. You know, you know them all. Your viewers will know them all, and but it said, hey, look, malt whiskies are different. They're different from different places, and they're different in character. Now, SMWS had been on about this, but to a very small community long before that. But the launch of the classic malts, I think, really opened up the sector. Would you agree, Bib?
Oh yes, I think so. I mean, yeah.
But tell us about the feud because they adopted your colours, didn't they?
Oh yes.
I don't think I've heard this one yet.
We had a problem with United Distillers. They owned more than half of all the malt whiskey distilleries, and almost all of their production was going into UD blends. And because of the downturn of the industry in the 80s, they had huge amounts of whiskey sitting in warehouses around the country, and they didn't know what to do with it. And it was accumulating, and they were closing down distilleries and mothballing them, and they were in a bit of a predicament altogether. And they obviously saw what we were doing and thought, well, we can do that. And they chose half a dozen of their distilleries and branded them as the classic malt. And as soon as we saw this, we said, hey, you know, they're pinching our ideas. And indeed, we got a visit at the vaults one day from a guy called Andy MacLean, who was in charge of the classic malt. And I said, you pinched our idea. You should at least acknowledge it. He said, hey, there's no copyright on good ideas. He wasn't denying that they had pinched our idea.
Yeah.
Nothing you can do about it. And anyway, even if you wanted to try a legal action or something, the idea of us as a tiny company taking on one of the biggest corporations in the world was just daft. And anyway, we wanted to stay on good terms with them. So I said, well, look, let's see if we can cut a deal here. Can you use what influence you have to try and persuade your superiors that it would do them no harm at all to supply us with some of their whiskies? And he said, well, sure, that's only fair. I'll see what I can do. I don't know what happened to it thereafter, but there was obviously something going on, because there were people in United Distillers who were pointing to these accumulating stocks of mature malts and saying, look, we need to get rid of this stuff. And we need to get rid of it at a price which is better than we're getting by putting it into not very good blends. And the biggest obstacle, as I understood it, was Turnbull Hutton, whom you will no doubt recollect.
Yeah. Oh, really? Yeah.
Turnbull was in charge, I think, of production for United
was.
Distillers,
Yeah.
which meant that he I don't know where he stood in the hierarchy, but it must have been pretty high. And I spoke to Turnbull, and he said, over my dead body, you're getting none of my malts. He obviously thought of them as his malts. And I thought the best thing to do is to go to the top. And the top of the chairman of United Distillers at the time was Norman MacFarlane. Now, Lord MacFarlane, as he was an unattainable pinnacle of good and purity and what have you. And a very few people got to speak to Lord MacFarlane, and no doubt Lord MacFarlane spoke to God, and that was about it. But I can't remember who effected the introduction. I think it was, sorry, my memory fails me here. No,
Dennis Malcolm. Was it Dennis Malcolm?
No,
It was not
it was the man whom Harold Wilson put in charge of the Highlands and Islands Development Board. Who was that, Charlie?
Oh, God.
No.
Anyway.
Boy. So they had given him a knighthood, and he very much approved of what we had done, and he had a word with MacFarlane, and it was arranged that I should have an interview with MacFarlane. And the time was arranged, and it was to be in their swanky headquarters up in Perth. And it was in February, and it was very cold, and the Lagonda's heating was terrible. So I dressed us for the Arctic with big boots and a large motoring coat and what have you, and drove up to Perth. And I couldn't see anywhere in the United Distillers car park that would accept the Lagonda because it was rather large. So I just parked it outside the front door. I thought, well, the worst they can do is tell me to move it. And walked into this palatial head office. And across half an acre of marble, I saw a receptionist. And I went to the receptionist and said to her, my name's Pip Hills, and I've come to see Lord MacFarlane. He should be expecting me. And I could see her looking at me, and I could see passing through her mind the idea that visitors to Lord MacFarlane, the Holy of Holies, didn't come dressed like that. However, she was very civil and asked me to have a seat. And another minion came by and took me upstairs, and the old boy gave me tea and scones. And he was most affable, and I explained to him the nature of the problem and how we weren't looking to infringe on any of his company's rights. We would never mention in print the name of any of the whiskies they sold us, and how it could, we believed, do good for the whiskey industry as a whole. And I think he rather bought that idea. He was urbane and reticent and wouldn't say anything. But the tea and scones were very good, and I drove off, and the result was that we've got limited access to some of United Distillers stocks. That was
that's so interesting, Pip. Had you, in the very early days of labelling, because you went for the numbering rather than not revealing, because Glenfarclas, John Grant was very, very particular about not revealing he will sue people who declare that it's Glenfarclas when he hasn't had responsibility for the bottling. So your first bottlings were well, obviously the first one was Glenfarclas, and then the others. But the numbering, so was that pre your meeting with Lord MacFarlane?
Sorry?
Did the numbering idea was that pre meeting with Lord MacFarlane and the?
I couldn't tell you.
I'm sorry.
I think it was well pre that, because
I
had been going for some time by that time.
So you could reassure him that
yes,
if he was to supply whiskey to it wouldn't be declared as
yes, we that was already an established practice.
Yes,
I can't remember who thought it up.
Yeah, but it may have been because I mean the Glenfarclas was very particular about not declaring not allowing independent bottlers to declare where it came from. I mean, unlike others, Macallan, for example, and you were absolutely right. So presumably, the idea of the numbering that's gone right through Malt Whisky Society ever since is that you number the distillery and then number the cask. And I remember, you probably remember as well when John Grant Glenfarclas came down, and in the late 90s, I should think, and he discovered a list on the bar in the vaults, which listed gave the key to the distilleries. Number 1 distillery Glenfarclas, number 2 distillery Beaumont, or whatever it was, and he went absolutely ballistic, and hey Simon, come in. That was a difficult thing, but I think you were probably out of it by then. But or maybe in your time.
Yeah, it was very much in my time.
Yeah.
He was very protective.
Oh yeah, and quite rightly so.
Yes.
Quite rightly.
Yeah, because he had bottled the Glenfarclas 105.
Yep.
Which was effectively what we were selling. But what we had and what he didn't have was a set of ideas.
Yeah.
And I think the society it still stands on two footings. One is the excellence of the whiskey. The other is the set of ideas. And the ideas are as important as the whiskey.
Now, can you expand upon the set of ideas? Because I know that your original ideas, which I have complete confidence and faith in, how do you understand the set of ideas now? Or what they were,
the society at present day is closer to the original set of ideas than it was until the present management took it over. And I think after I left the society and after it went to Glenmorangie, I think they let things slip. I don't think they understood the importance of the ideas of the stories. I mean, one of the things that the whiskey industry is sadly lacking is stories. Most of the stories about Scotland and whiskey have been told time and time again, and people are fed up listening to them and simply shut off after a bit. And what we had done was we came along with this superlative whiskey with a story. And it was a story about us doing this and being a fairly rackety bunch of people who were hugely different from the smooth-suited executives of the whiskey industry. And it was individualistic. All the stories were about people. And the other thing is the stories were all true. And this was something that I stuck to through thick and thin, was that you mustn't stray from the actual stories because you have truth on your side. I've never been religious, but you can see that people responded to the stories, and you could tell the stories as often as you liked without being worried that you might slip up and say something wrong because it was all true. And people weren't used to that. You could say to folk, look, this is the case, and this is not a marketing ploy. This actually happened, and it's what you're still doing, Tom. That's why you're talking to me tonight, because you want to have access to the genuine.
That's right. We want to uncover all the amazing kernels that are in a book like this. I mean,
well, I felt I ought to. A couple of years ago, I felt that I really ought to get it done, and it's a lot of stories set within the big story of the Scotch Malt Whisky Society,
right?
And
so many of those stories I feel have evolved over the years, and maybe they're not exactly as it happened, but I think there's also some magic in a good story being passed down, and maybe everyone kind of taking their own little spin on it, and
I tried to make it exactly. I tried to make it exact.
Yeah.
Okay.
I may misremember things occasionally. Nobody's recollection is perfect, and we all see through the past through rose-tinted spectacles. But I tried. One of the reasons for writing the book was that I wanted to get these stories down in print. And I went to see the publisher, Berlin Publishers, about another book altogether, which was also a book of stories. And I was talking to Hugh Andrew, the managing director, and I said, after we'd done our business, and I said to him, and also I have in mind a book of stories. And I described what became the Founder's Tale. And he said, done. He said, you write it, I'll publish it. No problem at all. And
that's what David wants.
sorry?
That's what David wants.
I'm sorry, Maggie's saying something to me, and
That's okay.
Can
Can you come say hello, Maggie?
I tried to get it, to put it down exactly as it happened. Now,
Right.
I do believe it's a shame to spoil a good story for want of a small amount of exaggeration. But I thought that really what people wanted was the exact true story.
And that's it.
And
Right.
that was what I tried to get down. And
So in the spirit of this storytelling, we have about 15 minutes left in this hour. And Pip, I've had the pleasure of actually meeting you in person and speaking with you on several occasions, as has Charlie. This is Jenna's first time, and she's been very nicely sitting there listening. Jenna, I'd like to turn it over to you, and maybe if you had some questions for Pip or something you wanted to ask, please.
I do. But before I do that, I just wanted to say thank you for taking all of those chances and for forming this incredible society, because it has changed my life. Being a part of this team and being able to represent whiskeys from around the world, in their purest form is such a gift. And every day I wake up and I pinch myself because I can't believe I get to do this every day. So thank you for, just like, you just have this like gumption to just like, I want this. And so I'm going to find a way to get it. And you did it. And I think that's very admirable. And so I'll quit being emotional, but I just wanted to say thank you for that, because being a part of this really has truly changed my life, and I'm very grateful for it. So with that,
and it's MTV Cribs with Charlie too. It's MTV Cribs with Charlie.
But I did want to talk about the tasting panel actually, and kind of how that came to be and what was kind of the meaning behind it. I guess you could have gone and tasted all of these whiskeys and made the decision to say, yes, let's bottle it, for members. But can you talk a little bit about when the tasting panel came to be and how exactly you chose the, people to be on that?
Oh my God.
sorry,
Tasting panel.
the tasting panel.
The tasting panel.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, sorry.
Well, we figure the whole thing, lots of it came together very quickly, and we found ourselves we had formed the Scotch Malt Whisky Society Limited. We had bought some whisky and we had put it in bottles, and we thought people were coming to us without anybody telling them at all, just by word of mouth. But we thought we have to have some way of making this public. And we thought, how do we tell them about the whiskies? And the idea arose that we should apply wine tasters terminology to whiskey. Now, to my knowledge, nobody had ever tried that before. It was one of a whole line of novelties. And I thought, okay, so we have the idea of describing the flavor of a whiskey. How do we get some decent descriptions? It's not, you can't just pull guys in off the street and say to them, look, guys, we want you to taste this whiskey and tell me what it tastes like. That's not going to be any good. So I reasoned that there were two criteria which had to be applied to any prospective tasters. firstly, they had to like whiskey. And secondly,
That's a good one.
that was a good one. Secondly, they had to be literate. So I just kind of looked
All right.
around my friends and acquaintances and thought, who do I have here? And the first one, who was completely obvious, was a man called Ian Duffield, who died a year or two ago. I'm sorry to say. He was a smashing guy. And sometime when you've got half an hour to spare, I will tell you about him.
Yeah.
He taught history, and mostly British Commonwealth and African history in Edinburgh University. And he came from Birmingham, and he was loquacious. And Maggie's signaling me
You
something.
don't have a lot of time.
We don't have enough time, she said.
Yeah, we have about 10 minutes left or so.
Ian was wonderful. He was wonderful with words, and he loved whiskey. And I met a friend of mine called Hamish. Now, Hamish Henderson is now a legend in Scotland. I'm sorry to say he's dead too. It's a bad idea to have been involved with me early in the whiskey. But Hamish was amazing. He was a scholar, a poet, a folklorist, a songwriter, a soldier, a linguist, and a whole lot of other things.
That'd be great.
And he was an altogether marvelous person. And I thought Hamish, if any, he also loved whiskey, had a long knowledge of it. Mostly acquired in Sandy Bell's bar, as I recall. And there was Willie Gillis, who was the professor of Celtic at Edinburgh University, and a Gaelic speaker, and a scholar and a poet. And there were one or two others, and I asked them all to come by one evening to my kitchen in Scotland Street and sit round the kitchen and drink whiskey. And
Where was I? I would
You
have
weren't born
happily.
yet,
Yeah,
Jenna.
I know, but
You
I
were
would have
not
happily
born
shown
yet.
up.
I explained to them that what they were to do was I was to write descriptions of these whiskies. What they were to do was to sample the whiskies and tell me about them, tell me what they tasted like,
So cool.
using their acknowledged expertise in the matter of words.
Mhm.
Because this was a matter for words as much as for taste. And they were all completely useless. And the most useless of all was Hamish. And he took a glass of whiskey, and I explained to him that he wasn't just to drink it, he was to smell it and taste it carefully, and then to tell me, if necessary in poetry, what it tasted like. So Hamish sampled the first whiskey, and I said, well, tell me about it, Hamish. Oh, he said, he had a very Highland sort of accent. I said, tell me about it, Hamish. He said, oh, it's a lovely whiskey. Just a lovely whiskey. I said, yes. What more would you say about it? And he said, I would describe it as a perfectly lovely whiskey. And that was all I got out of him all night. He said, every bloody whiskey was a lovely whiskey. And the rest weren't much better. And in fact, the only person who contributed anything sensible was a man called Russell Sharp, who had been in on the early days of when we got the thing together. And Russell actually had a background in flavour terminology, and having been head chemist at the Siers Group, which is one of the big American-owned conglomerates in the whiskey industry. And Russell kept us on the straight as far as the legalities and the technicalities were concerned. We owed Russell a great deal. And between what the guys said, which was not very much, and Russell, I managed to put together tasting notes for the first few whiskeys.
And the rest
So,
is history.
sorry, go. Oh, yes. So we just have maybe like 6 minutes left or so here, Pip. So it sounds like you had a bit of a rambunctious bunch of tasters in the beginning, and eventually, I believe in 1992, is when a young and upcoming whiskey writer named Charlie MacLean was appointed to be chairperson of the Scotch Malt Whisky Society's tasting panel as the first official chairman, right? How did you two meet? How did your worlds kind of collide? Because I'm sure they were sort of in parallel to each other for a while. You were in the similar spheres.
After Pip sort of demitted office, Richard Gordon took over, and he and I had been on a formal course of the sensory evaluation of potable spirits. I mean, we were both members of the society, and Richard wanted to brace up or to tidy up the tasting notes, but right? I'm sorry.
They needed it.
But my brief was to keep the porky style of the original amateur, if you like, tasting notes, the exotic, the exuberant descriptors, you know, and so I was put in charge of the tasting panel at that time, but with that brief, and so the idea of, you know, exotic, except I mean I had to impose certain discipline on it, so it couldn't be just sort of completely fantastical, you know, which I think to some degree, Pip, some of your members came up with the most wonderful descriptors, which were fantastical, you know. And but it was, I had to sort of tie it down a bit, and but the tasting notes have remained, and I no longer write for tasting notes, but but it have been anchored in what Pip and his pals put together.
Jenna, would you mind putting back up George's question? Because Pip, a few years ago, I think two or 3 years ago, you did a tasting at the Vaults. I believe it was the first public tasting you had done for the members of the Scotch Malt Whisky Society in quite some time, and during that tasting, the UK team was nice enough to open up one of probably the rarest bottle. Cask number 1.1. You did taste that evening, did you not?
Was this me or Pip?
For Pip.
Right, what was
so a couple of years ago, you did a tasting at the Vaults for the society members, and you opened cask number 1.1, the very first cask ever bottled for the society. So our member George Kaplan asked, did you have a name for the bottle 1.1 originally? And if not, what would you name it today?
Oh, wow.
You mean name it?
Yes. So in those days, you were not in the business of naming bottles in the first couple years of the society, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
There were tasting notes, but no titles. So if you maybe, I would imagine this whiskey is probably still very fresh in your mind from from the early 1980s and also from 2 years ago. Can you think of a suitable title for this bottle of whiskey?
Oh, that's a big question.
Well, yeah, you have 2 minutes to answer it.
I don't think I could, to be honest. I find it very difficult to recollect the flavors of whiskies, and I was as interested as anyone to taste 1.1. And what interested me about tasting it was that I thought it would have been better. My recollection was that the 1.1, the bottling that launched the whole thing, whose superlative excellence made people want to join, I would have thought it would have been better. It was good whiskey,
Yeah.
but I didn't think it was all that startling. And I think there are various possible explanations of this. One of them may be that I'm 40 odd years older and our noses don't get better with age. So I may simply be lacking some of the sensory apparatus that I could bring to whiskey 40 odd years ago. But it may also be because our expectations have changed.
Right.
That
Great point.
we raise our expectations. This stood out head and shoulders above everything else at the time, but wouldn't necessarily today. I don't know. I mean, you can argue one way or another.
Right. Well,
But
gentlemen.
oh,
Please go ahead. Please. A final point here. I'm sorry, Pip. Did I interrupt you? Were you saying something?
Oh,
something
no,
else?
no,
Okay.
I was just wandering off.
Okay, no, not at all. Please. Our hour is up, and I feel like we need more time.
Yes.
So, one of our members mentioned that that we need more time with these two gentlemen, and gents, maybe we can arrange this. Maybe Jenna and I can host you again sometime.
Sure.
And have a longer chat, because I'm certain. I mean, I know there are so many more stories to share with us and to share with the members, and it's really it's a very special opportunity for them to be able to see the both of you and see you together. I think that's very special for everyone. So Pip, I still have $10,000 in travel credit with Delta Airlines. Because,
Yes,
ladies
me
and
too.
gentlemen, we were about to bring Pip and Maggie over for a book tour in April of 2020, and I bought the tickets in early February 2020 when the world was still sane, and then the rest is history. So, Pip, I hope we can get you and Maggie over here for that book tour sooner rather than later. It would be an absolute pleasure to see you again in person and to introduce you to all the members. And Charlie, we will hopefully be seeing you over here in March. I'm not sure I've told you yet, but we're going to do the tasting panel experience tour in March of 2022. So
Great, I haven't heard that. Yeah,
yeah.
Love it.
Please pencil in your diary. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, well, Pip, it's been a real pleasure seeing you.
Well, it was a pleasure to see you.
And we'll Maxwell is always trying
We
to
have
drag
a book launch coming off in October.
Another book launch.
Yeah. Anyway,
Oh, that's
God bless you.
wonderful.
Well, thank you so much, all of you, the SMWS US.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. And I'll be back in touch with you to schedule another stream so we can get together and chat more. There's so much more to talk about. But thank you so much for being a part of this day. It's really special to us.
Great.
Thanks,
Thank you
guys.
very much indeed.
Okay.
Bye.
All right.
Bye-bye.
You take care.
Wow.
All right. Wow. That was, I mean, I can just listen to Pip speak for hours. I mean, it's amazing.
Yeah.
The stories are just so on point. And you think for a second, like, wait, is he rambling? Is he rambling? And then all of a sudden,
No.
he comes back around. He ties everything up in the most beautiful package. And it's always tremendous. So, wow. Well, that was fun. My first 2 hours are up. And to have Charlie on for 2 hours, that was fantastic. But it seems that you and Ben have some work to do.
Yeah, we do.
So you guys enjoy this next hour. I believe it's the hour of power. Is that it? Is that a power hour?
It is a power hour.
All right. Well, listen, I will bid you adieu, and you guys enjoy.
Good luck.
the 12 flavor profiles. Don't drink too much.
Okay. Can't hear. You're muted. You're muted.
This whole time I've been talking. You guys, I was muted. All right, I'm going back to this thing. It was nice to kind of take a little break. First of all, I want to thank everybody. I've been watching the chat. I've actually been running the chat during the last hour. Thanks to everybody who's sticking around. It seems like a lot of people are sticking with us. Really appreciate that. I hope you've taken the day off work, because otherwise I don't know what it is you're doing. If you don't, and this is kind of a cliche statement that I must make, if you don't have a whiskey in a glass in front of you and you can do so, please do so. For the next hour, Jen and I will be embarking on something that sounded really good at the time when we were thinking of what do we do in this marathon, which was obviously, just taste a few whiskeys here and there. We're going to be tasting one whiskey from every single flavored profile. Now, a quick note about what that is. I know a lot of you here are society members, familiar with how we organize our whiskeys. But if you're not, or if you want just a quick refresher, every time we choose a whiskey, or rather score it, name it, prepare it for bottling, we assign it to one of our 12 proprietary flavor profiles. And we created these flavor profiles to just categorize different styles of whiskey based on taste. The reason we do that is just, I guess it's probably multiple reasons, but one primarily is that it makes it easier to discover and really access different styles, or really step out of your comfort zone. I think a lot of newer members too, if you're not yet that familiar with different types of casks and regions and like how those generally contribute to flavor and how that can relate to your palate and what you would enjoy, it's just a nice way to sort of step into it. So we hear from every day, and Jenna, I'm sure you hear this too, members all the time just calling up to order from specific flavor profiles because they've enjoyed one, even though two whiskeys might not be from the same distillery or even cask type. The general experience can be grouped together in that sense. Before we get started, Jenna, do you have any favorite flavor profiles? And obviously we're going to be going through all of them, but
yeah, I've learned that question is impossible to answer, because for me, like whiskey, it changes all the time. My palate's always evolving, and like sometimes I'll really be into like that Oiling Coastal is probably one that, like, if you ever put one in front of me, I would never say no, because I'll always be in the mood for an Oiling Coastal. That flavor profile just speaks to me. Mm-hmm. But some days I'm like really into, like, I remember I was into spicy and dry for so long. Like those whiskeys just, hooked me. And lately, like really like the past year, the juicy oak and vanilla I'm just ex-bourbon has totally just ignited this like new fire in me. And so that's kind of where I'm at now.
All right. Well,
what about you?
We hadn't. Well, I'm going to sort of re-answer that. I think maybe after this exercise. I didn't mean to pose that in the retreat, but I don't really have a clear answer, and I'm thinking maybe this will do it. Now, typically, just as a caveat, first of all, this is I've lined up all the bottles that I have here on the floor because I'm out of room in my desk because I have so many glasses here and about like 10 glasses of water just to get through the day. Jenna, you have some samples that I've sent you. Jenna does not know which whiskeys we're going to be tasting for you, just to make it a little bit more, fun. Exciting. Yeah, for sure. I know the whiskeys. I'm going to go through. What we'll do is we'll introduce the flavor profile, talk about it briefly, talk about the whiskey. I'm curious to hear your thoughts, Jenna, if you think this really... I find that some of the whiskeys are really like, you taste them like, oh, I know what flavor profile this is. But sometimes they're a bit of they could be an oddball, and you're like, oh, I wonder if it could also be in this profile. It's not a perfect science. Yeah. But we'll go through. And question just for everybody in the chat real quick. Do you have a favorite flavor profile? What is it? What have you been enjoying recently? Because I know my interests have changed. And again, I know I skirted the question of my own favorite. We'll get to that, I think, after this. So I don't know that I communicated the order. I'll just tell you the first one we're going to start off with is the Young and Sprightly flavor profile, which I recall was like a Jenna thing when you first joined the team. You're like, Young and Sprightly. So you have that, and I've just put on your little sample bottles. I think it says like YS. I've tried to be
Yes.
super secretive about it.
I have no idea what it is. You know that scene in Matilda when Bruce Bogtrotter like eats the first bit of cake and then they bring out the whole cake and that look on his face and he's just like, oh my gosh, like I have to eat this whole cake. I'm like looking at all of these samples in front of me and I'm kind of feeling that moment like, oh my gosh, it's a lot.
Yeah, well, we have a full hour to do it, so that's totally normal. I would not recommend doing this at home. Typically, when you do a tasting, it's funny because, like, officially, when you do a tasting, you try to limit yourself to 3 or 4 because after that, your palate becomes so saturated that it's really hard to taste the whiskey. But okay, first up, Young and Sprightly. I can't show you the bottle. I'll show you the bottle in a moment, but it's a light pink shade. Every flavor profile has its own color code just to sort of make it a bit easier to navigate. And I should probably tell you the ABVs of each one, just for reference. This one is 60.9%, which you tend to get the higher ABVs in the Young and Sprightly whiskeys. Yeah. Of course, you can probably guess it is a younger whiskey, relative, of course. So, thoughts? Let's do a quick fire here. What do you think of this first one?
So Young and Sprightly, the thing I get, like there is a common thread for me in this flavor profile, and it's bubblegum, like pink.
Oh yeah.
You know, the pink bubble yum. Is it bubble yum? What is that pink? Like it's good for like 5 seconds. You know, that bubblegum. I get just there
like the
is
5-second rule.
Thread. No, like it's like that pink bubblegum that comes in. It's like individually wrapped, and it's got like the powder on it.
Is it bubble yum?
Tastes good. Yeah, maybe it like tastes good for literally 5 seconds and then it's garbage. But like that smell is what I get on the nose on this.
Okay, well, first of all, John Bourne is calling you out for the tiniest pours ever. Maybe he's calling us out. So, okay, John, this is a tasting. This is a sophisticated, classy, wholesome tasting session that just happens to be a powerful hour. This is a marathon.
Thank you,
9 hours today. So yeah, first impression, I agree. Bubblegum, fresh, fragrant, floral, very spirit driven. You know, Young and Sprightly, but it's like minimal cask, I think, influence relative to the direction we're going. You know, right off the bat. Oh, cheers! Which was to be a long
cheers.
I might just go neat with all of these. Yeah, maybe I'll add some water to some, but I mean, just for the pace. Mm-hmm. Great sort of morning. Well, it's afternoon now, but early day dram, you know, I would say is typically for Young and Sprightly. I like getting outside with these, or maybe, you know, starting a day, if you like a weekend day.
There's such a malty, again, it is spirit forward, but you can it's so malty.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to describe the texture, the flavor. It is just so malt. It's like I want to put this on oatmeal. Like it's fresh, it's lemony and malty.
Any guesses to the age of this whiskey and or cask type at all? You don't have to.
Okay, I'll say, I'm just gonna go with my gut here. I'm gonna say 7 years and refill. Our second fill bourbon.
Okay, so this is cask 28.56 Loop the Loop. It's an 8-year-old from a Highland whiskey from a first fill bourbon barrel. So it's at 60.9% ABV. So typical of the profile. You're close. It's 7, 8, 9 years old.
Yep.
You don't really see many go into double digits of age. Once they sort of have that much time to mature in the cask, they sort of move on to our next flavor profile that we'll get into. So yeah, for fresh bourbon barrel, but you didn't get a lot of cask influence nonetheless. I would have guessed like a refill cask on this one. That's just, I think, nature. So, all right, good start. Oh
okay, tally ho. Number 2.
So many glasses difference. Okay, so next up is...
I have one.
Oh,
so
I'm sorry.
One glass.
So next one is going to be sweet, fruity, and mellow, which is a magenta color. If you guys are following along on the website or anything, or if you have bottles in front of you. I don't expect this, but if anyone also has every flavor profile represented at home and wants to follow along, I should say you're welcome to do so.
I know John does.
Responsibly.
John Warren has all of them.
Yeah. Yeah. And John clarified that he was not criticizing, but it is a good defense, a valid defense mechanism. Yeah. These are, of course, cask strength. So I think it double the volume for appearance. No, Stuart, he thought you were going to guess the flavor profiles. What I have given her is just the actual flavor profiles themselves on each bottle. It just says the profiles. We were intending to just do all this with full transparency together, but this is what we had. This is becoming me putting Jenna on the spot type of hour. That I realize that now. Like I'm enjoying.
Okay.
Let's watch.
You know what? I think I love blind tastings, and this is, I mean, just because I know the flavor profile, it would be near impossible to remember every whiskey that has come through in certain flavor profiles. Like totally impossible. So this is probably as blind as it could get, given what we got. But
so sweet, fruity, mellow, from my experience, you tend to get whiskeys maybe a bit more age behind them, a bit more mellow and fruity, obviously more influence from the cask. Tend to be a lot of, I find, Speyside Highland whiskeys. There have been some unpeated Islas I've seen in this category, but again, it's all based on the flavor of the whiskey itself and nothing else. But yeah, this is pretty indicative of this one. What do you think so far?
There is I'm getting like a little figginess.
Figginess, okay.
Like a little nutty figgy note on the back of this.
Okay. Sweet, fruity, mellow. Cheers. By the way, if you're just joining us, this is number 2 of 12 that we'll be tasting in the next 44 minutes. So, I guess this as to age, cask type. Do you want to do the guessing at all, or is that?
Yeah,
totally,
I'll take a stab at it.
All right,
No, why not?
Go ahead. What do you think? I should tell you the ABV is 55.6%. I didn't mention that at all.
Okay, so I'm going to guess. I want to say 12.
Okay.
Then my other guess would have been 14.
Okay.
Somewhere in that cusp. And then for cask, I don't know. The nose makes me want to say there's maybe some I don't know. It doesn't.
Can I
getting
just
like a little sherry whisper? Yeah.
Okay. I just want to save the everything here. Just for the sake of time.
Save
So
it.
this is cask 113.43 thumbs up, which is a 23-year-old Speyside from Refill X Bourbon Hogshead. Now I think you were going in the direction of saying this could be some wine cask, so there's some depth to it.
Yeah.
I think in this case it's a straight bourbon cask, hogshead, classic style.
That's so
a lot
crazy.
of time in the wood.
Yeah,
blind
but there
tasting-
is like
blind
that
tasting is
little
impossible.
whisper. That was a good one.
Yeah.
I have that one too.
So this one, I think it dropped recently. It's still available in the shop. I'm into it big time. I think the value is spot on. But yeah, so that's sweet, fruity, and mellow.
Nice.
We'll go on to number 3, which would be spicy and sweet. We've kind of done a color evolution of the light pink to this magenta to this now the purple label. And this is where I find spicy and sweet, the profile you tend to see in terms of what type of whiskeys. Whiskeys, I think, from all over Scotland different regions can fit into this. Oftentimes there can be older whiskeys. There can be some that have been double matured in some sort of wine cask, typically giving it sort of a spicier and or sweeter I think profile. So I'm really interested to hear what you think of this one, and you'll see why in a minute.
Okay.
I know that sounds cruel. I don't mean to be cruel about this, but this is just so different than the last one. ABV is 52.6, so we've sort of mellowed out a little bit.
Whoa.
What?
Very different. Very like the nose. I wasn't expecting that palate from the nose. Oh. Age.
You think it's aged? You think it's older?
I'm going to say like 16.
Okay, got it. All right. Any other info you want to guess? That's no big deal. But
Man, that cask is tough to, because now I'm like, I had it in my head. Like that first one, I was like, oh, there's like a little faint whisper of it. And then it was just
the
all
whole
freaking
point
bourbon.
was not the whole point of this hour was just to focus on the flavor profiles, not necessarily the cast types and everything. But it's just kind of fun to. I think everybody, you guys in the chat probably agree. Anytime you can do a blind tasting, it's fun. I don't get to do those often.
Yeah.
You know, I'm usually sending samples to watch other people fail miserably. I like to just challenge myself and then fail miserably. But
Yeah.
But okay, so this one is cask 46.63 amber waves of grain.
Oh
This
my
is, Jen and I have a funny history of this one. Let me show you. So this was dropped in 2018 to celebrate the
Yeah.
25th anniversary of the
I
U.S.
can't believe we still
chapter
have that.
of the Scotch and Whisky Society. And it's kind of what was funny about this is back in 2018 when we released this, it was a U.S. exclusive cask, 250 bottles. It was around the shop for quite some time. You know, now we release U.S. exclusive casks. I think they're usually gone within minutes or a day, or we'll have to do a lottery because the interest is so high. This was around for months, and we did our first ever society live stream together with this whiskey.
From Chicago.
From Chicago, yeah, and then I haven't really revisited it since. So it's kind of funny. I thought that'd be fun. Okay, so next up is going to be deep, rich, and dried fruits. And here I can't see you guys, but I can just tell everyone's like, oh yeah, deep, rich, and dried fruits. This is one of the most popular flavor profiles, maybe the most popular, next to like one of the peated ones. But so deep, rich, and dried fruits tend to get a lot of wine casks or sherry casks or recharred American oak casks or toasted oak. I mean, really, really heavy cask influence tends to be a factor with whiskeys within this one. It's adorned in the red label, the red strip on the label as well. There's one that's not the one we're tasting, or it could be, but yeah. So this one, deep, rich, and dried fruits. Wait, let me see that. Let me see that glass. Is that dark? Is that the right one? Oh. Does it say DRDF? Oh, is it just the lighting? Oh yeah, that's it.
It says Dirtiff on it.
It just looks very, very light on the.
Because I'm doing baby pours.
Okay, this is what mine looks like, just for reference. Yeah. Okay. I just want to make sure it's the right whiskey. I was thinking, oh.
Yeah, mine are just baby.
This is bolder. This is richer. This is in pretty intense. ABV is 64.3%, by the way. I think that tends to give you an indication of type of cask, not the flavor on its own. Evan Stevens says, I like this profile a lot.
Spice the main brace.
Yeah.
Good one.
John Bourne says 44.119 Spice the Membrane. And for me, my favorite SMWS whiskey this far. Wow. Favorite one so far.
Yeah, the nose on this is beautiful. Like makes me want to be like bundled up. It's like holiday whiskey.
Let's see. Whiskey Throttle says, I previously used to, before COVID, we did every outturned blind. My favorite was to save a little dram of each with a few drops of water. Yeah, I like to always save a little bit at the end and then do a comparison. But it's really the best way to get to know a whiskey, and truly, it's just not have any knowledge of what it is in advance. So, do you know what this is? As easy kind of style. Okay, so this is we're on whiskey. What, number 4? This is cask 30.108, A Taste of Home. Of course, released this week to celebrate the Gathering 2021.
First time I'm tasting that.
I'm sorry? Yeah, I know.
I'm tasting it. Yay!
12-year-old refill ex-sherry, but I'm down with this whiskey. I cannot say enough about it. Tom and I tasted it on Monday here on the channel. Still available as of today. And so if you like this sherry, this is a refill sherry, but full sherry bomb. And I just love these 30s, Distillery 30.
Yeah.
So free shipping's going on today. You're looking to pick something up for the weekend. Of course, it wouldn't get to you by time for this weekend, but it's time for next weekend. The free shipping promo is running until midnight West Coast time tonight. This is it.
I really love the finish on this. It's like there's a nice like dryness to it that like it's so bold, and then it just like that nice little wisp of dryness comes through, and it's really beautiful. That's a great a very a perfectly lovely whiskey, as Hamish would have said. Very good stuff.
Seen a lot of comments. It sounds like quite a few people have ordered this bottle this week. It was sold in a bundle with the other 2 exclusive casks we released for the gathering. This one is, because it's a sherry butt. The other 2 were American bourbon casks, so the yield for the cask is much lower. Sherry butts are much larger in volume, and so you get a lot more bottles. In this case, it was 577 bottles, so we do still have some around, just based on the size of the cask, but spot on for that. Okay. Drink a glass of water, take a sip or something, or breathe. I have various water. I'm going to do this. This is not sponsored by Pellegrino, but I use something like to just like fizz on my palate. Next one is going to be Old and Dignified.
I mean, wait, hold on, wait. Let's take a timeout. How many we're 20 minutes in. How many more? Okay, we're on 5.
4.
Okay,
We've done 4.
This is our 5. Okay,
This is easy.
all right.
We're already a third of the way done.
I was like, wait, like we're rushing. We have time.
Yeah.
Okay, Old and Dignified.
Multi so fast, hard to keep up. Yeah, this is a power hour of every flavor profile. So we've typically in a tasting, you would want to go from a very sort of the lightest whiskey to the heaviest in terms of flavor and saturate the palate. We're going in that direction, and then we're kind of going back, and then I figured after 6 whiskeys, the order doesn't really matter anymore. But I'm going in order of sort of color. Jenna's husband Jarrell once came over to my home and called out my closet for being like color coded, like organized, and like I just realized that's kind of the order that I'm going with the whiskeys. Like we started from light pink, then we went to pink, then dark pink, and now then red, and then purple, then red, and now we're doing dark red. This is the Old and Dignified flavor profile. I think goes without saying. Typically the older and dignified whiskeys in this one.
Man, that nose is just. I'm excited to know what this is.
Yeah.
Because I don't have many Old and Dignifieds, so I'm very excited.
I can tell you this whiskey, I think is one we put out about 2 years ago, maybe. That sounds about right.
Wow.
And I've had this one since, so I'm gonna just take a moment and enjoy this Old and Dignified.
Yes, I'm gonna pump the brakes and take my slippers off and sit back and enjoy this.
It's so funny how nosing this type of whiskey will just force you into that mode a little bit, you know?
But I think but aromas do that, you know, like for me, like in the winter, like when I smell somebody that has like a fire in their fireplace, like that smell in the air, like that just instantly just like, I just want to sit back and wrap up and drink a whiskey. And so aromas have a lot of power. George said, what was that? Creaking ships lost in the fog. That whiskey, holy cow. Loved that. I wish I had 200 of those.
This is actually, we'll get to the profile. This is actually the Oiling Coastal, the Creaking Ships Lost in the Fog, which is my favorite name of any society whiskey to date.
Loved that whiskey.
Yeah, I've been like, I think I bought this bottle when it had been released and Members Hill had a chance to go for it. Anyway, getting off topic, but no, so this is not that whiskey, but I just happen to have that within arm's reach at all times. So this one, any guesses as to what it could be or thoughts or whatnot?
Definitely tastes like sherry.
Yeah, okay, you got that. This is 35.228 cigar juice. It's a 31-year-old that was double matured from an ex-bourbon hogshead into a first fill ex-Oloroso sherry hogshead. cigar juice. So
I never had that one.
yeah, this was, I think, spot on. I remember of all the old Indignifieds, as many of them are, the balance was, I think, spot on. Sometimes taking older whiskey and transferring into a fresher cask. I mean, there's always the risk of throwing off balance and losing sort of the original character of the spirit. But I think Ewan, who's our spirits manager, has really stepped up in this role of, he's so much more experienced now. Yeah, I think he's just evolved so much, and he knows how to just not tamper with it, but just really enhance a profile without throwing it off balance. And I've seen like technically, like with the releases that have come out over the last just 4 years, how they've become so technically sound over time. I think this is spot on.
What he does is, I mean, an art.
Yeah.
You know, he's just an artist who is, you know, elevating his skill, and we're just lucky enough to be on the receiving end of being able to taste it.
So from there, okay, so we did the old. I gotta finish this whiskey. So
It's so good. That whiskey is so good, and from one of my top pick distilleries.
Okay.
So I will be
blurry. Am I blurry?
getting back to
There we
that.
go. All right, next one. This is like with that, we're almost halfway done, and it's exactly 30 minutes in.
Dang, we're good.
And Les Bishop says the old 35s have been fantastic. Makes you go back to their OB bottlings, appreciate them more.
Crazy.
Yeah, this is definitely an older one.
Yes.
31 years old. All right, next one is spicy and dry, which is the yellow flavor profile. And now this is one that we used to see a lot of casks fall into, but for one reason or another, we just haven't seen nearly as many, I think, in the last year or so.
Yeah.
Tom and I were just some of this. We're going through the whole list of all the casts that have dropped in the last year and what's coming up. So I'm curious to hear what you think this one is, because obviously it's a unique profile. You know, whiskeys that are sort of spicy. Think of like not like chili pepper spice, but like wood spice.
No. Yeah.
Maybe some baking spice. John Bourne says, Ben, you're not blurry. Everything might seem blurry to you at this point. Yeah. We'll be going till what, 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Great. Oh, I gotta join you right here. So the ABV is 67.8% ABV.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm a little late on that little intel.
Rum?
What are you asking me? Is it it's not a rum. Like, are you drinking rum?
No. Is it a rum cask?
No.
No. If this is
I think it's safe
ex-bourbon,
to
I'm
say
hanging up.
I think I mean, I think your ability to discern or any of these is at this point, like we've had so many.
Over.
It's over. It's like it's over. You can. I mean, it's.
This
you can keep
tastes-
trying.
This tastes like rum cake.
Age. What do you think?
What is this?
Different, isn't it?
Yeah.
Spicy and dry. This is totally
No, I know it's spicy and dry, but like it tastes like a big piece of just fresh like rum cake.
Does it taste like it may not be from Scotland?
Yes, it does.
Is it because I said that, or because
Wait. I think I have an idea of what this is.
Yeah.
Is this from America? Is this from Sweden? Is this from...
Well, it's okay. First of all, it's not from Sweden. I can tell you that, and it's not from Speyside.
Mhm.
It is from a place that's kind of its own thing, which is where you happen to be from. This is 140.
Is this Balcones?
Throw you
140?
curveballs from Tejas.
Is that French oak?
New European French oak barrique. Yeah, actually, I think this is we determined that this is Hungarian oak, but it is European oak, so it's not French, but Hungarian. Distilled, it's 4 years old, 67.8%. So yeah, that was a little. That was a curveball. Oh, great pun! It's called throw
Total.
you curveball. Didn't even
But that
get
is the
one.
perfect name for it. That is wild. I haven't tasted that either.
I
Oh
know.
my gosh, you've spoiled me today.
I know. Okay, so now we're. This is insane. We're halfway through. You know, I think
That might be my favorite one so far.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, very telling.
That thing is awesome.
Yeah. Lido says that one is very delicious. And I clicked on Dave Bell's
Super
comment as I was about to click on. I'm trying to click on Lido's, but Dave, you
Dang.
stuck in there as he says yuppers.
Just
But yeah,
put that one to the side.
yeah, spot on. Really, really wild, really aggressive. Obviously, American single malt. That just really fits the spicy and dry flavor profile. But there's more like a richness and sweetness to it because of that European oak. You know,
Yeah.
typically the spicy and dry is mostly American oak. Anyway,
But
so now-
it is
yeah,
dry.
but it's dry for sure. Oh yeah,
It is
yeah,
dry. Yeah, that is spot on spicy and dry. But man, that is
yeah.
good. What's next?
So next we're gonna do light and delicate, which is the opposite of what we just had. The last three have been anything but light and delicate. So we're to kind of just take a sip of water, take a step back, get into the light and delicate. Now, light and delicate, it used to be we didn't see any of these around. Which light and it's a light blue color coding. Again, if it might help if you want to, if everybody watching, if you want to pull up SMWSA.com. Search Whisky by flavor profiles or pull up the flavor profile page just to kind of follow along. You'll see, and maybe it'll trigger some memories here. But light and delicate, all sorts of whiskeys in this style.
Yeah.
Mostly unpeated because if it's peated, they tend to be one of the 3 peated profiles. But we see them from all over the place. And the big difference I've found with like a young and sprightly and a light and delicate is probably just the intensity. Those young and sprightly, so with the one we had earlier, really spirit driven, like big, yeah, lighter in profile, but peppery and powerful. High ABV. So this one is just more lighter in character and flavor. Oh my goodness!
I have to like reset my. Gonna just smell my arm.
Well,
I have coffee beans in front of me.
Yeah.
Try to
coffee.
reset
I don't know if I
my-
revealed the bottle. So here we go. Oh, I think I'm really into this style. Which I mean, I haven't had a bad whiskey, and of course I've picked all 12 here. But this is maybe it's just very welcomed right now.
Yeah, this is like so vanilla, like frosting. Huh.
That says suggestion for us color deficient members is to put the flavor profile name back in line. That's a good idea, Les.
Oh yeah.
The flavor profile was never on the label itself, and I'm looking at the older ones right next to me too. So it was never actually on the label to begin with. It was also always just sort of a colored line. And I'll show you the cigar juice is the one that we had earlier.
Yeah.
It doesn't say old and dignified, but that's a good point just for people who struggle with like color deficiency, as you've said. So thoughts on this one?
Smells like vanilla frosting, like the Betty Crocker. Peel that little foil piece back.
1, 2. I'm just counting the bottles on the floor and glasses on my desk to see what our progress is.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, that's
That
kind of how I would describe that.
Yeah.
Nice.
That is a nice whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah. That
It's
is
30
like daily driver, kind of don't need to think much about it. It's just a really good whiskey.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would describe this, you said daily driver, as like a really big Audi. 35.278 Abundant Treats, 24-year-old
Nice.
from a first fill ex bourbon barrel. So interesting. That's in a fresh cask, yet really sort of maintaining its own integrity as a spirit.
Yeah.
I mean, well, I don't know. What did I just say? What does that even mean? That's something that one would say after 7 whiskeys. But this is still in 1995, 24 years old. So this one's still available too. If you guys, I know I've seen some comments. I want to check out explore this profile because I haven't had many of these. It's true.
Really good.
This is interesting. This is one of the older whiskeys that I've seen that profile. I'm big on a light blue color.
Yeah. That's a good one.
Okay, so next is
Oh gosh.
all right. The unsung hero of them all, as I call it, Juicy Oak and Vanilla. And I feel like this, I feel like I've had this, it's felt obligatory in some way. I don't explain. But I have this natural inclination to promote this flavor profile wherever I go. I feel like in the hidden gems that we put out every month, I think one just went out earlier today. If you got an email, where I go through and pick a few different whiskeys out from the shop that I think are just the hidden gems. Just really good experience for the money and just the cask, like everything that's in it. It's like the cask itself. You know, if I'm not saying this is a 10-year-old whiskey, but if you had 10-year-old whiskeys lined up, it's the one that in 10 years extracted the most flavor and it had the best romance with the wood over that period of time. You know, and those tend to fall in this flavor profile. So this is one that I think a lot of you guys will be excited to, maybe if you like what you hear from Jenna, you'll be excited about it because it is a more recent one. So there's a chance that some of you have picked this one up. ABV is 60.2%. I've stopped revealing that a long time ago. I don't even know if it matters at this point.
Man.
So the big thing is compare this to the light and delicate.
It's like an amplified version of it almost.
Yeah.
Like it's just more intense on the nose. It's more intense on the palate. Like the finish is longer, the viscosity. I think that's what I've really kind of grown to love about this flavor profile is just how viscous and like thick some of these whiskeys are. And man, that's good. I'm excited to know what this is.
This is cask 96.34, Stroll Through the Seasons, released this week.
Oh, yeah.
To commemorate the gathering, 2021. This one did dry up pretty quickly. I think it was picked up only 144 bottles in total. Plus, we had a couple of this one, and then Tom had one that we had to do for the outturn preview tasting. So 142 available. So I know a lot of you had this coming if you haven't received yours already. And everyone's been accounted for. So really, really spot on. I really, really enjoy the whiskey and just full flavor and texture and everything for what
the
you get.
nose is like stunning. I could smell this all day.
All right. It is now 2:43 Eastern time.
My
have
gosh.
17 minutes left. We have 4 whiskeys in 17 minutes to taste. I need a sip of water too.
Okay. Let me guess. Oiling Coastal.
No. Yes.
Oh.
Yes. Oiling Coastal. Yes. We're going to Oiling Coastal. We're going to Oiling Coastal because you got that because the next 3, we have 4 left. 3 of them are all peated profiles. So Oiling Coastal will do first, which is blue. And we talk about creaking ships lost in the fog. It's not this one. I'll tell you. All right. Well,
just that smell. There is, I think, I don't know. I just smell any kind of like smoke or peat in a whiskey. And I don't know, it is just joy. I don't know how. It's like, I guess when you smell like freshly baked cake or whatever it is that, like, I don't know, that smell is just joy.
Yeah, there is like a sort of like a coastal, like a maritime smoke with a little bit of like vanilla cake icing. Just kind of a unique combination to describe, but it, when you smell it, it really works.
It's the best.
This one does sort of, the aroma is a little bit smokier than the typical oily and coastal.
Mhm.
There is some smoke. Typically, it's not there.
Oh my gosh.
Any guesses to what it could be? Oh, that's really good.
Is this an older one that we released a while ago?
Do you want to tell me, or am I telling you?
I mean, we haven't really had many oily and coastals as of late, but I don't feel like I've ever had this.
So this is 93.128 Smoke and Smugglers, which was 17-year-old bottled last year. This is the 2020 Campbelltown Malt Festival release.
That is outstanding.
Yeah, so this was spot on. We released a lot of amazing casks for the festivals last year. I mean, this year too, of course, but last year it was like COVID had just hit. Everybody was locked down. It was one of the best and worst weeks for us because it seems like a lot of members, every member almost, all of a sudden, in lockdown was really more eager than usual to get a hold of one of these bottles. So I think, Jenny, you probably remember that. It was, sites were crashing and
Crazy.
Things were moving like immediately.
I know.
It was in a lot of ways just a bit chaotic for everyone. We had never experienced anything like that. But I know a lot of members were able to get some bottles out of that and share with other members, which was amazing. This was one that really stuck out to me of like all the festival bottlings. I just thought this was just so special.
I think I actually have my sample of this still in my stash. I don't think I ever tasted this because you and Tom did the tasting together. This is, I think, my first time tasting this. That is ridiculous.
Yeah, George says that's a good one. George, I feel like I remember you posted something about this on Instagram or something, and I was feeling as I do about the whiskey. I was really excited about that. Dave Bell says, the good old end days. That was just, we'll probably be looking back on this. Now it's still a little new to COVID because it's kind of going that way. But maybe we'll look back in years to come and be like, wow, when the world was ending and all we did was order whiskey online to get through it. So next one is going to be lightly peated. We're doing pretty good. We have 13 minutes. We can probably slow down for a moment, and rejuvenate, but also pour the whiskey at the same time. I'm just saying we don't have to. Oh, no, already ahead of me.
I'm
Okay.
already ahead of you.
So lightly peated. Now, just something to point out, we have 3 different peated profiles: lightly peated, then just straight up peated, then heavily peated. We've internally been discussing just evaluating the flavor profile program just to begin with. Are we missing flavor profiles? How can we make this more immersive for members? Are there too many flavor profiles if we don't need to add any? And we looked at these 3 peated ones, like, should we condense these into just, and the reality is it's hard because there are distinctly lightly peated and just peated, then like really heavily peated whiskeys, and they all deserve their own, I think is what we concluded. So anyway, what do you think? Do you have a preference of those 3 or you're into all of it? Yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a preference. I've had incredible whiskeys in literally all 3 of the peated profiles. Because some days you just want something that's just lightly peated. And then some days you want something that is like very heavily peated. So I think it's nice that it really does give you like the full spectrum of peat, where you don't have to have something heavily peated all the time. Or I don't know. I love them all.
Yeah, there is something about the style that for me triggers a sense of place. then sort of transports me sort of mentally in a way that some other styles perhaps don't. I mean, I think that's probably just of the coast, because we know the coast in a ways. Maybe we don't know the Scottish mainland as well. I mean, I suppose when I went to Speyside, I once had a chance. I had sort of the first time in Speyside, I had a bourbon barrel matured, sort of fruity one in the woods, and it felt very evocative of where I was, but not to this degree. Like this really transports you, takes you places.
I could not agree with you more, because for me, like, I haven't been to Islay yet. I haven't been to where, some of the, well, this may not be an Islay whiskey, but, just that smell is, so kind of synonymous with the island. And I haven't even been there. Like, I've been to Speyside, and when I smell like a big, like ex-bourbon Speyside, it doesn't transport me there like this transports me to Islay, even though I've never been. And I think, I don't know if that's like a fantasy thing, if that's like, it's like when you read a good book and you're just like, automatically there in the book. It's very similar, I guess, in that way. But I could not agree with you more. Just that smell, there's nothing quite like it.
Yeah, I would say going, obviously you need to get over, but going there, to your point, I had the same experience. Like, I felt I was there even though I hadn't been there, and then going there didn't necessarily change that. I didn't really. I mean, of course, I gained something, but I didn't gain a heightened ability to sort of mentally step out of my room and go there every time I have an Islay whiskey from that point forward. That hadn't changed. I mean, if anything, I think maybe I realized, okay, well, the land is covered with peat, but the land is not always smoking. So this peat smoke that's common in a lot of Islay whiskeys, like that's not what Islay tastes. It's more of the gentler, like a lightly peated one like this, for instance, or an unpeated Islay whiskey that you really sort of like, that captures, I think, the essence of being. And that's for me. I mean, if you guys in the chat, I'd love to hear what you think. But I think I would just say my experience is, with any Islay whiskey or island whiskey, is not. I don't think it's greater because I had been there, and that I'm truthful. And in other things, it really helps. I mean, that makes a big difference. But in this one, I think it's so powerful. Now, that said, this is not from Islay, and it's not even from an island in Scotland. So this is we are talking about Islay, but we're not even there in spirit, quite literally. I mean, that was a play on words. This is a spirit, and it is from the mainland of Scotland. It is cask 135.14, Tripping the Light Fantastic, a 13-year-old, double matured in an ex-bourbon hogshead, and then transferred to a first fill red wine barrique, presumably French oak. That's not shown on the bottle, but presumably it's a lot of the French oak casks that will import will come from Bordeaux, for instance. So yeah, really, really love I love the whiskey, love the depth and texture.
That is outstanding. Yeah. You can just send me the rest of that bottle. And it's a 135.
You're like,
you have really spoiled me today.
Like 6 ounces left.
Wow.
All right. We're powering through.
Oh man, we have 2 more, and we have 10 minutes?
Yeah, so right after this, we're going to go right into just an open Q&A, and Tom's going to come on as well. And so it's just a good opportunity. I know I've been watching the chat come in, but we want to just answer all your questions, enjoy a whiskey together. So we'll kind of slow down from this, and then things that'll really pick up because we're coming back with the trivia, and we're giving away a lot of chances to win. So let's pause on that. Next one is a peated whiskey.
Okay. I have to say, Evan said that I like 135 and everything that under that distillery's umbrella. And as many of you know, that is like one day I'm just going to show up there and ask all the questions because I'm so fascinated by what they do. So, and my not favorite, but society whiskey that I wish I had 10,000 bottles of is a 135, 135.1.
Yeah.
No, I even have the empty bottle. I can't get rid of it.
Oh, you don't have any left?
No.
Oh.
I mowed through. I mowed through it, and then I had a very little left, and then I just like babied it because it was just like the perfect.
Hey, Tom.
Hey,
Beautiful whiskey. Hi.
what's going on, guys?
We're just in the middle of a power hour, but it's good to see
Oh
you.
wow. Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Join us.
Do you mind if I hang out?
Well, no, but do this thing.
Oh,
Tom,
yeah,
we're putting you in the
that's
bottom.
That's
We
much
have
better.
two more whiskeys, and we're on the peated one right now. So
How the hell are you guys holding up?
surprisingly well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We've also been tasting everything. I mean, we haven't tasting.
Like-
we haven't really been.
Baby pours.
Yeah.
All right. Nice. I heard a 67% in there somewhere. I was like, wow.
That was the
Gluttons
whiskey
for
from
punishment.
Tejas. That was the throws you curveballs.
The
I threw a curveball.
140.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Okay.
And I
All right.
hadn't had that
Sorry,
yet.
I don't want-
And
Listen,
I don't
was
want
listen,
to
YouTube
interrupt.
show comes in, and then we derailed. You guys, come on. First of
All
all,
right, grab a
comment for
peated
the
whiskey.
chat. What do you think of Tom Smith's classic tartan shirt for YouTube? He's dedicated to
This is
wearing
my
it every
YouTube tartan. I
It's a YouTube
have not
tartan.
washed this shirt in 4 years now.
I
It's,
believe
I
that.
think
So-
that's going to
Peated
become
whiskey?
like a society relic. You know, like in 50 years, 100 years, when we're like well and gone, that's going to be like on display in a museum as like petrified. It's going to be like hard and crispy, and people will like travel to see the shirt.
It's
Oh,
going
I
to be
got a
like
peated whiskey
Tom,
here.
it'll be like Pips Lagonda, Tom's tartan shirt, Jenna's tears of joy in a glass vial,
Yes.
and then and then I don't know, and then Neil Patrick
Ben's-
Harris. All right, so
Ben's
let's
big-ass
finish these
microphone.
two. Tom, if you don't mind, give us a moment. So we're on this peated one right now. Jenna, and this has become a bit of a blind tasting, which it was not the intention, but this is down
Failed
to testing
miserably.
Jenna's saturated palate, articulation. So this one, full peated profile. I don't know if Matt Ryan's still in the chat. You were here, but I feel like this is unofficially dedicated to you. Just every whiskey that comes out with the green label is just your whiskey, because you tend to order them all anyway. All sorts of peated whiskeys from all over Scotland, not just the island of Islay, of course, which we have with the lightly peated one. What do you think of this one, Jenna?
It's very sooty.
John Bourne says 4.255 is the weirdest whiskey I've ever tasted. I definitely like weird, so I'll take that as a compliment. Very sooty. Okay, so this is 42.52 wood smoke through a porthole. This is also a pretty recent release. Tom, do you know if is this one still available as of today? I know a lot of them have moved off the shelves just with the free shipping promotion going on.
42.52.
52 wood smoke through a porthole. 13 years old from a
No.
refill ex-bourbon
No.
hogshead. That's one's move. Okay.
Yeah, we have a 42.56 sipping whiskey from a shell. That's still available. Different age, different price point.
Tom, you would have liked. So Jenna's her samples are all blind, and I pulled out for the spicy and sweet the amber waves of grain, which when Jenna first joined us,
I
Oh,
know,
goodness.
right?
our first YouTube live stream ever together was amber waves of grain, and I was just commenting on how
Wow.
when we released this exclusive cask, we had 250 bottles. Back then, it would take months for these to sort of clear out, and we're like, okay,
Yeah.
well, let's talk about it because it's so good, and just how things have changed so much since then. Anyway,
Yeah, that's pretty crazy, man.
That was,
Um,
but was that
wow.
post Vegas
feels like a long time ago.
live stream? I think that was our first
pre-
live stream.
yeah,
It was
because you had
in
just,
Vegas.
Vegas was when I recruited you to join the team.
And that
No,
was
no.
with 135.1.
We were friends before actually even meeting in person, and then we went to Las Vegas for an Instagrammer whiskey Instagrammer sort of gathering, and then I met you and Jarrell, your husband. He was there as well, right? That was so much fun, and we did a live stream because I was saying, oh, let's do a live stream together as a test run. But then when you joined the team officially, the first initiative was, wow, we
As
did
an
release this
employee.
25th anniversary US exclusive cask. All right, let's just finish up here. So this one, the final one is the heavily peated flavor profile, dark green label, Tar Life Extra, as it's unofficially called. And let's see what you think of this, Jenna. Capture the tears in a vial if you can. And Brian Baumstein says Amber Wave was a great cask. So Brian, appreciate you being around. And Dale says, Tom, what did you pour for yourself?
Oh, I was typing. I didn't want to interrupt you.
Oh, no.
So actually, Dale was in one of my virtual sessions the other day, and I actually grabbed this whiskey for that too. This is a festival bottling from this year, a Green Sea Tapestry, 10-year-old, 53.367 rather. So a really nice, very maritime, saline oriented, like green olive and super savory expression from 53.
So, John, any guesses as to what this is, where it's from? What do you think of it, first of all? I got to pour it myself. And I'm going to pour myself a full dram here because we're going to sort of transition into the live whiskey Q&A, which we have an hour to sort of just really spend time with you guys watching, answer your questions. We'll be talking through the whole thing, of course, because that's what you do when you have a dozen whiskeys in you and then and nothing but friends around. So we'll be doing that and sort of prepping.
I'll give myself a bigger pour, I guess, too.
So I definitely need a full dram here of this one. I can just go out and tell you right now, Tom.
Tell me.
It's in this whiskey, you've become newly acquainted to it, as have I. It is, of course, 29.281 Driftwood Barbecue. Our third release, U.S. exclusive cast, dropped this week for the Gathering. And I know a lot of you have, we've done all, within the 12 flavor profiles, I've included all three of the Gathering casts, of course. Not of course, just because they're spot on. And Tom and I, we had so much fun on Monday. Like, we were totally nerding out and loving these whiskeys. And afterwards we closed out. We're like, this is just amazing. So this one is, I think, quintessential Isla. It is from Isla, of course. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of it. Distillery 29. Snyder for Christ says sold out in 14 minutes. I didn't realize that. But there was only 217 bottles.
It's about 14 minutes or so,
yeah. Yeah. So
of everything that we have tasted through, the 140 is, I mean, that just totally caught me off guard. That was just, and I love that. That's what got me into whiskey, because I was caught off guard. So that whiskey was outstanding. But I have to say that actually this 29 is a stunning whiskey. Like, I would happily have this on my shelf any day of the week. It's really beautiful.
Yeah. Well,
so, thank you.
I want to acknowledge, obviously, if you miss out on a chance of getting a bottle, we know what that's like. Look, the good news is there is so much coming out, especially going through the end of this year, October, November, December. Technically, I mean, we try to split it. Actually, Tom, this is it's your gig. Tom is the one responsible for choosing the selection that comes to the U.S. every month. He puts the outturns together. And I'll just go out and say, I think on your behalf, Tom, you try to make sure every single month, regardless of the season, is special in its own way. But of course, when you get towards the end of the year in the whiskey industry, it's the big quarter for the whiskey industry. And just because it gets colder out, I think a lot more people beyond just sort of the core turn their attention to whiskey a little bit. So if you missed out on anything from this week, you're feeling bummed. I know what that's like. Don't worry. I think what's coming down the road is there's a lot to explore. But it is the last day of the free shipping promotion today. That's ending at midnight. And I know shipping is a pricey proposition. Of course, it's what we have to incur with our warehouse and carrier partners to get it out to you. But nonetheless, we're covering it this week, ending at midnight tonight. So if you like anything I know I try to pick some that were still available in the shop through the last 12, you're welcome to order it. But midnight at Pacific time is the cutoff. So
it's actually been a pretty sporty day on the website today. I took during my hour off from the this stream, I actually cleared out probably about 10 or 12 whiskeys that are completely sold out. So people are active today. So great. I mean, it's great to see, and great to see they're taking advantage of it. And there are a few whiskeys that are sold out, but plenty left for everyone to get into.
I'm just going to jump in now, Jenna. We actually blocked you to actually go ahead and eat lunch, or you don't have to hang around for the next hour because I know you're coming back for the trivia. We'd love to hang if you're just sitting around.
Yeah, I have blocked out this whole day for you, Ben.
Well, that's what you keep saying.
Do feel free to stretch your legs.
No.
Yeah. Tom, how was your break?
I'm good. Thank you.
Okay.
a question just came in about I think probably relative to what we're saying about the free shipping. And Daniel Clark says, "What is on the site right now that you feel is a must-have?" So didn't we? I think we just sent out the hidden gems. Went out as well, and let me actually pull, because I went through and I tasted. So the email went on at 3 hours ago. So I'd actually pulled a few casks myself from the shop for this very purpose. Just and the hidden gems that we put out every month is, again, it's focusing on whiskeys that maybe on paper might not stand out as being the most exciting. And it's just sort of a humbling exercise to remind yourself that you really can't judge a whiskey on paper. You have to actually taste it. And of course, so if you can't taste it, maybe someone who has can kind of help out. So 48.123, the Journey's End, juicy oak and vanilla flavor profile. I just talked about how so many of those are just offer such great value for the experience to be had, was one of them. 2.124 was funny because I'm really new at 14-year-old Space Cider. I think it's pretty cool to sometimes, have a single cask variant of a whiskey whose distillery puts out a lot of volume. And so you typically see it all over the world on different shelves in its own form. To try sort of a true single cask form is always fun. And then my other pick was, I didn't pick this for this lineup, Jenna, because I want to do the gathering one, cast that we just had, but to cast 10.216 Krills and Harbors. We had that.
It's so good.
Do we have that the other? We did that on the channel here. Tom, was it you and I had this one? Maybe. I'm trying to think.
I wasn't able to do the outturn, and you guys did it. And
it was me by myself.
You were by yourself.
Oh yeah, it was you by yourself. That's right.
Oh, thanks, guys. Yeah. That's right.
Sorry.
I full transparency. I mean, look, we all have our own personal preferences. I really enjoy most everything from Distillery 10. I for some reason that they do unpeated, lightly peated, and heavily peated. I've always struggled to wrap my head around their own heavily peated variants. For whatever reason, it just hasn't settled on my palate. This is the first one that I thought, not only is this a standout, it's one of as good of an Islay whiskey can be.
It is outstanding. It's funny, Zach and I were actually talking about it because Zach's not a huge Peat fan. He's still kind of getting into Peat. And
where is that kid, by the way?
He's not here.
Where is this guy?
Zach is golfing today, I think.
Oh, good. God bless you. One of the other things the Scots invented. Very good.
Right. So we were talking about that particular whiskey, and I was like, just because he hasn't, I was like, taste it. I was like, I wasn't expecting it to be, on paper, but then I tasted it and it was just absolutely stunning. And so I was like, make sure you open it and tasted it. And then he came back the next day and he's like, hey, I tasted it. And I can't tell you how much I really love this whiskey. And that's big for somebody who's not really into peat. And I think I'm a huge fan of that whiskey. So that's good.
So if I may, things on the website that we think are a must have. I want to mention two, one of which is in stock for sure, and I think it represents some very good value. It's cask number 113.42.
Oh yeah.
And this is called Forest Foraging. This is one of a few different casks that sometimes we have to change the title on, for TTB compliance purposes. And I'm pretty sure the original title had something to do with Calvados. And I am a huge fan of Calvados. I love all kinds of spirits beyond whiskey, not quite as much as Scotch whiskey, but Calvados comes real freaking close. And the fact that this whiskey exudes so much character from that region, it's to me, that's really, really cool. It's 23 years old, and it's got great age. It's in a refill hoggy, so a less active barrel. You have the spirit character really coming through, and I think that's an incredible value, and one that I think is a must-have for sure. So that's the first one, 113.42 Forest Foraging. Now, this other one, it might seem obvious, but I have to mention it. There are only 5 bottles left. And this is another whiskey that I poured during our virtual drams the other day.
Oh my God, I know where you're going.
This is arguably the best society bottling I've tasted this year. Arguably, I don't know. I'm going to exclude Vault's Collection out of this.
Is it this?
But cask 26.151.
That whiskey
Fragrance
is
clings to the hand that gives flowers.
Dude, you said 5 left, and I've been watching that.
It is
like maybe a few more.
Charlie was talking about
It
Distillery
is.
26. We released a lot of 26, so it's not like it's not like 26 is like, oh, we only release it once a year or something. But man, this particular cask, holy cow!
wild.
Like,
Yeah.
the complexity is just ceaseless. It's really a whiskey to behold, and that's one that I'm going to sip really, really slow. Especially after revisiting it. I hadn't touched it in a long time, and I revisited it on Wednesday, and I was like, oh man, like I want to be drinking this whiskey 5 years from now and see how it develops.
Yes.
There's just more and more and more happening each time. A lot of our whiskeys are like that, but this guy, that's really something special, and not an inexpensive whiskey, but I think worth every penny for sure. So those would be my
I could not agree with you more. Yeah, I could not agree with you more. That whiskey is absolutely just, it's mind blowing. My whiskey's been stashed away in storage for all these months, and I cannot wait to get that bottle again because it's absolutely beautiful. But I'll kind of chime in with the one that I think is worth picking up on the website, and there are only 10 left, and that's 66.190. Softly merging, and what I
the unpeated.
Oh,
yes.
Cool.
So what I really love about that whiskey is there is this just very bold note of Earl Grey tea, both on the nose and palate of that whiskey. And I think it is just absolutely fantastic. And to have something that's unpeated from that distillery, I think it's a treat.
Todd
So
Green
that
has
would be my pick.
pouring cast 35 too. So Jenna, you're a big 35er. So you tried it. Oh, actually, wait a second, Todd. We just tasted this one. This was the light and delicate that Jen and I just tasted. The abundant.
You guys tasted that light and delicate? Of all the light and delicates, it's like almost a 30-year-old whiskey, right? That's awesome.
No, it's 24 years.
Oh, it was only 24? Oh, only 24. Okay.
Come on.
Jaded. I'm so jaded.
Oh, your point about you choose
That's awesome.
that light and delicate over other light and delicates. Which one would you pick if not that one?
No, I'm very jealous. I have
okay.
not tasted that whiskey, and I've wanted to. Maybe Ben can peel me off a sample.
Tom, I just want to point out, Tom, this morning, well, actually morning my time, we started this whole thing. Tom was like, I'm just going to have a casual Vaults Collection, closed distillery, just a kick.
I know a 30-year-old whiskey just.
I brought the black labels for Pip and Charlie. I mean, I brought the black labels. I started off with 65.6. Then I did a 24.139, and I finished up with a 125.77 in my first 2 hours. This chunk I'm on for another 2 hours, and I'm doing all festivals for at least some of the time until I drink through them all. So I'm kicking off our hour of member Q&A with Commands Your Attention. This was one of 2 Speyside releases this year from distillery number 63, one of my sentimental favorites. 63.72 commands your attention. So that's what I have in my glass right now. 18 years old, and why not, guys? I mean, we sit and we're like, oh god, look at this Vaults Collection. I can't touch it. Fuck it. Like, open the bottle, enjoy the bottle. Like,
no, we were laughing about
it, right?
It's like the psychology. And I'm curious to know for everybody in the chat, if you feel this way at home. Obviously, I think at home we all have various whiskey collections, and like 3 of us here are so spoiled because we're surrounded by the society whiskey just by the nature of our profession. But even before I was just an enthusiast collecting whiskey, I still had like the rarer, the more expensive bottles I had. I tapped into those less regularly. Do people have that sort of restraint, or do they just go all in? And I think I'm just calling that out because I feel like I should just more of that, is not save whiskey for special occasions, because nothing's really guaranteed.
It's like, listen, of course you do. It's human nature, right? Especially when you're spending a lot of money on something. I mean, if money is no object, then fine, good for you, But I think oftentimes that can be a factor. But more often than not, for me, like when I taste a whiskey, I think of a buddy, and like, oh man, he or she would love that whiskey, like, and then I want to save it for them. And then when we get together, eventually, you kind of go long. That happened with me and a fellow member, a buddy named Chris Buckafusco. Me and Chris like plowed through this bottle of Octomore Farm. It was really, really we should not have plowed through it. I should have saved more for another time, but sometimes you can't help yourself. So it's like you have people in mind too for these different whiskeys as well.
It's funny. This is obviously we're here for a Q&A session, not to just turn into a QVC commercial, but this is so much fun. Just actually, we hadn't, three of us talked about this, just being fully candid with our, what's in the shop. We're obviously, what you guys could probably imagine when you're in the business, of course, we love what we do, but it's also a business and we're very focused on the day-to-day job of it. But this is what it's all about. And I just want to, if I may, real quick, earlier when I showed the gathering cast, two of them went right away, and I know some members didn't have a chance to get one. The one island that we had, I have bottles everywhere, and this is crazy. Here it is, Driftwood Barbecue. If you didn't get this, I mentioned in Hidden Gems today about this one, 10.216. Honestly, pick this up. If you didn't get that one and you're pretty bummed out, these two whiskeys are equally phenomenal. I truly can. I know one's here to commemorate the gathering. This one, this unassuming 7-year-old that was from an ex-bourbon hogshead and then transferred to a second fill toasted oak hogshead, 60.5%, is just amazing. Anyway, I'm going to become a little Jenna-like right now and get emotional. It's just it's the whiskey that makes you realize, like, this is why I'm in it, at least for me. So yeah, I will, if you don't like it, we can't give your money back, but you can just come after me, because I'd say pick that one up. I cannot say enough about it. Anyway, so that's that. I would say anything.
I don't see many questions. A lot of amazing comments. All talking we can throw these up. I mean, we're all just kind of chatting together, which is
that's the whole point. And in 45 minutes, Ford will be doing the trivia, and I know we've explained that the trivia is going to be a chance to win $1,000 gift card to SMWS.com, which it is. But what we haven't revealed, and we'll just go ahead and share now, is that we'll be giving away many, many gift cards for many, many trivia questions, lesser values, but varying values as well. So the chances of you winning something is pretty high. Again, we'll get into that a little bit, but just make sure to stick around, because at 4:00, right? I'm an hour behind you guys. So yeah, at 4:00 Eastern time,
4:00. Yeah.
We'll be doing a whole hour of trivia with many chances to win gift cards for SMWS.com. So yeah. Question from John. I want to put this up. Is as a beginner, what are some must-haves? I like this. This is a loaded question because
I love this question, though.
You can go so many directions. What would you guys say for think? I mean, step out of our own little bubbles and kind of go back to when we were beginners.
Yeah.
Think of like, what were you pursuing, or how would you have wanted to be steered, or in which direction?
I always think, as far as like getting into the society, I think that juicy oak and vanilla is just a great place to start. And I think that for a few different reasons. One, you get just kind of like a classic example of what a great, single cask Scotch whiskey can be, but you get so much variance in that flavor profile that it can really kind of steer you to, let's say, spicy and dry, or it can steer you to something, along the lines of like a sweet, fruity, and mellow. Like, I think that's such a great flavor profile to start in, because I don't know, there's so much flavor variance in that flavor profile. And I think it's just a really good place to start, because it can really guide you into so many other like flavor profile, talking within the society, flavor profiles. And that would be my kind of pick as to where to start. So. Well,
I would always ask a new member, I mean, acting as a a society guy, I would ask a new member, well, what do you like in whiskey? I mean, very few people never pick up a bottle of Scotch whiskey and then say, I want to join the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. There's usually some sort of interest and experience leading up to this. And my question is always, well, what do you typically drink? Like, what's your wheelhouse? And I would usually try and match that, that kind of style, whatever it is. So, John, why don't you type in real quickly, like, what were some things that you were drinking pretty regularly that you enjoyed before you joined the society? And we'll do the exercise right now. But yeah, that's it's really what I would start with. I think it's our dream to guide members in the very beginning to sort of be comfortable with these whiskeys, because there are a lot of them and it can be intimidating. So to find that level of comfortability within a few different flavor profiles, but then of course to start expanding their taste horizons by going elsewhere. I mean, that's the dream. A member a while ago, I forget who it was, but during your power hour, he said, oh, well, I matched 10 of 12 flavor profiles. I mean, that's the kind of member that that gets it, that they have 10 out of 12 flavor profiles on their shelf. I mean, we all have our favorites, and I mean, some folks only do peated, some folks only do sherry or whatever. Hey man, it's your thing. But our hope is that you have a selection of them all. So John, Macallan 12 and 18 and Glendronach 12 year. Okay, so that's pretty in your face, deep, rich, and dried fruit.
Yep.
So then in that case, I might play around with recommending like a sweet, fruity, and mellow, or spicy and sweet, either red wine or sherried cask, maybe a less active sherry cask, something like that. Really dependent on what was available at the time, because our inventory kind of changes quite a bit. But your wheelhouse is going to be deep, rich, and dried fruit, I would imagine. So a bottle like the 30.108, A Taste of Home, our gathering release this year, it's going to knock your fucking socks off. Like, you're gonna absolutely love it. You're gonna love it. So, but that's the starting point. And then it's like, okay, well, how about we do this with you? How about we peel back a little bit of that sherry, bottle by bottle, and then eventually perhaps we're in like that 113.42, that refill ex-bourbon hogshead. That's a fairly inactive cask, and then a completely different whiskey experience.
So, so guys, we do have quite a few questions coming in now, and I want to
okay.
Maybe
Sorry,
we'll roll through some of these. We'll try to give a sort of brief for answers, moving forward. But and going back at before John had asked, real quick, Dave had asked about, have we ever thought of doing sample offerings like an advent calendar each year? Tom, what do you think about that?
Right. Advent calendar is something we are always trying to work on. It is full of legal pitfalls. And we're working on it. Is it going to, I mean, it's certainly not going to happen this year. So the goal is 2022. And I also saw another question about like kind of sampler packs and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
We are also working on that with the UK. Much earlier this year, the TTB approved all kinds of bottle volumes out of nowhere. So we will likely be having those kind of sampler packs in the next, hopefully, year, maybe 2 years. But those will come. Those will come. An advent calendar will come. But for me to sit here and promise that it's happening within a certain amount of time would be, difficult to do. So we will eventually have that. Yeah.
Next question from Jacob. More American single malts on the way. This is a good question. Maybe more frequent drops. We are definitely investing into American whiskey in general, not just single malts. But the demand from members here, it couldn't be more clear. It's every time we do release some, members are pretty enthusiastic about it. So we've been, I would say, over the past couple of years. Of course, planning for this takes time. You plan for something, you strike a new partnership with the distillery. It just takes time till the whiskey's ready and approved by the tasting panel. So everything is future planning. But Tom, I mean, specifically, are we going to see more American single malts on the way in the near future that you know of?
Well, we're already working with a handful of American single malt producers. Some of them, like Distillery 140, have a bit more regular release. Distillery 133, we purchased that first and only cask right before they sold to Remy. So that is an ongoing conversation. The team themselves at the distillery are more than willing to work with us, but it's kind of the corporatocracy that we have to deal with there. And so that's a work in progress to get more casks out of there. I know we've opened discussions with single malt producers in Oregon and also in California, certainly in Illinois as well. So we're on the lookout. We're always keeping an eye peeled, and we hope to have many more. But I think along with those single malts, as Ben mentioned, there will be a lot more bourbon. There will be a little more rye. We have to be realistic about rye production. But yeah, so in general, a lot more American whiskey to play around with as the years go on. We've started trading with certain folks in Kentucky, and those new fillings are basically laying down right now. They're just not ready to be released, but they will be before we know it.
So question from the Water of Life. Do you have more blended malts coming down the pike? I love the batch 10 and it didn't last long.
Yes, blended malts. Let's see here. There was one I had kind of delay a little bit to, I want to say November. Batch 12 is going to be the next one. Where are you, batch 12? It's actually going to be in December. So batch 12 is something in the UK that they call Clementine Confit. In the US, we're going to be calling it batch 12. 10 years old. That's a blend of new oak, Caucasian, and American oak barriques. So that'll be a fun exploration of very active barrel influence. But we have that and a few in 2022 that I can't really speak about right now.
So question from Evan Belt, how do you select the bottle of the month? That's interesting. So quick, I mean, just for anybody, the bottle of the month is sort of a subset of our club in the US that you can join. Our team will pre-select a bottle every single month and have it shipped out to you. And over the course of the 12 months, we go for different styles, different flavor profiles, different regions, just to sort of give you a very diverse or tasting experience over the course. Tom is the one selecting the bottles, and I believe that's kind of the process you take on, right?
Yeah, I mean, so in a calendar year, I can't promise you won't get the same flavor profile twice, but you'll never get the same distillery twice in a 12-month period. So that's to allow members to have as much variation as possible, distillery, region, flavor profile, barrel protocol, age. That's a touchy subject because tend to be fairly sheepish about going too high in price point. You're usually looking at somewhere between a $95 to $300 price point, $300 max. I mean, I usually don't even like to go that high. Quite frankly, because I don't want members to think that we're trying to take advantage of them, because it isn't automatic billing. So it's more realistically $95 to $200. So that does limit your age statement a bit, but it's actually growing. I used to have a lot more opportunities or choices rather each month. Now that our member bottle of the month group has grown so much, there are fewer bottles that I can choose simply from a volume standpoint. So it's a good problem to have for sure, and it certainly doesn't affect the quality of what's being picked. But it just makes me have to play around with things a little bit more. But it's a great program, and eventually I think we'd like to maybe move to a more integrated program where there's more of an educational package that comes along with this bottle release. We're not quite there yet, but we have started discussing that. And then once we get there, it's likely an exclusive, like a full cask each month.
So, question from Jesse. Poison. Hey, Jesse, good to see you. Didn't the older bottles have the profile name on the color strip on the? We were talking about this. Did the old bottles have the name of the flavor profile on the labels, Tom?
How old do you want to go? I got.
Well, I mean, just like
I got this bottle that doesn't show any indication of flavor profile.
It's not listed either.
Yeah, no. I mean,
Not on this,
it's
no.
only on the shop because even the bottles, they didn't have the name of the flavor profile on the labels at all. But I like when we're being challenged by this.
The big packaging change was to go from what I just showed you to the bottlings with the flavor strips on them.
Yeah.
And they only ever had the color swatches, not actual verbiage. That's really just on our website.
And question for Center for Christ. I know in-person tastings will hopefully be starting back soon. True. Will there be opportunities to have virtual tastings in the future? Buy a kit. So that's something, a couple things. Right now, we do offer private virtual tastings for members. So if you have a group of friends that are, potentially if they're members, great. If they're interested in joining, it's a good opportunity to introduce your friends. We do have our tasting kit, which is available, and that has 3 100 milliliter bottles, different styles, different profiles, among the 3. And that comes with 2 tasting glasses, like this uber heavy, fancy crystal water jug, a pipette, and anyway, it's pretty epic kit. But what we'll do is we'll do a private tasting and taste through those samples together. So you got the glassware for it too. On our website, smwsa.com, you can check. You can submit an inquiry for a virtual tasting. But we're also talking about more ways to expand that for members, on a more regular basis to be involved. It's just the logistics is what we're trying to sort out at the moment. And John Paul asked, when might live tastings return?
That's a tricky question, John. I mean, we were planning to do a big kickoff in September and resume October onward, and that didn't happen. In fact, we've canceled October. It's difficult in dealing with an entire country. We can't just kick off events in one city that seems to be further along and recovering from the pandemic without kicking off in others, so we need to be fully aligned, and that's proving difficult as there are surges in different parts of the country and that sort of thing. Of course, the hope is November. The hope is month to month. Like, when can we start doing this? Realistically, I'd probably think we start in 2022.
Yeah.
If I'm being painfully realistic, I mean, we all want to get back out there. The whole team wants to get out, tasting, shaking hands, toasting in person. And I mean, that's one of the most beautiful things about what we're doing here. And the fact that we can't is, I mean, listen, this is great, but you're not tasting exactly what we're tasting. And that's a huge part of what we're missing with the virtual experience. It's still great fun, but yeah.
Question from Les is, how does the Society's public offer in the UK affect SMWSA? The big thing is, I think it affects us in the way it affects the club on a global scale, which is to raise funds to invest in more casks, amongst many other things. The intent was purely as an investment to just raise for capital, to double down. It is very much, you probably read in the news if you heard about it. It was a response to just continued growth that we've been really grateful for here in the U.S. primarily. I mean, I think the U.S. has been cited, and so if you're in the chat, you're the reason this is happening. But because of I think the continued and growing support, our ambition is to take this to the next level as much as we can. And if that means more whiskey, of course, in a competitive market for our members to enjoy, that is the priority, of course. But more opportunities to get involved. This week was not really something that was expensive. We spent a lot to connect with you guys in this way, but I think trying to go beyond and do things, that's really the intent. is to just continue improving the experience. So I would say for us, without being too specific, because it is kind of early in the game, that's the intent. And I think for the US and really everybody beyond that. And then
we're going to reap, if I may, we're going to reap the benefits of the capital that was raised by this public offering. And it's not just more stock that we're going to have access to, but we're creating a very robust wood program. And you're going to see a lot more, for instance, sherried wood coming from bodegas directly from Jerez. And in the next couple of years, the amount of ex-sherry matured whiskey that the society will be releasing will be significantly greater than it is today. So those are things you'll see pretty soon.
And that really is directly based on feedback from what, we do listen to what members want. I mean, I've said this before. It's like at the end of the day, we're a members club. We're not here trying to do anything else than give you really what you want. And maybe we try to push your boundaries a little bit and get you to steps outside of your comfort zone. But beyond that, it's always members first. So yeah, we've heard, I think, the interest about the sherry casks, matured whiskeys, often. And there was some time over the last few years where it's been harder and harder, but so get ready for all the hashtag sherry life followers back there. Has there been a release?
Sherry life, sticky life? What is that? What is that life?
Well, there was a tar life. There was the wax
tar life, yeah.
Which I learned of today.
Right. There is the wax life. Yeah.
Wax life.
Yeah. Any corn whiskey in the society? I would say there has in the past.
Has there? I don't think so.
Oh no! I'm thinking of
not corn whiskey.
Well, I'm not gonna reveal what I'm thinking of, but I think
you're thinking of Irish.
No. I'm just. We'll move on
You're
from
just
my
thinking.
thought.
Okay.
So have I told you about the Power Hour, Tom? That was a lot of fun.
You poor guys, you're like pretty ripped up, and I'm
no,
fairly with it at this point.
We are highly professional. We are composed.
You're good?
We are just doing what we do well.
Right. So corn whiskey, not yet, but coming soon.
In the future.
It was just released in the UK, actually.
Yeah, there is one. I was thinking of we released whiskey from said distillery well into the past, but not corn whiskey. That's what I was actually getting at.
Right,
now the real question is, and I'm sorry if I'm not able to get to all of these. I'm trying to be mindful of time and what we have coming up and just catching up because we're like 10 minutes beyond when these questions were asked at this point. The big question of the day is come from Ian, and it's anything with petrichor in the near future. Tom, do you want to take this one?
Oh my God. Man, there's so much petrichor coming down the pitch. If you guys don't know, petrichor for days. So I'm really excited. But where are we going to find this petrichor? Are we going to find it in an obvious place like an Orkney or a Campbelltown, or are we going to find it in the Speyside?
Tom, you're the only one who tasted, so you tell me. I don't know.
If
you don't know, I just want to bring.
Maybe you don't realize you're tasting it, but it's around, man. And when you put your finger on it, when you get into that petrichor #petrichor life, there's no looking back.
Petrichor is
maybe that's like hashtag damp life. Like I don't know. Yeah. Well, it's like after a rain, right? After
Yeah,
it's
right after he is right
fresh
now.
spring rain.
You see him. This is what petrichor does to him. He just reads the word
amazing.
and he gets like
amazing.
I'm surprised he's got that tartan shirt still on. I mean, he's fired up. So, question from Cody Little: what do you reach for first outside of Scotch? Funny because Tom and I were kind of having a chat before we started streaming about just other spirits for a minute. And Jenna, can I ask you first? What do you reach for outside of Scotch?
So outside of just whiskey in general, I love gin. That's probably my next spirit of choice. But in the whiskey world, I love Irish whiskey. Like hands down, outside of Scotch, Irish whiskey is my go-to. So if I'm not having a Scotch or a gin, it's most likely an Irish whiskey.
Tom, what's your reach for outside of Scotch?
Are we staying in the spirit world? Because I'm a big wine guy, right?
Yeah, of course. But maybe we'll stay in the spirit world for now. I think we all enjoy wine and everything else too.
Yeah, sure. That's absolutely fine.
Sorry, Cody, if that wasn't your intention, but I'll just.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I'm really into Armagnac.
Oh yeah.
I've always loved Armagnac. I mentioned Calvados earlier. So I guess I'm a brandy guy, with some good age on it, a lot of earthiness, maybe not petrichor, but something close. But that's what I'll reach for, end of night. If it's the middle of the day, then I've actually really been getting into our society gins in a nice G&T with some Fentimans tonic, nice earthy tonic. Oh man, so good.
A gin and tonic is like
an ass-kicking gin and tonic. So yeah, so I would say, I mean, Ben, you and I were talking about other spirits that have been near and dear to my heart for a long time too, but I imagine you'll touch on those. But yeah, I'm reaching for Armagnac, for Calvados, that kind of thing.
Yeah. I'm big on agave right now. Like I've been big on it for about a year. I haven't really been open about it. If you follow me on Instagram, I've probably been posting more recently about it. Just I don't want to like annoy people with I didn't subscribe to this. I came for the whiskey content, but I just don't really care. I mean, I just whatever I'm thinking, I just put it out there now. And mezcal is really big. So last night we had, I'm sure a lot of you caught the stream, 2 society members and friends were on, Javier Villegas and Neil Patrick Harris, well-known actor. Javier is from Mexico and comes from the tequila sort of background in his family, and really turned me on personally, single-handedly. I didn't really even understand this deep into my spirit sort of profession. I sort of avoided agave-based spirits, just not realizing what they really could be. And I felt really embarrassed in a way when I finally saw the light. I was like, how dare I judge tequila? It was almost like to imagine that every whiskey is like Jameson. Like if you have one Jameson, you're like, oh, I don't drink whiskey. Or you have one shot of Jack Daniels at a bar, you're like, oh, I've had whiskey, I don't like it. It's like, come on, And so that opened my mind in tequila, but mezcal, I'm just like really geeking out over. It's amazing spirit.
Yeah, I mean, mezcal. You and I were talking about this earlier. Mezcal has the stuffing. I think even more so than tequila. Has the stuff for like single cask bottlings from potentially the Scotch malt whiskey.
Well, there was a question from Tony, and I just address out real quick. Tony was asking about their spirits in the shop. They kind of come and go, and so right now there's not as many to choose from, but the gins go pretty quickly when we drop them. Hopefully we'll have more in the future. I would just want to comment, when we started releasing the single cask spirits, I wasn't sure how I think members would react. I wasn't sure how I would react. For me, it's really heightened my understanding of whiskey, like venturing out into something similar, like has just given me greater perspective of what whiskey is. Does that make sense? Have you guys experienced that? I mean, Tom, maybe you've had more experience than I've had, so maybe it's not new to you. I don't know, Jenna, if you felt this way.
Without question, I think.
Well, so Tom, I saw a comment. So Tom, you came from a wine background. Tom was a wine lover before.
Well, wine and spirits. I was a spirits director for a long time, but I also purchased some wine along the way as well.
I would say Jen and I are probably, we were casual consumers and then like went hardcore whiskey early on and have really been on that track. Yeah. And then I would imagine, Jen, I don't mean to speak for you, but I'm speaking for myself. But I thought that was a similar track that we've been on. Yeah. Maybe.
Right.
When I got into whiskey, I didn't really drink, period. Like I would have, like I love beer. I would have, a good beer and like maybe a glass of wine at like the holidays, and that was it. And then when I jumped into whiskey, it was just like I just jumped in head first. And I think venturing outside of whiskey into other spirits now, especially, and even in wine's a great example. Like I've been probably drinking more wine lately than whiskey. And it really does heighten my appreciation for whiskey, like venturing outside of it, because you learn so much from other spirits, and then you can take that and you can apply it to the whiskey world. And I think it's a cool thing.
Snyder for Christ asks, what changes have you seen to the society since COVID started? I was so not sure what things looked like. Well,
Well, I mean, the biggest thing are the events. I mean, we went from doing in-person events in a handful of key cities around the country. Key cities from a strategic standpoint only. We understand that our members are all around the country, so that's what we did for years. And even when we did like bigger road shows, say with Charlie MacLean or with our chairman Paul Skipworth at the time, those events were in those same cities. So if you were not in New York, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Miami, Chicago, you likely were probably not getting to a lot of events. Recently, right before COVID, we started to expand more and do quarterly events in other cities around the country. But we had just kind of started to get going once COVID came. So COVID hits, and it actually was a bit of a blessing in a way. It gave us the time to really develop the virtual approach to tasting. Mm-hmm. And we had a virtual program, but it was fairly, forgive me, Ben, anemic. Because quite frankly, we were too busy with everything else, with all the in-person logistics, with traveling, execution, and all that. And so this has allowed us to really get a strong grip on the virtual platform and continue and develop this further as we start to open back up and get in person again.
Yeah. So I would say this here, all of us here today, right now, 75, 80 of us here, I think it was one good thing to come out of a tough situation for most is that we've been able to connect, maybe not the same way that we would in person, but the reality is a very small team, which we are, covering a very large geographic footprint, which is the United States. We can only be so many places, on a monthly basis. This way, we've been able at least to connect with more members around the country, and hopefully bring you, obviously with our out-term preview tastings, more insight into what the whiskeys are like before, they're released. And then other ways to learn and connect like this. Last night was a fun session. I think we hope to do more of those things like that as well. So,
hey Ben, can we go back up? I just noticed a question up here with my name in it. So
this one right here.
I love questions with my name in it.
Is it this one?
It's a fun question.
Yeah. Why does Tom always flip?
I've said this before. But it's a fun little trick I actually learned from a member when I first started with the society, to flip your bottles before you pour them for two reasons. First, you have all these essential oils that are in your cask, so you can kind of get those mixed up a little bit. But also, possibly more importantly, to wet your cork. Depending on how long that bottle's been sitting on your shelf, you might have a drier cork. So when you do that quick flip, that'll moisten the cork a bit and hopefully make sure it doesn't break. So thanks, Wyatt. I appreciate it, man.
Thanks, Wyatt. Let's see, any other questions? Oh, here's David asks, have you fellers ever thought of doing a Ghost Distillery release? Well, we have. Actually, we've dropped, I think, a few casks in recent history from ghost distilleries that have been shut down, mothballed, completely bulldozed,
demolished.
And I think, there have been quite a few of those. So, and probably more to come.
38, right?
That's example one.
Yep, 38, 65.
65, which you had to start off the session today.
I had earlier today, yeah. I mean, there are plenty. There are at least a solid 4 to 5 that we've released in the last couple of years. But yeah.
Okay, let's see. I think that's any other questions coming in. I just want to catch up before we get ready to the just looking through blah 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 blah. Whiskey Room says, are there ways for members to get more involved in the society? Volunteer opportunities, helping with local events when these resume? I mean, I would go as far as saying yes. I mean, we don't have anything formal in place. We've just sort of started to recruit a couple members who have helped picked up some opportunities with tastings. Again, it's nothing formal yet. We're still evaluating. We're a small team. We're trying to really figure out how we're going to return to in-person events, which we will look forward to soon. I would say drop us a note if you don't mind, info@SMWSA, if you want to tell us some info where you are and everything. and what you can do with it, we'd be happy to.
I do want to kind of make mention, if I can, as far as events kind of moving forward. So I personally have left Los Angeles, and I am now, well, as of next month, we'll be in Atlanta. So for any Atlanta members, who want to put on an event later, when we start doing those things again, please do reach out, because I would love to kind of get a nice little society group going in the great state of Georgia.
Yeah, so Jenna's moved from California. Zach, who is in Florida, has moved to California. They've done a little bit of a swap. Jenna will be doing some tasting events. I've moved outside of Chicago myself. I am in Nashville, Tennessee right now. And
I moved from North 9th Street and Roebling to North 10th Street and Berry in North Williamsburg, Brooklyn, New York City. So
listen, we'd love to have members. We'd love to have members involved. Shoot us an email. I'd say at info@smwsa.com. And let's connect there to talk about that. So I'm going to hop off here in a moment. We're getting ready.
So Les, I'm sorry, Ben. I apologize. I'm just like stepping on your toes here, but Les Bischoff down in Tennessee. Les is a frequenter of Boyd's Jig and Reel. And I've met with him several times. Hopefully, when you open back up, you'll be there a few times and doing some events. Now that you're fairly close, Les is a real good dude, and you guys will have a lot of fun together.
Yeah, I went to Boyd's in Knoxville, Tennessee, a couple months ago, I want to say. So yeah, it was an amazing experience. Griffin asks, last night, is NPH a recent member? He last year he joined, I think, and I had met him last year, first time, and he was kind of new to whiskey, and he's still newish. But he's obviously a great character. He and Javier both joined, coming from other sort of spirits backgrounds in a way. So yeah, Stuart, originally from Nashville. Yeah, I'd love to connect, Stuart. I moved here in May, so it's still kind of new, but I have a lot of friends and family down here. It's been great. So anyway, I know we're kind of catching up. I'm gonna hop out here, and I'm gonna let you and Jenna run this trivia. So just real quick, guys, how it's gonna be working. As we've mentioned earlier, we are giving away $1,000 gift card to SMWSA.com, redeemable only with the Scotch Malt Whisky Society of America, so not any shop of other chapters of the society around the world. But in addition to that, Mr. Tom Smith has come up with an idea to make this a bit more engaging, or just more. What I love about Tom, by the way, let me just say this: I was just can't be speaking candidly. You give Tom a dram, and the man just wants to give away the world to everybody. He loves sharing. He loves revealing secrets. It's not a Jekyll and Hyde thing like that extreme, but it's like he can really be convinced. I love it. He's the shots for everybody at the bar kind of guy. It's like
if you recall, Ben, when we did the tasting panel experience
Charlie
tour in those cities, bought everybody drinks at least a couple of rounds after the tasting panel experiences were done. Yeah, I love buying.
I'm normally the guy in our business relationship. I'm like figuring out how can we strategically spend our money to improve things. And Tom's job is to figure out we got to keep it all tight here. I mean, he's a budget guy, so it's traditionally it's been I got to convince Tom, guys, this is a good idea. We need to open all these Vaults Collection bottlings and share them with But in recent years, maybe it's fatherhood, maybe it's just a COVID era, but Tom loves to and I love this. It's been great. So Tom's idea was, let's not just give away $1,000 gift card to one person. Let's give away many, many gift cards to many, many people watching right now.
Not it's not like we're not like Oprah. You get a gift card. You get a gift card. You get a gift card.
Kind of though.
Tom,
kind of.
Tom, how many gift cards are we giving away? Let me do the math right now.
Hold on a second. I could possibly tell you.
Okay, we're doing 4. We're not doing 4 rounds. 50 gift cards. Is that right? No.
So 50 gift cards in round 1. 16 gift cards in round 2.
66.
8 gift cards in round 3. And then
4. 75 gift cards we're
big
giving away.
kahuna.
So
one gift card in round
tell
4.
me how you are not like Oprah. I mean, we went from 1 gift card to 75 gift cards. So, Tom, I'll let you explain how it's going to work and everything. I'm going to hop off here. I know
Yeah,
we're
man. No worries.
Everybody,
Ben, you take a
get
break.
ready, like get comfortable, because this is going to be a quick fire challenge here.
Yes.
And you're going to all get gift card. I mean, anybody who gets answers me correctly, but you can get a gift card. This is something that we've never done at the Scotch Malt Whisky Society of America. Don't get the impression that we're necessarily printing money. We try to like put up the money back in the whiskey and like help out with everything. This is not the case. This is just honestly. I think this is when we're talking about this. This is just a give back as best we can. We just are so appreciative of you guys, and we talked about how grateful we are to have some traction as a club on a global business. So much of that is attributed down to the U.S. members becoming more engaged and inviting their other friends and family members to join our club. It's been immense. So this is just a fun way to give back to you. But, you know, put your thinking hats on, because these questions are not going to be necessarily the easiest. So, Tom, I'm gonna hop off. I'll see you guys back in an hour. And
yeah, man, enjoy yourself.
Yeah.
Give away the money. All right. Good luck, everybody.
All right. Bye, Ben.
All right. Thanks, Ben.
And then it was just us.
Then it was us, and the kids got so much bigger. So we have like 5 minutes here, and while Ben was attempting to get off the stream, he basically explained just about everything. Yeah. So I think we could just, we could shoot the breeze for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Make sure everybody, gets comfortable, gets into their like zone, their Zen place, where they can think freely, because we have, I don't know, a mix of, I mean, obviously round 1 through 4, hopefully the questions don't get easier as we go along. But we'll see. Yeah. It's going to be fun. So when the clock strikes 4, then we'll really get into how is this going to go down.
Right.
But until then, so what are you drinking right now? What
this
are you
is
on?
the deep rich and dried fruits sample that Ben sent me, but there is a whiskey. So since I wasn't able to participate in the September outturn due to a very pesky virus, I have this 72.99 that I haven't opened yet, and I really want to open it. So I'm going to open it, and this is what I'm going to pour. This is Sharp Pirates Cutlass. I have not tasted.
Ooh, nice. 72.99. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Or is that 101?
72.99.
No, right. 72.99. So that's the Panamanian rum barrel, right?
Yeah.
Awesome.
What a sound.
Awesome. Yeah. Yeah, that sound does not get old.
No, it doesn't.
I told everyone earlier I was kind of going through my festival bottling, so I'm up to Campbelltown Festival.
Nice.
Campbelltown Malts Festival with 93.153. I see Les has poured a 125.77.
That's
like is that Graceful Elegance or something?
Yeah.
That is a ridiculous dram. Where is that thing? Yeah, Graceful Elegance.
And that distillery just opened like a experimental distillery called the Light.
Yeah, this like glass box.
What was that?
Like,
yes.
Where Dr. Bill Lumsden is just like, standing on the ledge, like wringing his hands,
right.
like a mad scientist.
He has, watching him and like listening to him is like, I wish he could just read like children's books or something. Like his voice.
That's how I feel about Pip Hills.
Yeah.
Like when Pip like starts talking, like all of a sudden I start getting all tingly and I'm like, like I just like pass out. Yeah, it's so relaxing. Like his cadence is like absolutely lovely. I could use him for my daughter for sure.
Yeah, I agree.
And nursery rhymes on tape by Philip Hills. Yeah.
Whiskey rhymes by your favorite distillers.
There you go.
I don't know. We should come up. We come up with the best ideas when you and I do streams.
You and me, yeah. We're really an intoxicated think tank, I guess.
Yeah.
That's or intoxicating.
The $1 billion idea is gonna happen at some point between the two of us.
These days.
And then,
so what are you guys drinking? You're warming up here. We have a 73.118. Perfect pairing.
Nice.
39.208. Good. We have a 53.359. The glow of a beach bonfire. That's a lovely one. 13.85. Todd is drinking. Oh man, some good stuff out there. Some really good stuff. But yeah, I got 93. I'm gonna head next to Loch and Dahl for 3.316, and then I'll go back to that whiskey I poured when I mistakenly hopped onto the stream with you guys. I was like, oh, let me check the lighting and pick my nose real quick or something, and then I was like, whoa, okay, there we are. So I poured that, so I'll get back to that in just a little bit, but.
Wow.
We need to be on point because we are peeling off gift cards.
I know.
It's just about that time.
It's just
so
about that
excited.
time. I got to get my
So
bounty.
I don't know how you do your outturn previews, but I always do. We do the blind tasting, and then afterwards, it's going through it, and like who thinks they know it, who wants to like join in. And I always like get this, I don't know, I get taken over by this like other kind of persona where I just kind of like screw with people basically. And I have a really good time doing it. Everybody else seems to have a good time. No one's been too upset with me to this point. So it's nice to sort of be back in that role. Yeah. It's not quite the same thing when you're doing it virtually.
No.
But
your tastings
anyway,
are fun, by the way.
Sorry?
Your tasting. So your tastings are so fun, by the way, and I talk about it all the time, especially to a lot of like newer members coming in, up in like the New York area. I remember when I first came out to New York to like meet the team, and I went to one of the tastings, and I was like, "This is how this works." I was like, "This is so awesome," and I got to meet so many awesome members, like Olaf and Michael Epstein, and like guys I still talk to all the time. And your tastings are a lot of fun, and I took a lot of good notes from that first.
It's a great group. It's a great group that I have.
So bad.
They make it easy.
Awesome. Yeah, they really do.
But Jenna, it's 4:01 p.m. on Friday, at least Eastern time.
I'm not watching the clock.
It's time for SMWS trivia, ladies and gentlemen.
We're gonna give
so welcome. My name's Tom Smith. I am accompanied by Miss Jenna Eli. Jenna and I are both part of a wee club called the Scotch Malt Whisky Society, and we are charged with the very humble occupation of executing the next several questions for SMWS trivia.
So awesome. All right. I feel like we should have music playing.
Like I kind of want to scream or something. I don't know, but I won't. So, folks. This is how it's going to work. We are going to read a series of questions. We're actually going to put the questions up on the screen so you can read them while we read them aloud. And we are going to take a certain number of correct answers per question per round. And those individuals who will be named by us over the course of the hour by their usernames will then be able to claim their prize by screenshotting on their device their name and the comment that they made, and they're going to send them to you, Jenna. Is that correct?
Yes, you are going to email me at Jenna, Jenna, just like my name is spelled out here, at smwsa.com, and then I will send you your gift card.
All right. Did you want to make a banner of your?
Yeah. Let me do that. Yeah.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and do that? So we're gonna get your email up on there, and then Jenna has agreed to issue these gift cards nice and quick, like. So if you guys wanted to use them during free shipping before it expires at midnight Pacific time tonight, you could do so. So thank you, Jenna. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
So as far as how we are going to dictate winners, it all has to do with the chat. So there are obviously correct answers to each question, and whatever the number of recipients we're accepting in that question and round is, we're going to take the first X amount of correct answers. that are in the chat in the order as they appear. So it's all up to, I guess, the microseconds that this chat room allows. So, oh boy. Any questions from the folks who are participating? Any questions at all? Does it make sense? We're on board. We're ready to go. I feel the energy coming through.
I do too.
My thing. What is this? Camera. That's what it's called. All right. So,
everybody has
trivia,
my email. Jot it down.
Trivia is starting. Everyone, make sure you have Jenna's email there. And let's see.
I think you should start us off with the first question.
Should I?
Yes, you should.
Okay.
Yes.
So in our first round, hold on a second. So round one, ladies and gentlemen, is composed of 5 questions. There are going to be 10 winners for each question. So over the next 5 questions, the first 10 correct answers will be chosen for a $25 gift card. So $25 valid on our website. And question number 1, we are going to show. Are we ready? Oh man,
I'm ready. Let's do this.
All right, we're going to show right now. The word whiskey is derived from the Gaelic uskava. In English, this translates to what? The word whiskey is derived from the Gaelic uskava. In English, this translates to what?
And holy moly. Oh my gosh. Well, Griffin, congratulations. You are the first one.
It's the water of life.
Easy.
That's right. Wow. Okay. You guys are on point. Very good.
Well, congratulations
All right,
for the first 10 people to answer that. You all get 20.
Okay. So who do we have? First
have
10.
Griffin Wright,
First
Christopher
10.
Hoskin, The Whiskey Room, Malty Alty, Brian Baumstein, Evan Stevens, Rebecca Payne, Evan Belt, Les Bischoff, Mark Robinson.
Mark Robinson. That's where it stops there.
Pops.
All right. Very good. Water of Lifers.
Nice.
Well done.
Fun fact, The Water of
Yes.
Life is a film that I'm in about whiskey. You should
Right.
watch it.
You look fantastic. Water of Life is also a tasting that benefits cancer research, hosted by one of our members, Dr. Matt Lurin.
Nice.
And that takes place in New York.
Who is
So, yeah.
a great human. Matt is
Yeah.
awesome.
So everybody wins. You're a movie star. Matt's raising money for cancer by drinking a bunch of whiskey. And we have 10 recipients of a $25 gift card. Oh, by the way, you can win as many times as you like. So there is no, kind of limit to how much money you can take home from this. All right. So we have our first 10. We're good to go.
Yeah, actually, let me, while we're at it, I'm going to do a screenshot myself.
Okay.
Just for my own, because I will be the one sending all of these out. So you all have to send me your email addresses. All right.
I'll leave that up for a second.
Yeah. No, you can take the question off. That's fine.
I can take the question down. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is fun.
This is fun.
Do you want to do the next one?
I will do the next one. Yeah. All right. So question number 2. We're ready? I feel like anxiety. Like I'm nervous. So question number 2 is, to be classified as Scotch, a whiskey must be aged in Scotland for a minimum of how many years? Ben
600 years. My goodness gracious.
Oh my gosh, you all are so fast. This is so awesome. I love this so much.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Holy cow. Griffin again. Dang.
Griffin, do you have an algorithm rather?
Right?
You have like an algorithm or something in there. It's got the super juiced cooling tower type situation going on. Oh, that's awesome.
Wow, you all are so fast. So, Griffin, Evan, Harley, George, Brian, the Whiskey Room, Christopher, Wyatt, Brandon Patterson, and Colin. Colin is number 10.
Boom.
Damn. This is
Nice,
crazy.
guys.
Where
All
were
right,
you
so-
all when I was like trying to get through SATs and like math?
So Griffin's up to $50.
Jeez,
I think
Louise.
Brian Baumstein's got 50 in his pocket now. All right, that's good.
Dang. Oh my gosh. Okay, well, this is going much faster than I thought it would.
Not bad, right? So yeah, so we need to, we should vamp a little bit in between the questions.
Yeah.
Jenna, when was the first time you learned about a whiskey's age, or the minimum age that you needed to that a whiskey? God, I gotta spit out my words here. When did you first learn about whiskey age requirements?
That's a good question. When I first got into whiskey, I wanted to just dig in and like taste as many things as I could. So like getting into like the laws and things like that. I think that probably came within like the first month of me kind of diving in and really understanding what Scotch whiskey was, because it was a Scotch whiskey that made me fall in love with whiskey. So my husband knew more about it than I did, and I didn't like that. And that wasn't a question he could answer. So I went and did a big dive and learned everything I could. Actually, I have to give a shout out to Heather Green, who was one of the first kind of books that I really dived into when it came to whiskey just in general. And she was actually on our tasting panel, one of the first woman really on the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society's tasting panel. So big love to Heather out there making whiskey in Texas. That was for me. What about you?
Oh boy, jeez. I mean, when I was handed a spirit director position, at the ripe old age of 28, I got hired, and they hired me, and I thought I was being hired for wine, and they were like, "Oh, by the way, we're gonna fire the spirits director in 2 weeks, and you're taking his job." I was like, "Oh, okay, great. Well, I better start reading." So that was 2006 or so.
Wow.
Something like that. Yeah. It was like 06, where I was just devouring everything as much as I could, because I was taking on this job that I was so not prepared for. They kind of ambushed me with that, but it started me on this pretty fun road. I mean, to be able to make a career out of wine and spirits is kind of cool. So
it is.
Very grateful.
Right. It's crazy.
And also, I guess, kind of on the topic of age, favorite non-age statement whiskey.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Talk about ambushes.
God, that's tough. I'm trying to think of things that are just like kind of like daily driver type things. Those are typically, I mean, I don't know. I'm a Bruichladdich fangirl, so Port Charlotte. I mean, I know they have some age-stated ones, but Classic Laddie, I mean, that's something that is literally on my shelf. I'm not even in my own house, and there's a bottle of it that comes with me everywhere. So that's probably going to be my answer.
Nice. Nice. I mean, it's hard to get. It's hard. I know. It's hard to get Lochgorn, but if I can get my hands on it from Kilchoman, I'll do that. But my go-to usually is the Oogie, the Oogadale.
Yeah.
From Distillery 33. 33. All right, so let's go on to the next question, shall we?
Yes, let's do it. This is all you.
So we're talking about, we're talking about how long a whiskey must be aged in a cask. So I think that's a pretty nice transition. Someone who builds a cask is known as what? Someone who builds a cask is known as what? Go get it, kids.
I know. I'm like, the anticipation. What's going to come?
So yeah, so like our chat stream like freezes for a second.
Yeah.
I guess the program is just like slurping it all up, and then
Holy
yeah,
cow.
here we go. All right, so George Kaplan, he hit it first. Very good.
Evan.
So we are all Coopers here. Yes, we are.
Wow.
Someone who builds a cask is known as a Cooper. Absolutely. You've been to Speyside.
I have.
Have you been to the cooperage there?
We did not go to the cooperage there. We did not when I went. I went on a press trip.
Right.
And,
Yeah.
yeah. I only got to visit 2 distilleries when I was there. I went with Glenfiddich, and as part of their, they used to do this great program called the Most Experimental Bartender Competition, and I got to go and be a judge for that, and it was one of the greatest experiences of my life. I cannot speak highly enough about the great humans I met, and just that experience in general was, I'll never forget sitting next to Ian Miller and drinking a whiskey from like it was like 1960s or something. And I was so fresh in my whiskey career journey. And I'm just sitting next to him in Speyside and having this whiskey. And I was just like, how does it get better than this? Like and it just continues to get better. It's the most crazy thing. So,
That's awesome.
Gosh.
We're lucky to have you. We're lucky to have you, Jenna. I gotta say.
Here,
All right.
myself.
Okay. So who won $25 this round? We got George Kaplan.
George.
We got Evan Belt. We got Steve,
Steve.
Brian Baumstein, Darren,
Evan Stevens.
Evan Stevens. I lost track. Matt, Christopher Hoskin,
I
Rebecca
think he
Payne,
ended at Ryan.
Ryan Lee. Okay. So so somebody down here. Hold on. Let me get to them. Where are we? Cody Little. Where are you, Cody? What's the point? Well, the point, Cody, is there's $1,000 question coming up that you might know the answer to. So, you don't have to stick around, but it might behoove you. There are some other rounds as well. So, okay, so we've talked about how long a whiskey has to age, who's making that vessel, and now we're going to switch, I guess, to more of like a society type vibe here with the next question.
Yeah.
Did you want that, or shall I grab it?
I think, since you've been with the society longer than I have, I think this is a you question.
Okay, fine.
You ready?
I am. In 2019, the Scotch Malt Whisky Society unveiled a new monogram to be displayed on every bottle of whiskey. Depicted in this new monogram is the image of a historic building known as what? In 2019, SMWS unveiled a new monogram to be displayed on every bottle of whiskey. Depicted in this new monogram is an image of a historic building known as what?
Oh my gosh. This is insane.
Yeah, very good.
Oh my God.
Anyone who did not write your answer will not be accepted. I'm joking.
No. Don't be mean.
Okay, but does George have to spell it right? That's my question. Valutes. Valutes is not the vaults. I'm not sure about that one, George. That's
I think
tough.
we should take that. I
think we got to stick with correct spelling, don't we? I'm pretty sure we do. It's attention to detail, really.
Yeah, I guess.
I don't know. That's tough.
Valutes.
I honestly I didn't think anybody would spell anything wrong, so I'm not prepared to cross this bridge. Jenna, I'm going to let you make that call.
You know what? I'm going to give it to George because I slack you every day, and my fingers type so fast, and I have nails, and I misspell so many words when I slack you and the whole team, and so.
All right, George is in. You are a kind and merciful game show host. Very good, awesome. So do you have your? I
got my screenshot.
Where do we start here? So we have Griffin, George, Evan, George, Brian, Steve, Snyder for Christ, Daniel Cleric, Cody Little. Do I need to stop yet?
We stop at Wyatt, I believe.
Oh, great. Fantastic. So Cody, you got $25 in your pocket, dude. That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's very, very good. All right. So a little bit of society history there.
Yeah.
And I think we have a little bit more of the society with the God. Is this already the final question?
The
of the
final
first
question of the
round?
first round. Yeah.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, I guess so. We got to do a little more chit chat, maybe. I mean, it's 20 after. We're how are we doing here? We got 4 rounds, 20 minutes.
We're like,
Okay, we're
we're
doing
good.
okay.
Yeah, we're doing
Although the rounds get smaller, so we gotta vamp more. We gotta vamp.
well, I guess I have to pour another whiskey because my glass is empty.
Ooh, yes, please do. I'm currently enjoying cask 3.316
Ooh,
Madam Butterfly. Madam Butterfly in the Garden of Eden.
fancy.
Um,
I was just talking about distillery number 3 in my like virtual meetings with members. I was talking about sense of perfection and
yeah,
whiskey.
weird whiskey, man. That I mean, I gotta say, it
That was-
harkens back to that FWP like
Holy shit.
that time frame of distillation, which a lot of people go crazy for. I'm not sure if it's my cup of tea.
Oh my gosh. I dream of that whiskey still.
Really?
Oh my, like hands down one of I have like certain society whiskeys that really just stick with me. And that was one of them. Just absolutely.
Well-
and actually that was distilled on my birthday. Maybe that's why.
Oh, okay, that's nice.
Yeah.
Well, there is another distillery number 3, 3.270, which is near and dear to my heart. I've been talking about this cask for years, and Ben was saying earlier in the stream about Creaking Ships Lost in the Fog. How that was like his favorite title that he's ever laid eyes on. Well, mine, not only is it my favorite title, but one of the absolute best whiskeys I've ever had in my life. Cask 3.270, Surf and Turf in a Camel's Saddlebag.
Wow.
And it was a refill sherry butt and absolutely just fantastic. Fantastic. Really, really good stuff. So yeah, Distillery 3 is beautiful. Beautiful whiskey. Always a really elegant peat. It hits all the right boxes for me. Checks all the right boxes. All right, so are we ready for our last question of round 1?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right, here we go.
All right. So, to encourage the discovery of new Scotch whiskey flavors, SMWS has created proprietary flavor profiles and assigned each of its casks to one of them. How many flavor profiles are there in total? Number of flavor profiles.
Anybody who tuned into the Power Hour, I mean, you guys should have this nailed down.
Steve was number 1. This is fun. We should do this more often. And Rebecca was number 10. I think I can fit 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yep. So Steve, Brian, George, the Whiskey Room, Harley, Griffin, Tony, Dave, Evan, and Rebecca.
Griffin Wright did not get it correct. He wrote 13.
Oh, he wrote 13. That's right. Yeah. So Stuart Wright.
More after Rebecca. Stuart Wright sneaks in. Yeah. So I think most people on this stream probably know about our flavor profiles. They're meant to be guideposts. I mean, especially as a new member going onto our site and seeing so many whiskeys without any distillery names, just these codes and these wacky titles and very elaborate, far out tasting notes. It's good to have some sort of indicator of where the taste profile is. So they created these. I don't know. I want to say like 15 years ago or so, maybe a little longer at this point, to help members navigate these. All these different bottlings and trying, as we were talking about in our last hour, to kind of find your wheelhouse, find your comfort zone, and then hopefully, explore outside of that comfort zone. Jenna, if you had to have one flavor profile that you needed to call your favorite, is it the JOV? What is it?
It's oily and coastal.
Is it?
Yep.
Yeah, me too.
Because I think that flavor profile has like the ability to hit every mark. I mean, like every single just it checks every box for me.
Nice. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Yep. I am a coastal guy. I am an oily guy, as you might be able to tell under these lights. Then it's just.
You need
I
those.
mean, the nuance there. I think it's amazing that you can have an oily and coastal whiskey from various regions. It could They could be from Campbelltown. They could be from Islay. They could be from Orkney. They could be from Central Mainland.
Yeah.
Like to have a distillery number 44 as an oily and coastal, which we did not too long ago.
Yeah.
I think it was called Alfresco Dining. It's either 41 or 44. I forget which one. But the title was Alfresco Dining. Or you go up and you have, in Northern Highlands, you have some beautifully oily and coastal expressions there. So yeah, that's my jam for sure. And I'm sure everybody out there has their favorites as well. But we ask that you keep an open mind and explore beyond those, and go for something new and interesting. Is there a question?
It was about the gift card.
Gift cards, 3 months, guys.
Yep.
We're gonna give you 3 months. Basically, I think Jenny will probably round up to October 1st. It'll be November, December. So they'll be good through the end of the year, right?
Yeah.
Basically.
Yeah.
So that's what you have there.
Yep. Wow.
All right.
Round 1 done.
Round 1. I can't believe round 1's already gone. Okay.
I know. We got a boogie. It's
Round 2. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we're now entering round 2. Round 2, there are 4 questions, and there are 4 winners per question, with a prize of $50 gift card per correct answer. So let's
ready?
Let's get going. You want to take the first one?
Yeah. So we're gonna have 4 winners per question.
4 winners per question.
4 winners. All right. So the first question is, despite its mesmerizing complexity of flavors, Scotch whiskey is made from just 3 ingredients. Name them. Oh, see, this is like a long one to type out. It's not like one word. Woo! And it looks like, oh my gosh. This is so fun.
Okay.
All right. So
people can stop typing.
Yeah. Griffin, Steve, Snyder for Christ, and Evan.
So now, Jenna, I think you and I, as the stakes get higher and higher, I think that we need to kind of keep a poker face, right?
Oh.
Because there might be one person who gets the right answer, and if you go, hey now, then somebody could just copy and paste that answer. So think about that. You and I have to be stern. We have to be rocks, like a solid oak, and reveal nothing until, of course, we see that 10 or more people or 4 more people now have done it. So just, I want to throw that out there. Let us reveal nothing.
My poker face is on.
One of my favorite karaoke songs. All right, so we got Steve, Snyder, Evan, and the room. Very good.
Well done.
Yeah.
Well done.
So the stakes are getting higher.
Whew. All right.
So yeah, so pretty amazing that out of these 3 comes all this enormous variation in flavor and aroma. It's pretty tremendous. Of course, the cask has everything to do with the journey of a whiskey, but it's not really an ingredient. It's more of a vehicle, right?
Right. Do you feel that there is maybe one element that, I mean, you have 3 ingredients, right? How they can kind of create this abundance of flavor.
Yeah.
Do you think that maybe location matters? The stills matter? What do you think all of it matters?
Don't get into terroir with me.
I'm not. I didn't say the word.
I don't know.
Say that. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I didn't say it. What I'm just asking, are there other elements that you think go into the creation of flavor when it comes to whiskey? Fermentation.
Oh God. I mean, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I thought you were going to ask what's the most important, or what would you play around with? And my answer was going to be, how much money do you have? No. Like, do we have to actually sell these whiskeys?
No.
Or can we just screw around, because I mean, you can play with all kinds of indigenous yeasts if you're in an area where you can find them and that sort of thing. Obviously, you want great water. I just visited a distillery in Brooklyn, Widow Jane, who uses yeah.
Love that.
So they're using like limestone rich water from the Rosendale mines in upstate New York. Water matters, and you want to have a great water source. And of course, barley, there have been a lot of studies on this. I think, these days it's all about it's about the efficiency of the grain. How many liters of pure alcohol can you produce? And that's where the industry kind of goes. But if you do have a bunch of money and you can do different varieties of barley, I mean, that's probably a really interesting exploration. But flavor creation, it's every step of the way, man. I mean, maybe not malting because so few people do their own maltings these days. But as far as is your wort clear or cloudy? Like how long are your fermentations? Are you doing short? Are you doing long? Somewhere in between? Are you doing multiple fermentations and then blending those together later?
The type of yeast you're using.
What kind of yeast are you using? Distiller's yeast? Are you using wine yeasts? That kind of thing. Like 112 every so often has these wine yeasts that are tremendous. Cut points, all of that goes into it before it even touches the barrel, right? So there's a lot, and I feel like we're always learning about them.
Yeah.
But okay, so once we have distilled this whiskey, let's maybe put it into a cask with our next question here.
Let's do it. This is all you.
One of the most popular styles of whiskey is created using casks that once aged sherry. What type of sherry is the most frequently used in whiskey maturation? One of the most popular styles of whiskey is created using the cask that once aged sherry. What is the most popular type of sherry?
Oh man, this will be. I'm interested to see what people. Oh, whoa! All right. Dan Cleric.
Where do we start here?
I think it's Dan Cleric.
Dan Cleric, winner, chicken dinner. Steve, that's correct.
Steve.
Griffin, I'm very sorry. It is Oloroso. That's what we're looking for here. So then we have Christopher and Brian as well.
Yep, and then that's the end.
And you're gonna give that to Les, right? He forgot his L.
There's only 4, so it's Dan, Steve.
Oh, right. Jeez, I'm thinking of 10.
Yeah.
I apologize.
4.
Jesus Christ. Ben was right. I want to give money to everybody.
You do. Give me some money.
Okay. So we have 4. I'll send you a bottle of Oloroso sherry. How's that?
I will take it any day of the week. All right.
Okay, so you have your 4 there.
I got my 4.
All right, very good. So Daniel, Steve, Chris, and Brian. All right.
Well done.
Very good, guys. So hopefully you think these questions are getting a little harder. It's a balance. We're trying to do a delicate balance here between not being too super geeky, but making it slightly more difficult as we go along. So,
well, the next question is right up my alley. So
okay,
I'm going to take this one.
Go ahead.
It is my love language. So the next question is. Another extremely popular style of whiskey is the smoky style of peated whiskey. Peated whiskey is measured in parts per million of this group of compounds. What is that?
I'm pouring a peated whiskey right now.
We need not ppm. We need the full. All right. So it looks like the first one was Griffin. And then we have the Whiskey Room. We'll take it. Harley and Brian.
You got all those? I got a little lost in our chat here.
I got them.
All right. Yes. Phenols are the group of compounds that we're looking for there.
Well done.
Add that smoky, lovely character.
Yeah.
I'm back on that 53367,
Oh, nice.
a green sea tapestry, which is just really earthy and beautiful.
I actually took a step back and went to 41.136, which was one of those whiskeys that really surprised me. I didn't think that, like, on paper, I was like, oh yeah, you know, and then I tasted it and I was like, wow, this is really magnificent. So that is,
Varnished crumpets?
yeah.
Huh. Okay. The juicy oak and vanilla. You love that.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Okay, so we have covered, excuse me, the ingredients of whiskey, two of the most popular styles of whiskey, sherried whiskey and peated whiskey. So now we're going to turn back to, I guess maybe where a society member might enjoy that whiskey.
Yeah.
With our next question.
I'm going to let you take it.
May I take this one?
Absolutely.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. The last question of the second round is coming up right now. Oh God!
Oh God!
Wait, what?
Oh my gosh!
You do it. I'll let you click from now on. Society members around the world enjoy access to 4 private members venues in the UK. In 2020, our newest venue was opened in which city? Which city is home to our newest member venue opened in 2020? First 4, we'll take it.
Holy cow! It's like one comes through and then like 50 come through.
Right.
So Dan,
starting
Steve,
here.
the Whiskey Room, and Darren.
That's right.
The answer
It was
is
Glasgow.
so.
38 Bath Street is the newest venue that opened in 2020, like basically right as COVID was exploding, right? So that was unfortunate for them, but unfortunately for all of us, we eventually will be able to get back there, and there's nothing like sitting at the vaults or sitting at Queen Street. I haven't been to London or Bath Street yet, so I don't know. From the members I've spoken to, I've heard that, I mean, a lot of members tell me that London is their favorite spot on Greville Street. But you know, I've had such great experiences at the vaults and at Queen Street that, you know, I'll take them. Depends on what kind of cuisine you want, right?
You know, I haven't been to any. So when I went on that press trip with Glenfiddich, like very early into my whiskey kind of journey, they were talking about SMWS, and I didn't know I had no idea who we were. I knew nothing about it. And I remember walking by it, and like we stopped and kind of talked about it. And we did end up going in because we were going to this great little bar, actually like in a basement. But I walked by it, and it's kind of funny because look at me now here kind of representing said company. So
that's awesome.
I'm excited to eventually get there.
You will. In fact, you were supposed to go over there, weren't you? Like,
I know.
It was basically planned for Q2 of 2020 that you would go over there and have the full get the full treatment. But damn it,
it'll have to wait. It's okay.
All right, folks. At least we have whiskey and trivia to get us through these crazy times, and we are moving on to round 3. In round 3, we will be asking 4 questions, and there will only be 2 winners to each question. Those winners will receive a $100 gift card from the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society.
Oh my gosh!
So we have, again, in this round, a little bit of society, a little bit of hodgepodge, if you will.
Yeah.
I feel like if we were on Jeopardy, this might be a hodgepodge.
I love a good hodgepodge.
I guess it could all be potent potables, you know. But, certainly, we've been enjoying potent potables all day. Here's to you, Alex.
Are we ready for the first question?
Sure. You want to do it?
Yeah, I'll take it. Go
ahead.
All right. So, question number 1 for $100. $100. That's a bottle. That's awesome. Is Society founder Pip Hills famously strapped the Society's very first cask of whiskey to his personal car. Which British automotive company manufactured the vehicle? Ooh. Ooh. So it looks like we have 2.
Do you have your 2?
I think so. I got to scroll up because it went so fast. So the first, oh my gosh, I have to scroll all the way up. So the
First one is Les.
And then Jerry, right?
Les and Jerry Bruncala. Yeah, Les Bischoff, Jerry Bruncala. Congratulations.
Congratulations, $100.
So, guys, as a reminder, I probably should have reminded you a few more times, but we're having such a great time giving away the company's money that I neglected to do this. Do make sure you take your screenshots and send them to Jenna, just as an extra measure of authentication here. Congratulations, guys. That's right. It was a Lagonda. It is a very drafty car. There are many, many stories of Pip's Lagonda. In fact, in the Founder's Tale, there is, where is it? If I may, just stick with me for a second.
Have at it.
I love the, just to give you a taste of Pip's writing style. Can you read that?
The Lagonda and the Fall of Communism, Part 1.
Part 1, yeah.
Part 1.
That's just one chapter. Part 2 is really amazing. That Lagonda is intrinsically linked, I think, with the origins of the Society. It's a super cool car. He breaks down on the side of the road at some point. He's always throwing roadkill in the trunk to cook up that night for dinner, because roadkill in the Highlands of Scotland is usually rabbit and things like that. Yeah. And if it's fresh enough, I guess it's fair game.
Nice.
I'm here all day, at least till 5 p.m. Okay, let's go. Let's go back to round 3.
Yes. So,
all right. So go ahead.
There were some questions about what my email address was, so I'm just going to throw it up here really quick before we throw up the next question. You can email me at jenna@smwsa, and if you want to wait until this whole thing is over and send them all together, that would be the most helpful. But that is my email address, so you can send anything over to that. So,
ready to move on?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay. Right, so, do you mind if I take this one? So now this a wee bit of geography.
Sorry? I'm going to click it. You're going to read it.
Oh, right. Okay. I'm not clicking anything anymore. I've been banned here.
I got the clicking. You just have to read it.
Okay.
Ready?
All right.
Ready?
Yes. So, the 3 distilleries of Campbelltown are located on which peninsula? On which peninsula are any distilleries of Campbelltown located on?
Oh, we have one. Man, Griffin's on it today.
Once again, Jenna, I'd ask that you refrain from those sorts of comments. Thank you very much.
Sorry.
Please, yeah. Just sit here and stare for a few seconds. All right, guys, we got our answers. Thank you so much. Griffin, that is correct with Kintyre, and then Cat Turk coming in with the second Kintyre. So it is the Kintyre Peninsula that houses Campbelltown and all of its lovely people and whiskey, and what a beautiful little place to visit. Yeah, good old Campbelltown used to be the center of the whiskey universe.
I know, it's kind of
until
crazy.
they got a little too big for their britches. Started making some really shitty whiskey, and blenders turned their backs on them. Anyway.
I mean, for a space that's so small to have, there was 30, how many distilleries
Something
were on?
like that. I feel like there was
32?
27 or 32, something. I forget what the actual number.
Yeah.
I forget what the actual number was.
Are we ready for the next one? Should we just keep going?
Yeah, I mean, we're already in round 3. I mean, I don't think we're in a crazy rush, but okay, go ahead.
I mean, we have 15 minutes.
Yeah, we have 15 minutes, but we have 3 questions left. But go ahead. No, please.
Okay, all right, fine.
Do it.
Wait, I'm gonna
Keep
just take
going.
my whiskey.
You click, you read.
On it. All right, so the next question, and then we'll take a break because I really want to read this question.
Like pre-read the question? What do you mean?
No, I'm gonna read it so people can answer it.
Okay, all right.
All right, so here we go. Over 70% of all Scotch whiskey is currently aged in American oak cask. What is the scientific name of this popular species of oak? American oak.
Things are getting crazy now.
No.
Yeah. We're bringing Latin into the fold.
Ooh. Oh, I see him.
I'm going to make a call here, Brian Baumstein. Please don't be upset with me, but I don't think we can honor Quark's Alba. I think a quark isn't that a unit of measurement in like the space continuum or something? Some sort of astrophysical thing. We can't accept that, Brian. I apologize. So I think we have Kat and Jerry. Is that correct?
Looks like, yeah, Kat and Jerry.
Yeah. Evan, thank you for Quercus, but that's only half of the answer. So yeah, we have Kat and Jerry.
Congratulations.
Yeah. And Todd, yes, it is white oak, American white oak, but that's not the scientific name. So we do have to honor the detail of the question. We thought about asking European oak, but then that gets like kind of crazy because you have Robar, but then you have some offshoots of Spanish and French and Hungarian and Slovenian and all that stuff, and it's not quite as straightforward as good old fashioned Quercus Alba.
Quercus Alba.
So you want to take a break now? You said.
Yeah.
We have 15 minutes left. Well, we have one more question in this round. Any comments? Do we have any other comments? The fact there are 2 Evans here is messing me up. Oh, just go with it, buddy. Just go with it. Ocus Americanus. Very nice.
Nice. Ocus Americanus.
Quercus, Virginia. Baby loves quarks.
Guardian Leviosa. Oh my. Harry Potter reference.
And Brian Baumstein is blaming it on the spell check. Yeah, probably. I mean, that's probably what happened. But hey, man, this is like do or die. This is trivia, man. Like, if you were sitting in a bar, I actually did trivia. Les, I don't know if you were at this trivia night at Boyd's Jig and Reel, but I had been doing tastings all day long, and I was shit-faced. I still remember the name of our team. We were the Trash Pandas.
Nice.
Apparently, that's like a raccoon. Right. Okay. So yeah, and we were doing Boyd's Jig and Reel trivia night. And man, I was plastered enough to think that I was like one of the smarter people in the room. I got smoked, probably by Les Bischoff, probably. But you know. Anyway.
Trash Pandas. FTW.
What does FTW stand for?
Fuck the world.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm not up on the lingo, kids. Sorry.
I'm not either.
I'm a boomer in a 45-year-old man's body. So I'm a baby boomer in a younger man's body here. So I'm not up on all these things. But anyway, I've bantered enough.
For the win. I know it as. That's not what I know it as, but maybe because I'm old.
Oh, for the win.
For the win. But
you're all dark about it, Jenna. You're leading me astray here. Oh my goodness.
I'm old and everyone else is probably. Oh, Ben says FTW is for the win, guys. Are you sure?
Jenna has a darker take on.
Ben says he's sure. Pam's with me. Thank you, Pam. Thank you.
Well, Boy.
Anyway.
Well, let's see who goes FTW in our last
Oh,
our
I'm
last
right. Christopher says it used to be what I said it was, and now it's for the win. See, it's because I'm old.
Oh, really? I see. Okay.
See? Yes. Take that, Ben.
Huh. Wow. So things are brightening up. Things are brightening up. Okay, let's go back to our end of round 3. So again, two winners for $100 each. And you're going to click. I'm going to read. Is that right?
Ready? Yep. Let's do it.
Yes.
You ready?
Yep.
Last one.
The SMWS tasting panel ensures that each society cask is ready for our members by assessing the character and quality before release. Who was the very first chairman of our tasting panel? Who was the very first chairman of our tasting panel for the Scotch Malt Whisky Society?
Ooh. What? Do we have to have a full name?
It's a good question. It's a good question. I kind of think we need a full name.
Yeah.
I think we need a full name here.
I think so. So it looks like the first two are George Kaplan and Christopher Hoskin.
Yep. Congratulations, guys. Sorry, Snyder for Christ. I apologize. We need the full name there. We need the full name. We all, at this point, we've seen Charlie so much that we are kind of on a first name basis with him.
Yeah.
But for the sake of I don't know, accuracy, we do need that. But anyway, thank you guys. Thank you for playing in round 3. What does this mean? We have one round to go. One
and
round.
It's $1,000. $1,000.
$1,000. Yeah. That's like it's like a freaking vaults collection, or that's like,
a lot of whiskey.
10 9-year-old bottles of wine of whiskey rather. Sorry.
Previous life, Tom.
Jesus Christ. Pour me another wine. Why don't you? Yeah.
Holy cow.
So this is our big grand prize. So could you imagine if we had only had one question for $1,000, what would you be doing at 4:06 at this point in this hour of our marathon?
Drinking wine, obviously.
I guess just getting shit-faced, right? Yeah.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe it.
So it all comes down to this. So we're gonna hang out for a bit.
Pour a different whiskey.
Let's shoot the shit. I hope we all leave friends. I know you folks. You all are very happy to join us and be a part of this trivia. If you didn't win anything, just know that, I don't know. You can still go buy some whiskey for free shipping until midnight tonight. That's all right. That's a good thing. Yeah. That's a very good thing. Yeah, we have 8 minutes. So maybe I don't know, in a couple more minutes.
Yeah. Take a minute. Just take
nope,
a minute.
You're all dead to me.
It's just one question. It's one question and it's one winner.
That's right. That's right. And on this question, we will not accept any missing elements of the answer. We will not accept any misspellings. I don't want to give anything away. Oh, I thought Griffin Wright was rooting for the Buffalo Bills there, but he was not. Okay. That's right, John. I am a tease.
And we're gonna double check everything, make sure this is a big deal. This isn't $100. This is $1,000.
Yeah,
big deal. So
it's a good chunk of change. I mean,
it is. I
think if at least a few years ago, you could call that a cool G. I'm not sure if that's the nomenclature anymore. But
a G.
A G. Yeah.
I think a G is like many things now.
No, I mean, if it was multiple if it was thousands of dollars, you could say X amount large, you know. So say this were a $20,000 gift card,
20 large.
you could say, yo, this is 20 large. But you know, this is just a G. It's a G, you know, 1,000.
Yeah, but like
But
some
this is
people
like,
like, you know,
I'm watching The Sopranos right now. Like, yeah. So
You're
I'm
in the
back
mafia
in
now,
like
right?
I'm back in like the turn of the 21st century like mode. I've started to buy these really weird knit sweaters. It's getting a little awkward for my fashion, but anyway, they refer to a lot of G's in that show. So yeah,
I'm a G.
this is one large. That's right. It is one large. Oh, and now so Pam is hedging her bets here. Whoever wins, share their spoils, right?
Smart.
Hey,
Smart.
so we might have alliances here.
Really
So we'll
smart.
give you guys a couple more minutes to create some alliances, and then we'll reveal maybe at 4:55. So just another minute or so.
Another minute. Should
Yeah.
the whole team like give this away? Should we bring Ben on and have him like give this $1,000 is like a big deal. Like, should we?
I mean, if Ben wants to hop on,
Ben,
I'll read the question though.
you read
Actually, I don't know. Ben can read the question.
This is your question. You're
I
definitely.
just don't know how drunk Ben is. I don't want him to fumble over his words or anything. That's all.
No. This is a Tom thing for sure. But I mean, this is a big deal. $1,000.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everyone stop by. So everyone's feeling pretty good right now. Everyone's feeling pretty good. Okay. We're
Ready?
folks, we're gonna get to round 4 here. So one question, one winner,
One question.
one G on the line. This is gonna be awesome.
Tell me when you're ready.
Am I reading it?
You're reading. Oh, this is you. This is all you.
You know New York, unique New York. You know you need unique New York. Okay, I just want to warm up my vocals. All right.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay.
Ready?
One correct answer will
One
be accepted. Go ahead.
All right, here we go.
In 2017, the Scotch Malt Whisky Society unveiled the Vaults collection. 2 casks were selected for the inaugural release, one from a closed distillery. What was the cask named? What was the name of the cask from a closed distillery as part of the Vaults collection, very first release in the United States? We will not accept codes for this. We will not accept codes.
We need the name of the whiskey.
We need
Not
the
the
actual
whiskey.
title. We need the actual title of this bottling.
I'm nervous.
Actual title. We're going to give you guys a few more minutes. So Jenna, how you feeling? You feeling good?
I'm nervous.
You're really nervous, aren't you?
I'm nervous.
Yep.
$1,000. I mean, that's like a big deal. So
Quite frankly, I'm drunk on the power right now.
Oh my
but,
God.
yeah. Well, hopefully somebody gets it right. I don't know.
Holy cow.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
Are you ready?
I think we have a winner.
We do have a winner.
I think we have a winner.
We do.
And yeah, I think I'm going to show the winner right now. Okay.
Let's do it.
So I'm going to click. Can I click this time, please?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay,
Let me
great.
take the banner off, and then it's all you. Go
Oh,
for
wait,
it.
so I just want to double check that nobody else.
It's been confirmed.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mr. Mark Robinson, congratulations.
Congratulations! $1,000.
Cask 25.70 in a perfumed garden. Yeah, that's from a closed distillery. That was the first one that we released, along with Meeting an Old Master from distillery number 24. So those two were released together in the very first Vaults collection release. So Thank you everybody for playing. Mark, congratulations.
Congratulations.
We hope you enjoy spending your $1,000 with the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. And yeah, it's been great. So listen, guys, stay tuned. Trivia is over. It'll be sad to watch it go, but Ben is up next. I think Jenna, are you staying on as well?
I'm not. I won't be
Okay,
back
so
on
you and I are both
later
we're both
tonight.
out of here.
Get out of here. Get out of here.
Ben's coming back.
Go.
Yeah.
Okay, but can I just remind people, anybody who won, please take your screenshots and send them over to jenna@smwsa.com. I'm going to work on those now and get those over to you all so you can take advantage of the free shipping. So get those sent over and I will take care of it.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's been a pleasure. And Ben, you're rolling thick now with some of your old buddies at Scotch for Dummies, I believe, right?
Yeah, and again, just when I go, well done, Mark. I've been sitting this last hour, like it just like in the chat, watching everyone come in, cross-referencing the live feed on YouTube with our apps, just double check speed times and everything. And obviously there's a lag. We get that for some people. So appreciate everybody kind of dealing through that. And hope you enjoy that, and Mark, I think no pressure to share the love. When I hear when you win on the lottery, you get hit up by everybody and they start calling you for donations and whatnot. So hopefully you enjoy that. Go enjoy some whiskey, anything from the shop right now. There's a lot of good options there. So yeah, Tom, this is your official sign off for the day.
That's it, guys. It's been a great marathon. Thank you so much, everyone. I got to go relieve the nanny. So
Go wash your
I'll talk
shirt.
to you later. Happy gathering, celebration, and enjoy, guys. Thanks so much. It's been a pleasure. I'm out.
All right, and then Jenna, we'll see you back for the blind tasting challenge.
Sounds good.
So,
have fun.
All right, cheers. All right, guys. So first of all, I just want to check the chat. Who's been here the whole time? I've taken a couple breaks. I've done some yoga stretches. Not really yoga stretches. I've just laid out a yoga mat and laid down there and actually took a little nap. But had 2 Red Bulls, 2 coffees, and I'm still around. But who else has been here? I've noticed some people in the chat have been here since the very beginning at noon, the kickoff. We have now. It's funny because we had one hour was dedicated to being a power hour. This whole thing is a freaking power 8 hours. In a marathon, you're supposed to sort of just run at a consistent pace. I feel like we've been sprinting through this. We only have 3 left. And now the next 3 hours, we are going to be jam-packed with special guests. Many of them who, in fact, everyone who's joining us is going to be, I think, I know this for sure, well known within the Whiskey Tube community. We wouldn't be here if it were not for these guys. I mean, we'll just start off right away with our first group. So much of our presence on YouTube is influenced by them. I think just how down to earth and humble they are. They've been sharing their whiskey experience and learning experience, totally open with no egos, which I think is the way that I think we all appreciate it. So let me bring on the Scotch 3 Dummies. Oh, wait, Scotch 4 Dummies. Here they are. Wait, can you see them?
Hello.
Oh,
All right.
how's it going?
A throwback to last night.
Hey guys.
We had to.
Well, welcome to the channel. And this is like a little role reversal. I mean, you've been on our channel before, but it was funny then and it's funny now because you guys are the real whiskey tubers here.
Well, we've been at it for 6 years, so I guess we can say we actually do this now. But it's been fun, and it's been fun watching you do this. Well, 2 of us are at least members. 3 of the 4 members. We're going to see if we can get him to become a member while we're live with you.
I feel like we've been on that for like 5 years now. We always
I'm pretty cheap with my whiskey. I like an inexpensive bargain whiskey as long as it's got good flavor. And I got 3 other guys on my street that are all members.
I'm not buying that.
Push them. Share some bottles. Share some shipping.
Everybody, let's encourage him in the chat. I know he's a doctor and everything, but we can use a doctor around our club. We have an actor, we have a tequila specialist. We're like really diversifying our membership base, and I think we're short on doctors right now. First of all, how are you guys? Did you kill the 4th one? What's Sean up to? Is he?
Oh, he's working as usual.
So Sean's got a day job that is more restrictive on his hours than ours are.
He opened a new restaurant, and so he's with the society we live in right now with COVID and whatnot, he's really working hard to make sure that it stays afloat. He's doing really well.
Yeah,
It's a
he's
very
doing great.
successful restaurant. It's delicious. Actually, we're going to be spending some time there in November. But
What
yeah,
for?
so for a lot of our shows, he's not able to make it anymore. So we're limping with 3, but that's okay. We get by.
Yeah.
I wanted to say a shout out to Mark and say congratulations on that gift card, man.
Yeah,
That was
Perfume Garden.
pretty big, man. Good for you. I hope you spend it on one of those vault collection bottles.
Yeah. I was wondering that if you had a $1,000 gift card, and that's a question. I guess for everybody, if you had a $1,000 gift card, what would you go after? Would you go after a handful of bottles to really? Because right there, you can get a nice single cask collection if you're just starting out.
That's
for,
true.
wow.
I would go
that's
big.
good.
I would go for one that I
Yeah.
probably wouldn't pull the trigger on without it. You know what I mean? That's just me. But I
Yeah.
also have a pretty good collection of actually this flavor profile.
Yeah, and maybe we should start. Just obviously, it's no surprise, but by the title, this is the Sherry Bombed Hour, and emphasis on the bombed because that's part of the point. No, but we will be tasting aggressively over the next 60 minutes, and the theme is sherry whiskeys. And for us, we talked about the 12 flavor profiles earlier. We tasted one whiskey from each of them. This is known as the deep, rich, and dried fruits flavor profile, which has become by far most popular amongst members.
Oh yeah, I understand.
3 whiskeys. I appreciate that you've turned them around, because I can tell you guys right now, the third one has never been revealed. We decided this sort of last minute. Instead of just tasting 3 whiskeys from our shop right now, let's go ahead and actually reveal something coming out soon. It's pretty special. I'm really excited to share it. We'll come back to that real quick, you guys. For Scotch for Dummies, what's been new on your radar? I know you guys have a big anniversary coming up, or at least
So we've had some things that COVID killed over the last year and a half. We were going to take 25 people to Scotland. That didn't happen, unfortunately. Our 5-year anniversary got scrapped because no travel. So we're doing a 5-year anniversary on the 6th year. This is what we're doing.
the 2020 Olympics.
Yeah, right. Exactly. They got away with it there, so we can do this. So in November, we are having a pretty big celebration here in Indiana. We're going to do a whiskey dinner tasting at Sean's restaurant. That's going to be fun. And then the Saturday is at the hotel. We're going to have a couple of events going on. Actually, you're leading one of them.
Okay. Let's confirm now. Okay.
Yeah.
I had offered, but I'm glad you're telling me now in front of everybody, so there's no pressure for me to.
I'm not worried about it at all. But you know how those, if you attended our Brothers in Arms, the Scotch Test Dummy celebration in Kansas City, or in Kansas, I should say, that a lot of people will show up to the hotel and bring their own bottles, and it's really just a big congregation of whiskey lovers sharing their whiskey and really getting a chance to taste whiskeys that they probably would never have gotten a chance to taste. So really looking forward to that.
Yeah. I mean, as part of the Saturday, we'll have some whiskey workshops too, with some experts on really the best way to taste, options on how to taste whiskey, and just the way to explore and enjoy whiskey. And the community is what really makes whiskey.
Yeah, you mentioned it earlier on your show about the vaults collecting, all the different fancy bottles, et cetera, expensive bottles. And do you open them? Like, yeah, you absolutely open them for stuff like this.
Exactly.
Whiskey is for sharing, and this is a great opportunity to do that with our fellow friends and patrons, et cetera. So we're gonna have a blast. It's gonna be an amazing day.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been, the Scotch for Dummies have been acquiring bottles to open up on that weekend for everybody to share, and we'll all be bringing stuff from our own personal stash. It's going to be really fun. Really looking forward to it. Looking fun to getting out and seeing everybody again. I mean, honestly, we haven't been to a whiskey event in so long that you kind of lose faith in it. But I can't wait just to hang out and share some whiskey. Yeah,
it's gonna be good.
And you're not even I can't even come see you in your Chicago office anymore.
Yeah, I'm no longer there. I've moved away to the south, which is kind of wild to say. I mean, I've only lived in one city my entire life.
Oh wow!
Are you missing Chicago?
I'm sorry?
Are you missing Chicago?
In some ways, yeah. I mean, it's when you move away from a city you lived in your whole life, and it's obviously it's an emotional decision. A lot of people made that decision the last year. You know what I mean? So that's one thing. It's like I'm in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm surrounded by people, but we had always planned to raise a family here. Like that had been the plan for years, and we thought about it. And of course, COVID just helped us pull the ripcord and do it. And so, you know, maybe we should have done it earlier, but you know, our kid has just turned 1, so we get plenty of time to. But it just made sense. The timing's right. Of course, the market down here is kind of crazy. It's been crazy, but yeah.
Well,
you know, you're like committed to your decision. Like you make your life decision, and I think it's best to not look back and dwell on what could have been. I've gone back a couple of times since. I'm like, wow, it was like beautiful days. I mean, you know, Chicago. I mean, it's like a perfect summer day in Chicago. It's like, oh man, this is what am I doing? But that's a handful of this. Yeah, yeah. Sorry. Yeah.
You won't miss the winners in Chicago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's get some whiskey on.
Yeah, I was going to say, let's open one of these and pour it. Obviously, you have an order, maybe, I hope?
I'm sorry?
Do you have an order in which you want to do this?
Yeah. So we'll start with the oldest one first. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to have 3 sherried whiskeys, and the theme is just we're going to talk about the sherried style. We've actually provided them with these 3 bottles so they can sort of join us for this tasting. And so we'll all be tasting the same ones. And I'm already getting texts from Mark saying I'm trying to order more of these for myself. But 3 different sherry whiskeys. I would encourage you guys, if obviously a lot of you are tasting along with us in some respects, if you have a sherry whiskey on hand, pour that. Let's talk about it. This is really just get into some sherry, geek out about it, have some fun. First one we're tasting is called Cask 9.208. Yes. 24 years old, 55.4%. Now, this one is a double matured whiskey.
This is the one that interested me the most.
Oh, well, I know you like these 9s a lot.
I do, but if you read the description on the website, because this one is available today, you guys can go get this one. So obviously, I wanted to read up ahead before the show, and I'm very interested to hear why the SMWS did what they did to create this bottle. It really is probably one of the bottles that they've worked most on maturation and finish. A lot of the bottles are single cask, you know, unfinished. There's some 1 cask, or you might finish it in a 2nd cask. This one's got a different story, and it's interesting. And I'm very curious to know if you're able to track its siblings, because at some point I would love to do a comparison to see how it marries up with its brothers and sisters.
Yeah, so I mean, we more and more so lately have, you know, shied away from the traditional model of the independent bottler. I mean, SMWS, we've won these awards for best independent bottler of the year. And not to downplay that, but you know, we're not just buying cask and dumping it and are bottling it and like there you go, and literally just being a pass-through entity. We've always focused on flavor and tried to just create flavor in as many ways possible without distilling. You know what I mean? So we're not, you know, we don't have plans to distill right now. Of course, everybody, when you get in the business, you think, I want to open a distillery one day. That's a different conversation. But and sorry for people in chat, don't think I'm alluding to the fact that that's happening. It's definitely not.
We'll be there to help.
I might retire.
Yeah. But I mean, we're trying to just create unique whiskeys, and of course most of them are single casks, just as is. This is one that we did in fact combine a handful of selected casks from the same distillery. We married them together, and then we took this, now a single malt as it is, it's no longer a single cask, and we transferred it into a few different casks to develop further. And this is a common thing because we have done this a couple times since. And this one was 20 years old at the time. So we took 20-year-old Speyside whiskeys, and then I'm trying to think just offhand. And then this one was transferred into a first fill Oloroso sherry hogshead. So not a big sherry butts, huge capacity, hogshead, sort of standard size, higher ratio of wood to liquid to give off, you know, I think a decent degree of influence. So yeah, it's I mean, 20-year-old whiskey, a lot of people would just say like, don't touch it, leave it as is. That's perfect.
Right.
No, this one's got a really good nose.
Yeah.
What do you
It's
guys
got a sweet, a little cedar note, you know, just real subtle. I'm not like it's not heavily oaked. I'm not getting any of that. So for 24-year-old whiskey, I think it's on the nose. It's the initial nose.
A wee bit of a nuttiness in there.
Yeah, absolutely.
And you guys don't have to do this, but I'm actually going to personally pre-pour all 3, and because
That's a good idea, actually.
I mean, look, we can do a couple ways. This is really there are no rules here. One, we can go through all one at a time, or two, we can line them up together. Now, because we have one that's been double matured from a bourbon cask to sherry cask, we have one that is pure Oloroso sherry cask full term, and then we have another one that's sort of a hybrid. If that makes sense. I'm not giving that away yet.
We'll get to that.
Yeah.
We'll get to it, right?
So if you want to pre-pour, I mean, I'm going to be nosing these together, and I should probably just pre-cheer, grab a glass.
Okay, so we got to figure out how to
share one of them.
Okay. Now these go with this. These go
Do we
with
want
this
to wait
last
for that
one.
one, or you?
No, I said pre-pour them all.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll keep them facing backwards though.
Reach up there and grab a glass out of that.
Oh, perfect. Yeah.
We got glasses. I just don't want to show this last one because this one.
Let's put this. We won't show the last one. Let's reveal the second one. We'll save the reveal for. Maybe we'll do that one separate. The second one is one that we've actually tasted already today on the channel, but I think first time you're tasting it, it is cask 30.108 Taste of Home. So this is our 2021 gathering. Well, and did you just smell it? Is that what that was?
Yes.
Yeah, Drew, when we were doing that preview on Monday here on the channel, I think you were in the chat saying, dude, I want one of these. And I texted you.
I cannot wait. I'm so excited.
I was like, Drew, there's literally one on the way right now for Friday.
Yeah. Okay, so hang on. So this is the third one for you.
Okay.
This is my third one for me. Where's my second one?
That's your second one.
Where's my second?
But your second one should be here.
I got it. Okay.
All right. Sorry about that.
That one?
We are now coordinated.
Now I got
the
it.
bottles.
All right. So let me see what this third one smells like on hands.
So Ben, how do you want us to go through this now?
Well,
Nosy one?
I think now that it's I don't want to reveal the third one yet. It's like it makes sense.
Let's just talk.
All right, so let's just do this. Let's put the third one aside. Just, I mean, you have to move the bottle. Let's just focus on the first two. So the first one we have, as I mentioned, 24-year-old, really unique sort of single malt in that it's been a marriage of bourbon cask transferred to first fill Oloroso. And an interesting dynamic because you have 4 years on top of a 20-year-old in American oak, but 24 years in oak, period, versus a 12-year-old full term in a Spanish oak refill sherry. So
yeah, we don't know. I mean, we don't know if it's Oloroso or if it's Pedro. It's just sherry, but we don't know.
Well, so the general industry rule is that if, at least on our end as cask acquisition, is if it says sherry, the default is always Oloroso.
That's
No
what I thought.
specify otherwise. Yeah. So anytime you see sherry, but at least on our labels, I'll tell you, if it doesn't specify, it's a sherry. It's a Oloroso sherry. But
So that second one, this 12-year-old 30, you definitely can smell the alcohol. It's the heat. This is a 60 what? 4.3.
Yeah.
So I mean, even on the nose, it comes across with more of a.
This is the second one.
Yeah, it comes with.
See, it's weird because I'm getting a
yes.
with the 24-year-old, and maybe it's because of the refill into a barrel. I'm getting a brightness out of it that I'm not getting as much out of the 12-year-old, which is significantly younger.
Yeah.
interesting.
So maybe it's the rebarreling.
Yeah, I agree with
It's
you.
a bright, sweet, you know.
Oh yeah, the older one is so much softer on the nose.
Yeah.
Much more approachable. The second one here, this higher ABV one, I think it's going to shine with water,
I agree.
just because it's coming in.
It's hard
with
to get
some
past the fuel on the nose. It really is.
I don't have a problem with that. I'm not getting burnt out.
Really?
Yeah.
Woo!
I remember when we were in Wichita for the Test Dummies and their anniversary, and we did that Johnny Walker shootouts. Remember? And did you guys organize that? Right? Was that
Yeah.
you had organized that, and I was on your tasting panel, and we were tasting the different expressions. We're not gonna get too off topic, but I'm thinking, Andrew, to your point about the surprising freshness of a whiskey that was just sort of double matured in a fresher sherry cask. I remember in the Johnny Walker lineup, again, not to get too into Johnny Walker, but you can kind of taste that. You're like, that's what I was able to taste, and I was able to identify which the newer release was because I felt that it's hard to get a full-term age stock in sherry cask. The sherry influence was that sort of brighter one, even though they were all the same expressions of Johnny Walker, just slight different release dates.
Yep.
So that's a really good point, because that's what we have here. It's an older whiskey, but fresher sherry cask for the last 4 years versus the opposite.
So, I mean, on color though, they're they're very similar. Yeah, they're on
I
point.
think it's a little darker on the 12-year-old actually.
And they're both pretty viscous. I think that 30 dot is a little bit thicker, at least on the side of the glass. I haven't tasted either one yet.
Oh
though.
man,
All right, so I'm gonna start with the number one.
They are
here.
dramatically different on the palate. There's noticeable difference on the nose, but the palate.
Well, hey, cheers, guys. Sorry.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Cilantro. Wow. We learned the proper response this morning on the first hour.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Charlie was he was a riot. He always is. He always is. Anybody else have a sherry whiskey? I've seen some comments saying that there's Amy Buxton had just said, mine just arrived. Perfect reason to open up. Amy, join us. Tell us what you think in the comments. So have you guys always been into this style? I mean, sherry mature whiskey. I mean, was this something you had to like warm up to? Because I know people kind of like with peated whiskey. A lot of people say I didn't like it at first, and they learn to like it. I think we talk to a lot of new members, and they say at first either they love it straight away, or it's a little too rich for them, and then they learn to enjoy it. What's your experience been?
I would say it took me a while to get into it. It's not like I disliked it, but I went through a peat phase first. I mean, I went through just a general basic maltiness Scotch, you know, trying to understand what Scotch is. And then all of a sudden we got into peat, and I was like, what in the world is this? I can't believe they put this in a bottle. And I couldn't get off that island. And this is what got me off the island. I fell in love with sherries. And for the longest time, I've talked to you about this several times. I've been trying to get away from it just from an evolution perspective. I've been trying to force myself to buy some of your other profiles, your light ones and delicate ones, because I think once you get a certain palate experience, you can start to appreciate those. If you haven't been through the ringer yet,
Very true.
the light and delicates just kind of go over your head, and you're like, yeah, I can't believe I paid this much money for it, but you're missing the delicacy of it. I'm still a huge fan. This is my number one profile. I have way more of SMWS bottles with this color band than I need. And I have a feeling I'm going to have 3 more next week.
Yeah, I think the sherry one, if you're coming from like a bourbon, I think a sherry whiskey is probably the next step into into Scotch, because it's a sweetness, it's a creaminess to it that you get out of the new oak and the bourbons and the corn. I kind of skipped this step. I went to peat. It hit me really well. I've come back to the sherry, and then I've even come all the way back to those light delicates. So once you kind of understand all the layers that can be in Scotch, you learn to appreciate. Now, my preferred profile is still peated, but you eventually learn to appreciate all the styles if you do enough of that.
I mean, I'll be open and say, when I joined the company, the Scotch Whisky Society, I mean, I was a member before, but when I did that, I was talking to some of my colleagues who I just met in the UK, talking about whiskey, and I was like going on about sherry whiskey, and they all gave me a hard time saying, you know, it's only the bourbon casks, like that's the way to go. And I was like, what are you talking about? But then I actually went through and I kind of realized it just developing appreciation for the lighter styles for many does come later. It's easier to sort of become captivated by the heavier styles and appreciate that. But after being in the business for almost 4 years now, I've come like full circle. You know, there's no, you know what I mean? You kind of have these preferences, and it's a little pretentious in my opinion. And I'm calling myself out here. Then you just come back and like, okay, there's a time and day for every whiskey. You know,
there is. Good point.
100%. I mean, I've done that circle twice now, I think, you know, and I'm finally starting to get back into peated again. It took me a while. I love peated whiskeys for a long time. And then I just went, nope, I'm done. Can't do it anymore. Give me sherry. And then I went back to I went to the light. I wanted the more lighter. I want just give me the straight up, just bourbon, ex-bourbon cask, nothing crazy. I want the finer, lighter stuff. Mm-hmm. And then it wasn't too much long ago, we had a peated whiskey, and I was like, wow, where have I been? This is good. So it's you do circles. Once you've kind of ran the gambit of what some of the finishes are, etc., you do circles, and it is time and place a lot of the time.
Mood drinker. I mean, everybody, I'll ask you, Ben, what's your favorite Scotch? You're in the industry. What's your favorite Scotch? How can you answer that question with one Scotch?
The last one I had.
Yeah, the last one I had. I'm such a mood drinker. Depends on what I had to eat, what time of the day, what time of the year. There's so many things, what kind of mood I'm in. And I you know, look at your background. I would sit there and stare at that for 15 minutes before I figured out which one I wanted to drink, because I'd have to really think about what's going to hit me
What do I want
right
today?
now.
How do I feel today?
You know that, Mark, that's a funny point. I mean, it's an interesting point because I always wonder, here I am streaming, and we both, you as well, have all these bottles, you know, and I remember it wasn't that long ago in life that I was like, wow, I hope one day to have a huge whiskey collection. But once you get to a certain number of bottles at home, it does become, it just makes it complicated. It's kind of like when I lived in Chicago, I sat there like, what do I want to, I wanted to order carry out or take out for dinner. I spent so much time thinking of what I'm going to get. What do I want? You know, I'm like, oh, do I want this place? I want this place. Then you move to a smaller town. And I'm not in a small town, but it's clear cut. There are enough options. I'm good to go. And so the more doesn't necessarily make you happier, but I think having a diverse selection of different flavors and styles just on your fingertips is an amazing, you know, thing to have at home.
It's like having all the restaurants at your fingertips and different meals, right, and menus, so you can pick from different styles what you want. I want a steak dinner tonight. No, I want a pasta. I want a whatever. So you're absolutely right. Having that diversity really does help.
Yeah, that is what I like about the flavor profiles you have on the SMWS bottles. Is if it's something you haven't tried, you know where it's going to be in your general taste category. I want a light lemony whiskey today because it's summer and it's hot and I want to step out. Or I want a heavily peated whiskey. I'm going out by the fire. It's cold. That's what I want. You can, if you haven't tried these, because you can't really sample them before you buy them. You just have to trust the label and trust the flavor profile. You're gonna be close to whatever you really are looking for.
So Ben, here's your opportunity to ABC always be closing, because he sure sounds like
he wants to be a member of me.
Yeah. Yeah, I just you do the work. You go.
He's gonna talk himself right into it in no time. But let's talk about sherry. I think I've gotten some pretty good notes on, but I haven't put water yet.
I just did.
I will tell you, oxidation, just airing on both of them, has really brought them out in blossom. This 24-year-old now is much more sugary and sweet and cotton candy, and you get some vanilla in there. The younger one, it needed a couple minutes to air off.
Yeah, well,
but now you can get in there and it's different. I really want to put water
oxidized in leather, and it's like it tastes older, which is weird.
Yeah, but the older one is delicate. It has more finesse to it. I mean, whether I add some water, it's enhanced even more. It's just well balanced from a sweet to just everything. Whereas the 12-year-old is delicious as well, but it's a punch in the face of sherry. Like it's like a strong, like brownie batter fig and some pine nuts, and it's just it's just like, wow, it's going to hit you hard with flavor, right?
Yeah,
so there's a difference in between the two.
Completely different.
Yeah.
Yep.
Have you had these, Ben? Do you have them poured out?
Yeah.
Tell me what you think on them.
Well, I think the comment about the freshness of the cask on an older whiskey was like, that was my first impression too. You know, that was Andrew, I think you threw that out there. Yeah, of course. Mm-hmm. Sorry guys, it's been a day. And so I'm just trying to keep, who said what, when did that, which whiskey I drank when? I've already run the dishwasher once today just to get some glasses back in rotation. But the 30.108 that we released this week is like that. It was early on when you remember the society at the time. You know, I had a cast similar to this, and I've seen some comments about others, and I was like, "This is it, man!" For me, I had purchased whiskey from this distillery and their official bottlings, and I thought it was okay. You know, I mean, going back, 10, 15 years ago, I started enjoying the whiskey, but I had a true single cask from a sherry butt like this, and I was like, "What is this?"
This is insane.
This is why people get into this thing, and so it was a whiskey like this that converted me. And everyone, when you think of the Speyside style, you think of like orchard fruit. It's a very fruity spirit. The Highlands are known to be a bit more earthy and rustic. This, to me, these casks from this distillery are kind of, for me, I've always been in between. And they're not all the same. No two are identical, but it's a Speyside whiskey, but it has an earthiness. That just adds I'm really, really into it. So anytime I see these, I can't recommend it enough. But being said that, I've been privileged to taste many of them side by side, and they are not all the same. This is a damn good one. You know,
Yeah, those figs are coming out.
Man,
now.
I'm telling you, you put some water on that.
Yeah,
Holy
I'm gonna
crap, it's amazing. It's like a big nuclear explosion in cherry bomb. It's like so powerful.
You know what
with
though?
cherry.
When you put water on it and it brings that ABV down, it actually lets you get at the spiciness of it. Because without water, you don't know if that's an ABV burn or just spiciness. But I've watered this thing down. It's very approachable, but there is a nice spicy finish at the back.
Clove and something
yeah,
else.
and it's that. I mean, so with the aromas of clove, ginger, and cinnamon. Well, hello. Yep, you're right. Somebody got it right on the panel.
That's phenomenal.
I want to ask a question or have a brief conversation when it comes to sherry about color, right? So there are distilleries and bottles out there that add color, obviously. You guys do not. And so we talked about the color on these, but I think when it comes to buying sherry matured whiskey, there's this misnomer that, you know, color is king. You know, the darker it is, the better. And, you know, if that's your experience, that'll get you so far. But you will run into a dark one that just is, you're like, what is this? So I've actually had some sherry bombs that were nowhere near as dark as, you know, coffee, that you're like, man, this thing, where did it get the flavor? And usually those are your older ones that sat in a reused cask for a long time or something. But you can get a ton of sherry on something that's not black. And, I mean, honestly, if you're spending time buying sherry bottles out there online and in your liquor store, that's what the first person is going to look at. Well, look at the color of this one. And, you know, yeah, that's impressive, but not until I taste it is impressive to me.
Yeah, you know, I think, I mean, everyone's experience and own path and interests are all different, of course. Mine changed when I started drinking sherry, like as is. Like I started drinking, you know, was able to go over to Spain, so and I got into it. It's just a few years ago. It wasn't that long. I mean, not that long ago relative to length of time I've been enjoying whiskey, but when I did that, that changed everything for me, because I think I started appreciating less the core flavors that were coming from the sherry and more about a distiller's execution, ability to craft something, and that's not leaning so heavily just on the wine that was residue that was left in the cask. That doesn't really, you know. And then I heard this from some distillers, you know, Speyside distillers who were doing this. They were sharing that sentiment that, you know, respect for the spirit comes in achieving the balance. And again, everybody has, if you enjoy it, if you like the taste of it, just buy it. But as I got into sherry, I think I started leaning more towards the more balanced sherry mature whiskeys and less on the blackest, the darker the better kind of thing. Because then I was like, I'll just buy a bottle of Oloroso sherry and save. You know,
let's drink that.
I mean, for truthfully. So I think also then this was at a time I started to understand distillation and the science and art a bit more. You know, so now when I taste whiskey, I do think about those things. I didn't always, and so. My point is, it's easy to sort of achieve some flavors, and you also hear that some distilleries, they don't, or you know, they acquire these casks, or the casks are made for them. They don't fully rinse the casks before filling them with spirits.
Of course, they're wet.
Some do, but a lot don't, and they get the color and the flavor. And when you think about that, I don't know. As a whiskey fan, I'm like that. I feel cheated, you know.
It does adulterate the whiskey a little bit. Yeah.
But ignorance is bliss too, you know what I mean? So the further you go, the less mystery there is. And so I'm not saying everybody throw up your hands offended that, you know, your whiskey's really dark, but I'm just saying I personally at this stage in my own whiskey experience kind of enjoy the ones that are, you could get to taste the spirits, you know, and the fruity and necessary character of the spirit as well as the sherry notes. But
taste the mastery of the distiller. You know, what did this guy create? What did this gal create? What was that? If you're burying, if I lose that in the finish of the maturation, then it's kind of lost. The whole thing's a loss. I mean, I've got some really dark whiskeys, don't get me wrong, but I appreciate them even if they're not. And honestly, when you find a really heavily sherried whiskey that's peated, and it's a perfect balance of both.
Ooh. Oh, we've had a few of those.
It's hard to get the bottle out of my hands. It's time to finish this one.
Hard to find, but those are amazing bottles.
So with water notes, guys.
I love it. Yeah, Andrew, go first?
So yeah, the 24-year-old one, that's 9 dot. Is that the?
Yeah, it's the 9.
So that one it's different levels of a higher sweetness, like vanillas and caramels, and those just like really light fruits in that perspective, whereas the 12-year-old bottle has more of the deeper, I think, more, what I consider more oxidized flavor. So you get the leather, you get the figs, you get more of that heavily dried fruit flavor out of those. And now, I don't know why. I don't know anything about the distilleries. I don't know anything about the barreling, except for what we've talked to today. Those are the notes I get. And quite honestly, for my flavor profile, I really like the heavier whiskey, the more oxidized, the deeper, richer flavors out of it. That's my profile. Next.
All right. So I think water brought out a lot of goodness in both of them.
Mm-hmm.
I think it changed the younger one more than it changed the older one. I think the older one is just a bit more complex. It's a little bit more layered. It drinks its age a little bit more. The water helped the younger one a lot. And honestly, with water on the nose, I'm getting a lot more sweetness. Now it's sat here for 5-10 minutes with some water. It's bringing a lot more sweetness on the nose, but it still has a pretty good, strong, spicy finish. I mean, it stays with you for a long time. I'm going to go out and get both bottles as long as everybody that's watching doesn't go buy them all up before we get off this show. But I'm not trying to sell them. I just say 2, 1 apiece. But I appreciate them both. And I think it's a good experiment to drink them side by side because one's twice as old as the other one. And one's been through
wouldn't think that.
An experiment. Really, I'm so interested to see that you guys did this. And I know it's not the first time you've played so much with maturation and finishes, but when I read that, I was like, whoa, man, they really they did more than they normally do. Because I've had one-on-one conversations with you, Ben, about how the panel works. Do they taste something and say, you know what, we need to send this one back and put it in an Olo cask for 2 years? Or do they just say, no, it's not ready? You know, this one, they made a concerted effort. Somebody made a decision to do what they did on this. And we know who that someone is for you guys, but it was more of you guys were more involved in the manipulation of this whiskey than, let's say,
it's interesting concept.
Yeah.
So there are. It's like you want me to answer kind of how it works, and for everybody, I think this might be good information because it's not something we talk about, but it's not something we're hiding. No, we have our spirits management team, which is Ewan Campbell and Kai Ivalo. Kai is the one, I think, spirits director. He's going around traveling the world acquiring casks. I mean, Kai and Ewan are a team. They do it together, but Kai's main focus is new distillery partnerships, existing distillery partnerships, cask acquisition, bringing them into our warehouse first and foremost. And we have 13,000 casks in our warehouse in Scotland now, and then many others spread around at different distilleries. They're sort of waiting there. Ewan Campbell is our spirits manager, and he's the driver of of all the spirits, all the double maturations. He's the one not tampering with. He's the one in the lab doing the work, and then we have the tasting panel, who their job is to score and approve the whiskeys. So Ewan is the one. He's the middle guy, the middleman in between the warehouse and the tasting panel. He does an initial assessment of everything. He actually noses everything himself before it goes to the panel, so the panel doesn't get off samples. They have to at least score an 8 out of 10 on a nose, even can move on to the next round. So the panel's there. Ewan's picked up a little bit to just sort of filter out, as I said, those ones that probably wouldn't get approved anyway to save time. So the panel's approval rate, I think, is increasing because we're just being more careful with what's going to them to begin with, more selective, I should say. Sure. So Ewan he's the one doing all the double maturations first and then presenting them. And it's more of that than the panel coming together and saying, okay, let's collectively sit around and have an idea for this one. It's Ewan for them, as my understanding, and I'm not saying that some panel members didn't have suggestions, and because everybody's open to every input from everybody. So, but my understanding, and obviously going there and knowing these guys, that Ewan's doing a lot of this. Now we're doing a huge investment into wood. I mean, we invest so much money into casks around the world.
Wow.
And in this sort of IPO filing that just happened this year, a big part of that was not to just acquire more stock, but raise capital to go out and buy wood. So they go down in Spain and just go to bodegas, buy casks, have them shipped back to Scotland, and then we'll go through the warehouse, the samples. I mean, they're not saying the warehouse looking at which one would go. They're just looking at a spreadsheet, but they're saying, and Ewan's saying which that we have here could probably be a good fit. Then he'll order some samples from the warehouse because the lab's in Edinburgh, the warehouse is just outside of Glasgow. he'll taste them, and then we'll say, okay, let's try this one. So he's got all these experiments going on. It's funny, you think he's the guy tasting whiskey all day long. He's in front of a computer most of the day. I mean, anytime I see him there in the office, like just like a lot of us are. But then he'll present, and it has to still pass the tasting panel's scoring process. Like, it has to be good enough if it's not good. So this was him, and I think he's also doing the blended malts that we've been releasing on occasion. They started off as just like an experiment, but it's cool because he just worked as a barman at the vaults. Like, you go in there, you order a dram. He was a young guy working at the bar.
That's cool.
And then they recognize that this guy has an amazing palate, and they're like, "Hey kid, do you want to step up and take the big job?" And so yeah, he's a great guy and super humble, but.
Yeah,
that's does that answer the question?
Sounds like Dr. Scott should do a documentary in Scotland about this.
That would be great because my analytical mind goes through with this 24-year-old, and when I read the information on this and what you talk through, what I hear now, this is not what you said. This is what I hear. That these 20-year-old casks, they were bad, but they weren't great. They were missing something. So we took all these casks, these 20-year-old casks, put them together, and then put them into something that would enrich what was there. So you had a good base spirit. It wasn't off-putting. There was nothing, no acetone, nothing awful in it. But it just needed more to make a really good bottle that somebody wants to buy. It needed more. So they married these casks together, and then separate them back out into something that would enhance that base malt flavor that was from that distillery. That's what I hear, but that's
side note.
Well, that assumption is both common and fair. I mean, I think it's not. One would assume that from the consumer side, thinking like, okay, whiskey brand, it's got to do this. We're just not a whiskey brand. I mean, we in a way we have a brand, but we're just a group of guys and girls who love whiskey, and we only sell whiskey to people who like whiskey. So it is more about, though, I would say, in terms of the tasting panel, and I guess finding something different. Like, you can only bottle so many 10-year-old refill hogsheads from the same distillery, and of course no two casks are ever alike, but like, how many after you do 50 of them, you think of it. If it was your job, you'd say, okay, I want to get a little creative. Like, I don't want to do the same thing every day.
Exactly, and that's what I see with this one. You had a good base spirit. Now let's play with it. Let's try this cask and try that cask and see where it goes. And then you got something unique, something that's unique from this distillery, because you got an additional top of sherry on there. What number? It's great.
So this is the 208th cask from this distillery. So I was curious just to know that. If that's the case, if let's say what you say is how it worked out, hats off, because I think he did it.
Well, yeah.
I mean, it's in this profile on me more and more, and I don't want to spend the money, but
Ben, is this the most popular flavor profile right now at SMWS?
Yeah, between this and the peated profile, I think so. That's why we want to dedicate 2 hours, one to the sherry matured style, one to the peated, because those tend to go first. Now, I think we were also on this earlier today. It's harder and harder to get casks of both styles, just in general in the industry right now, because it's not just SMWS members who are into it. It seems to be a lot of whiskey drinkers, everywhere in America are into that. So sherry, of course. Yeah, sherry as a product itself is not really that in demand. It's leveled out. And so
that's why you're drinking the sherry. You're trying to give yourself casks.
Yeah, come on, we have to. That's true, though. We do have to support the sherry industry. Yeah. Come on, let's do our part. Now, a funny thing, though, I will tell you guys that I learned. I don't know if you guys heard this in the chat, or are you guys?
No, we're not.
We're going to turn it off so we can focus on.
No. I don't mean. I mean to suggest anybody watching who's in the chat right now, if you've heard this comment, but if a whiskey's 95% of all sherry is matured in American oak, and I think a lot of people naturally think that it's European oak, but as a wine, European oak is too intense to create sort of a delicate sherry wine. So if you see something that's Spanish oak, most of the time, I would say 95% of the time, it's been seasoned specifically for Scotch whiskey maturation. If you see American oak, it could be seasoned. Like some big brands, I'll tell you in Speyside, do season American oak. but usually they're true bodega casks. So a lot of times you'll see for us, something will be finished or double matured in American oak sherry cask, a PX cask, or Oloroso. Those are usually casks we've bought from a bodega. So they truly did age sherry. Is there a real difference? That's a huge debate. You know, I don't think
Sure.
it's different, but
That's an interesting thing to know, though, and that's good transparency. I appreciate knowing that. I just hear you say that because honestly, when I hear seasoned, I'm like, all right, so they splashed some sherry in there, and then they didn't pour out everything that went in, and they hurry up and put some distillate in there, and we called it good.
Yeah.
there's a
Hey, one question before we get into this last one, because I want to save some time. We got 17 minutes, and we got to talk about it.
I'm ready.
But from a cask perspective on the SMWS, do you guys ever sell casks now? I mean, you obviously are acquiring casks at a pretty high rate, I hope, because I'm a member and I don't want to see you run out. But is there ever a point in time where the decision's made, hey, we got to let this cask go, or we're running out of room, guys, we got to make some space for this guy? Or are you guys actually in the business of selling casks as well as acquiring casks?
No. I mean, we were bottling casks, and we did this IPO to raise capital to buy more casks, because
right. Well, but that does that. So sometimes you might have to sell some to make some capital to buy some other. I was just curious. I'm glad to hear you don't, because I don't want you to buy bad stuff that you think you have to sell. So just buy all the good stuff and bottle it.
Hey, quit talking. We got this bottle to go through.
And as we move to this last one, I mean, look, let's be candid. Like, we have the luxury of we're the largest independent bottler in Scotland, and so we have the luxury of time. We're not under pressure to churn it out quickly. You know what I mean? And realize
That's true. That's a good point.
We can afford. We're very fortunate that we can acquire casks with younger spirit and just let it go.
Well, that's it.
Let's go to the last one. So, guys, last one. This
is the 287th cask from this one, because you guys don't put that many of these out. Let's just be honest. I've been a member 4 years and not seen many of these come through.
Well, hold on. There's 287 bottles in this.
Oh, 287. Thank you. Yes. 151 casks then.
Okay, which is still a lot. So, guys, for everybody watching, you guys haven't tasted this yet either. I know. No. This is a very special thing. We're dropping this on Monday. We'll be releasing this whiskey. And I'm going to tell you a little bit more about it. Now, this is cask 24.151. Take a look. Can you guys see this? Meandering Amaze of Souks. Souks?
Dark it is.
Comment in the chat.
A little bit darker than the other two.
What's unique about this one, if you look at the label, this is a 12-year-old, kind of like the last one we just had, from Speyside, Distillery 24. If you guys, some of you know, but also double matured, and in an Oloroso, starting from an Oloroso sherry butt, and then transferred to a first fill ex Pedro Jimenez or PX sherry hogshead. Now, this one has followed the same formula as the first one we had. This was also a marriage of multiple casks, all Oloroso sherry butts initially, that were married together and then transferred to 3 different types of casks for 3 different bottlings. All 3 of them are going to be released on Monday as a set. So we are tasting one, but this is not going to be available as a standalone. I see the disappointment that is turning. And it will be sort of in the form of a lottery, because I think we'll go real quick. So the 3 of them, they were all 10 years old. 10-year-old sherry butts from Distillery 24, Oloroso sherry butts, transferred to one, a first fill Oloroso cask, so like a fresher Oloroso, kind of like the first one that we had. The second one, Pedro Jimenez sherry, which we'll be tasting here in a moment. The third one was a first fill bourbon barrel, which sounds really interesting, because oftentimes you hear a whiskey will live in a bourbon cask first and then sherry. A few years ago, we did an experiment with whiskey from the same distillery at 20 years old. We transferred them to the same 3 types of casks for 2 more years. So they were bottled at 22s. We call it the Jazz Trio. And the bourbon barrel one was really interesting. But we picked this one for tonight so we can have Oloroso sherry with a little bit of PX, which is not something you see from the distillery ever. They do bourbon casks, but you never see PX. So pour dram. This is 63.1%.
Thank you. I was just going to say that. Wow.
Holy moly.
It comes in with a flair. It definitely has that 63% on it.
And I love PX, and I can totally get that in the nose.
See, I'm getting more of the Oloroso on the nose.
Oh, it's delicious.
Oh, but yeah, there's right around the edges. You get that extra bright sweetness.
I don't know. I can't tell which one I get out of this. It really is kind of a marriage of both. Boy, you're killing me on the set, man. I'm gonna have to.
I'll tell you, the three of them, they're all what we would call sister casts. I mean, it was a marriage of multiple sherry butts, then transferred into these three. The set, I mean, you guys, if you subscribe to our emails, or get our emails on Monday, are sold. It's called the 24 Trio. The set is $475 for the 3 bottles. So, which Celery put it out. We don't know what that would cost, but that's what it is at. So yes, it will be a lottery. You'll get an email on Monday. But anyway, let's talk about this one because this is one of the three.
Listen, I'm not going to do like last night and swear all over the channel, although I really appreciate it. I had so much fun watching you and Neil and company. That was such a fun show.
That was a great
show. Neat at 63%. This is really good.
You tried it?
Yeah.
Oh, I haven't tried it yet.
I mean, I expected it to come in a little bit hot, but the first punch right up front was not an alcohol burn. It was just all sherry. It was like, hello, lover. I mean, if you can't get into this.
Yeah, it's really interesting because I don't know what I was expecting, but I'm not getting like the over oxidized like an Oloroso. It's really this kind of sweet middle sherry on the initial palate. The finish, now I need to give this a couple sips to get the alcohol to kind of tame down because it does burn out the end for me right now.
Yeah, it's buttery creamy. Oh my gosh, caramelized buttercream. Even a hint of funk at the end there on the finish. Oh my gosh.
This will be a test for me.
A little black tea.
So back in January of this year, Ben, I got COVID and lost my sense of smell and taste for 5 months. And I think I'm 100% back. Maybe I'm not.
What's the dummies not being able to taste? All the dummies on all the whiskey tubes are like just getting hit hard.
Right. So it hurt. I was down for the count for 5 months. But prior to that, there wasn't a bottle or a dram from this distillery that you could pour me blindfolded that I wouldn't say there's a sulfur note. Even these guys would be like, you're crazy. There's no sulfur. And I'm like, no, there's sulfur. I'm not getting any sulfur on this. And I kind of expected. I almost missed it a wee bit because that's what it's supposed to be there.
No, but the heavier note comes through in the finish. You get a lot more like black tea and those kind of things coming through on the finish.
That's true.
Yeah.
Dark chocolate and black tea.
Yeah. You know, it's Oloroso sherry is obviously classically dry, nutty, baking spice. Pedro Jimenez sherry is sticky, sweet, of course, fruitier, more crystallized sugars. This one, I mean, in my opinion, 2 years in the PX, it hasn't.
Holy crap!
Maybe if it was a bourbon cask, a gentler maturation underneath it, you might get more of those distinct PX fruits. But because it's both, it feels more harmonious in a way.
This is legend. Wait for it.
Dairy. I'm sorry, he had to do it. He's been waiting to do that since last night.
Right.
We went on our show last night. We do a live show on Thursdays. Remember?
Yeah, I was there.
You shut up. We postponed it just so we could finish watching your show with Neil.
So good.
We had so much fun. It really was a fun show to watch. It was almost like watching you try to herd cats for a minute. But I mean, we get it.
You did a great job.
You did a great job. It was a good show. I don't know if you accomplished your goal. Did you get 3 names that you feel comfortable with? I'm not sure.
Yeah, we got the 3 names. We have to submit names to the TTB for approval, but I think those will all check out.
It was fun to watch. That was a really good time.
Yeah.
So I put some water. I want to see what happens. When did you taste this first, Ben?
A couple nights ago, I had opened it up. I was putting the schedule together for today. I just finalizing. I was working late at night. I was like, I'm just going to open this. I'm not going to work late at night without a whiskey here. I think I texted you guys a picture and said, don't reveal until the stream. But I did.
Yeah.
It's definitely Again, all 3 of these are very, very different. I mean, they're similar on the surface, but they're all different. And I'm into this sale, especially as it gets colder. I feel, I mean, you guys are in the Midwest and you know what it's like. I've always thought of this kind of whiskey as like when you're snowblowing the driveway or something. Like this is what I'd want.
Yeah. Yeah. So this one, when I added water to it, I get a lot more of the PX on the nose. A lot of that sweetness really comes up. The ruby fruits kind of coming through.
Werther's Originals. Yeah.
The finish is still very dry. I'm not getting as much PX on the palate tonight.
So that's
today.
more that a little coming through.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where
dry
I'm getting a little more of the dryness on it.
People are asking.
I would say they balance it really well. Maybe like a little more PX in it, but it definitely takes off the edginess of an oxidized Oloroso and kind of brings it much sweeter.
I mean, they're all three different. I mean, this is just like creamy sugar heaven. It is a shorter, sticky finish than the other two. The first one though is just so balanced and light, and you have time to you have time to really get in there and get the nuances of the different the different tastes. Whereas the second one is just a punch in the face sherry, like just so good and figgy and dark and rich, and then this last one is just buttercream and cotton candy, and
that's an interesting way. That is Ben. I like the selection we have here because we do have that kind of range of flavors. All they all stand by themselves very well, but it's always fun to have 3 sherry whiskeys together, kind of pick out what you like about each one.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I'm imagining it or I want it to be there, but I've watered this last one down probably more than I normally would, just to see what's going to happen with it. And I do believe I'm getting that just a wee hint of that sulfur note. I want it there. It needs to be there. That's what it belongs with this story.
Yeah, I'm getting that too.
But the second one, the big puncher, the 64.3. Now that it's been sitting here for as long as it's been sitting, I did report a little bit. It has just turned into a sugar factory with a little bit of maybe a strawberry hint on it. But I'm really wanting to see where this last one goes. And obviously we've got 5 minutes left. I'm looking at another 15 minutes to see what happens to this thing. But you know what I want to talk about? I want to tee up the next guest we got 5 minutes, right?
Yeah, tee it up. This is your time.
So you've got the next guest coming on, and I'm just going to say,
our next guest today. That's what you want. I thought you meant for your time. Yeah. Go ahead.
That we get to go first and after.
Well, we should. It should be. I mean, we are the champs.
Yeah. Wait a minute. No. I do believe you've got another competition going on later on. So yes, the Dummies versus Dummies did happen, and we did win.
You guys did call
wait for
it.
Yeah. But I like going after the test dummies because then we can sit in the chat.
That's right.
And throw tomatoes and heckle.
I'm sure they're not doing that at all.
No, love those guys. I'm excited to see what
they're being so civil. Like it's kind of weird. I'm like they've grown up. It took them 50 years or whatever. But
it should be the Bart show. You guys are going to tear into some Peat. So I really want to see what happens on that. But then after that, you're doing a blind tasting competition again, right?
Now we're doing another blind tasting competition following. So let's just lay this down there. Earlier, was it this year? Was this year still 2021 or was it last year?
I think we lost a year back.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, I can't. Anyway, we did host on the channel. Go check the replay if you haven't already. But the Scotch for Dummies did go head to head with the Scotch Test Dummies, another dumb YouTube channel. And a blind tasting challenge, the Scotch, and it got close there for a little while. But
it was humbling.
The Scotch for Dummies did win, and I kind of tried to make it really close. I don't know. I didn't want to influence, but I was like, "Come on, you guys," just for the sake of entertainment. But they rightfully won. The Test Dummies were, I think, good sports about it. They acknowledged the victory. So yes, that is why we chose you to go first. It has nothing to do with the fact that you really want to do sherry, and we prefer to do sherry before Peat.
I know
it's really because you won.
Yeah.
So take a victory lap.
Well, you can
on that note, Ben, I will say that Scott, we make it to Indianapolis for our 6-year anniversary. These 3 bottles will be there. We will not drink them all. We're going to share these out with some friends that show up. So if you want to taste them, just come on to Indianapolis and have your fill.
Yeah, that's great.
But then you've got another blind challenge after the test dummies.
So we have another blind challenge. Couple channels who are newer to Scotch, so they're not coming at this. It's funny. Think of how humbling it was for you guys who been documenting Scotch whiskey tasting for your enjoyment for years. They're newish. They're coming in with a different attitude. They're pretty confident about their abilities to do this. I'm like, I don't know. I've got to tell you, I did this. I think I sent them an email. I was like, guys, don't worry, you're gonna fail miserably. And they're saying, no. I said, I was like, why don't I just go with basic ones? One Isla, one Peat. They're like, no, we want the most challenging thing. I'm like, all right. So guys, stay tuned. I think that's going in about just over an hour. We'll start that. We got one more segment before that, but then we'll you watch some people, some pro YouTubers. They are both they're all full-time YouTubers, and they are head to head with their reputations on the line. I'm sorry.
Is that all they do now? Is YouTube full time?
Yeah, the Bourbon Junkies, they both of them just quit their jobs and they went full time like a month or two.
Good for them. Cheers to that, man.
No kidding.
I salute that. That takes guts.
Well, the point is their reputation. I mean, you got, not that your reputation is important, but there's like you got to put their money where their mouth is, because their mouth where their money. I don't know, something about money. Anyway, thank you guys. It's great hanging. Like
Ben,
it seems like
thanks for sharing these three with us.
Enjoy those
and being a friend of the channel. We love the SMWS. We're still going to work on this guy. We're going to see you in November. I'll talk to you about what we need from you and all, but we appreciate you bringing us on. It was a great day. You've had a fun day today. We've been sniping you all day. Sniped you last night. It's been a great week. The gathering's been a success for you guys this week. I can't say thank you enough. And we will be in touch, my friend. Anybody come to our celebration, these 3 bottles will be there.
Yep. You might come just for that.
I'll be there.
I might get to them. All right, guys. Cheers. I'll see you.
Cheers.
All right. So we're getting, man, this marathon is cruising. First of all, hope you guys enjoyed the 4 dummies. Great seeing, the 3/4 dummies, the 3/4 dummies. Hope you guys enjoyed a sherry whiskey while we're doing this. Now, yes, I'm already seeing the comments. Is the time. It's the hour of Peat. Where's Matt Ryan? Matt Ryan in the chat. The Tar Life. It is the Tar Life time. On to the Peat. We're going to do a full hour dedicated to the Peat. We got 3 peated whiskeys. More dummies coming on. Different type of dummies. Smarter dummies. Dumber dummies. I mean, they lost that blind tasting challenge, so they're definitely the dumbest of the dummies. Let me just bring them on. They're going to do whatever they want. And boom. What's up, test dummies?
Whatever you want.
Ben, how are you?
Good, man. Okay.
First of all, I got to say real quick, the Scotch 4 dummies may have won the challenge.
It's already started.
That's right. Trivia. Yeah. Throw a dog a bone. Look what happens.
I like how you discounted to trivia. It wasn't a challenge. It was trivia. Like, it was a trivia.
I would hate to be Mark's wife, though. I'd just like to say, because he's like, 12 minutes. We got 12 minutes left. All right, 5.
Yeah.
5. We're down. We got 5
minutes.
minutes. 5 more minutes.
How you guys doing? What's going on?
Not much.
Whiskey Throttle throwing some shade. The real dummies.
Oh,
Drew, you get after him. Yeah. How you guys doing? Everything good though?
Phenomenal.
You've been hanging in there. Is your weekend underway? I mean, Scott, you've been in the chat. You've been working today. I think you've been sort of tuning in.
Been tuning in and out here and had some things to do. But been here since I got the first hour I was in, and a little bit here and there. So.
Yeah, Eugene says, well, first of all, Watchman 999. Hey, everyone. Good to see you. Eugene says, I believe in redemption. So will we see it? What have you guys been up to lately?
Not much working and
a lot of work.
Trying to get back in. So Mark had COVID. He was out for a while. Mine's almost a year in, and I still don't have my nose completely back yet.
That's wild.
Yeah, it is. I can't believe it's taken this long. But anyway, we went from November to April without doing any reviews. Mm-hmm. So it's kind of getting back into the grind. We've been getting back in there doing our 2 a week, and
yeah. That was pretty dismal there for a little bit, Scott. I mean, when you were doing those, my wife handed me a dram. It's like a peated Bunnahaven. You're like, Oh, that's my favorite Kentucky bourbon. I've had this so many times.
My favorite part of that was there was like a few viewers were like, he's faking it. He's faking it for views. And I'm like, no, he's not faking it for views.
That was intense, though. I mean, were you pretty nervous about that, or were you pretty calm, cool, and collected during all that?
No, I think I was pretty calm and collected. It did drag on a lot longer.
Well, it had the other side effect. You suddenly didn't think I was as funny as I know I am as well.
Yeah.
You were like, you're not as funny. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm just as funny.
Well, I got to tell you, so right now we're going to get into some Peat, and I'm going way back when you guys were starting out. One of you were all about the Peat. One of you and I think, had like similar palates. I'd watch your show, and I was like, this guy, what are these guys talking about? I don't know about the kind of the outfits, but I'm like definitely agree with everything he's saying. Then I've learned to appreciate the outfits, and then Scott, you've learned to appreciate the Peat itself. I believe, right? I mean, it took some time.
Yeah, definitely.
You're heavy into it right now. So
I would now give again the Scotch for Dummies beat me out because they get the sherried whiskeys and we get stuck with the Peat.
No, you pick good. You pick good, man.
That's what I was getting at. I was talking to Mark, and I was like, you know what? I asked you both if you would join the marathon today. I talked to Mark. I was like, these guys won the blind tasting challenge. All right, which one?
Trivia.
I gave them the pick. I knew whichever one they picked, one of you two would be disappointed with the outcome. But anyway, let's see if we can make up for that today. So, guys, it's the hour of Peats. Pour yourself a Peat of whiskey. Drop a comment in the chat. What are you drinking right now? We got 3. So let's start. I think all 3 of these are right now actually in this shop. What have you guys been into lately? I mean, we're tasting so much whiskey. Let me pick on you, Bart, because obviously you're the OG Peat fanatic of the two. What have you been enjoying? The same thing that as always? Or are you kind of going on? Are you getting bored with it? Are you finding new interests? Or
no? Well, in the summer I'm usually a lot more Peat light. So it seems like I don't get into the heavy Ardbegs and Lafroigs until we start getting into the depth of winter and it's freezing outside and the snow's coming down. We had the Port Charlotte out, and actually I haven't put that back since we pulled that down from Brook Lottie. It's that little softer, but it's got that little iodine kind of touch to it.
Which one, the Port Charlotte 10?
Yeah, no, was it the 10 we had out? The Port Charlotte 10. It was just... And I just stayed out on my bar because I keep coming back. I still lean toward Scotch first, no matter what it is. It seems like I just get more complexities over the whole range of Scotch. So if I can't even think of something off the top of my head, but sometimes I'll reach for something that's a little more fruity, just a little more citrus touch in it. But I'm usually not as heavily peated in the midst of summer. But today's the first day of fall, I think, isn't it?
A couple days ago, maybe. Yeah, I mean, we're in it. We're officially in it. So
yeah, so it's perfect. It's fall's my favorite season, and it's perfect to start diving back into.
Yeah.
We do have only an hour. I would like to point that out.
Hey, asked the question. I got to say though, what was the last time SMWS really surprised me was we were filming some shows, and he had said, "Hey, I got a couple SMWSs. This happened to be Good Cop, Bad Cop, which had a real heavy honey, vanilla, and then Happiness is a warm bung. Got to make sure I stop at bung. I always add a little extra to it. But I was on the phone. My boss had called for some stuff, and I'm running through some things. And Scott hands me the Good Cop, Bad Cop. We'd already filmed, I think, 3 shows. Hands me that. I take the sip, and I was like, oh my. I mean, just as they finished, the vanillas and the honey that blew up, and I was like, oh my God. I pulled the phone away. I was like, what is that? Yeah, and he goes, Good Cop, Bad Cop. And I'm like, man. And then I'm talking some more, and the boss is even like, what are you talking about? And I told him, he's like, you got to give me a sample of that. And then he hands me Happiness is a Warm Bung, and I was like, it was like doubled. I was like, how do you, woo. So the power of the flavors that were coming through, So, Sorry, go ahead. Scott wanted to jump in with an idea.
It was good.
It was good. All right, guys. We have 3 whiskeys here. I'm going to reveal them here. I see you got a little whiteboard back there going with them.
Well, I wrote down the numbers in case I don't know if you can read, if anybody can read it or see it, but
John Bohr in the comments is already thrown out. So we have 3 whiskeys, 66.192, which is going to be an interesting 7-year-old Highland first fill bourbon barrel, 61.5% ABV. We have Driftwood Barbecue, which we've been talking about a bit this week. We just released this for the gathering. Classic from Distillery 29, second fill bourbon barrel, 60.8%. Jeez. And then we got a big dog, 20-year-old, 4.271.
Love it.
Acadian Pizzeria. I don't even know if they eat. I've never been to Orkney. I don't know if pizza is actually even a thing, because that would really take the name far, or is it just kind of because it's pita? We'll find out. Let's taste this. You can obviously tell I haven't even tasted this one yet. So
I did. So, I tasted it last night.
Oh, we'll pull down.
Now, so I've got all 3 bottles, and I saw you had the 4 dummies. Go ahead and pour all 3. I've got them poured ahead of time. If you want us to do the same,
yeah. If you got them already poured, yeah, we were to do one at a time, and then we're like, hey, we got a little excited, and I think tasting them side by side is fun because I chose 3 here that are different styles of peat. You know, one is obviously the classic Isla 10-year-old bourbon cask. Actually, these are all bourbon casks, as I understand. But then we have the Orkney, the 20 years old, so softer, the style of peat. You know, known to have sort of like heathery notes. Of course, with more time in the cask for the peat influence and mellow. And then we have a younger, intense Highland peat whiskey, which is interesting. So
I like my peach young.
So I'm gonna pour all of these. You guys, what do you guys? Everybody in the chat, what do you have? Stuart writes, says, I haven't been such a fan of 4.271 Arcadian Pizzeria. Uh-oh. All right, Stuart. Well, we'll...
Amy says she's shocked. Pete for Bart. We love you, Amy.
Amy, did you open that bottle from the last session? I got to grab some more glasses right here.
Let's see. What else? Oh, yeah. I love the pizzeria name. Stuart Wright says, I haven't been such a fan. Oh, he hasn't been such a fan of it. I love the name.
So. While Ben is off camera, I will tell you early on, Bart and I have been doing reviews on YouTube for coming up on, 8 years. Well, no, next month will be 8 years. Bart did get into peated whiskeys before me.
Because of you.
And I did not. It took me a lot longer to like them.
I would twist his arm. Yeah.
I would go. We met at Bart's to film, and he'd have some new Lafroig out, and I'd be like, "Oh my god!"
He'd say, "Nope." And then we'd have to strip down Greco-Roman wrestle.
A few years in,
I got Ben got a little laugh there.
Well, I was just
A few years in though, and tasting different, they started to warm up to my palate. Really, Lafroig 18 was one of the first ones where I was like, okay, this is a good whiskey.
Yeah.
It's peated. I don't like peat, but I can tell this one's a good one.
I remember you brought that over even, and then you were like, I like this. And I was like, ooh.
Yeah.
Ooh.
And then you had one of the Brook Lottie, I think it was one of their older releases, the 3D3.
Yes, the 3D3 was good.
Yeah.
Very good.
And I brought it home to sample it and take notes on it before we filmed. And I sat down with it, and it was like it just clicked when I tasted. I was like, this is what peat is about.
Right. Well, and Peat Monster, he got the Peat Monster from Compass Box early. And we were probably only 8 months into the show, 9 maybe. We're still pretty new.
Yeah, if that long.
Yeah. And he's got it sitting on his bar upstairs. And I looked at it, and I was terrible. I was all prejudgmental. It was light in color. The logo, I said, this is weird logo. He's like, shut up and try it.
I said, what is this marketed for?
Yeah, what is this for college kids? Peat Monster. Ooh, it's a monster.
There's a monster on there.
I'm like, the color, it's so light. Oh, yeah. He like slapped me upside the head and said, quit talking, just try it.
For one of the first times I ever told Bart to shut up.
Whatever, all the time.
Taste it.
And then I did, and I was like, oh my God. And then I went crazy. I was like, I need everything peat. I went to the liquor store, bought me some more of that, give me some Lafroig, give me a little Lagavulin, Ardbeg.
Again, we only have an hour.
Okay, sorry.
But we have nothing on the agenda but the hour of Peat and
48 minutes. We got 48 minutes.
Thanks, Mark.
I'm gonna say you're watching the time like somebody else I know.
I'm starting with this 4.271 Arcadia Pizza just because it's.
Oh, you did?
Oh, you're over there. Okay.
Oh yeah, listen, you guys can go anywhere. I'm
No,
going
we're
with
gonna follow
this.
you.
I was
And I
going to
wanna
do the
say-
7-year-old.
Yeah, here.
We just had a
We're gonna
couple
follow
in the
you.
last round, and we don't do this often, but you would think in the last hour that we do this often. This was also a single malt that we married multiple casks and then transferred it together into a final cask. However, the initial cask was an ex-bourbon hogshead, and then the final cask is a refill ex-bourbon hogshead. So similar cask, just spent a little time, not influenced too much by a different type of wood to create, a totally new flavor. So they're definitely light. Right
Yep,
off the
that
bat.
20 years, definitely the longer that peat sits in there, the more subtle it can be.
Such a nice vanilla lemongrass, though, on the nose as well. Someone's baking a lemon custard pie in a field of lemongrass
With a pirate ship.
with a pirate ship on fire.
I don't know, man. I'm into this. I gotta tell you, because I wasn't in at first when I got into peated whiskey. I wanted full octane. I was like, if it's not knocking me on my ass, I don't want it. That was my mentality. That kind of changed because I started to just, enjoying whiskey a lot, and then when you're doing it regularly, it's like, you know what? Sometimes I like a lightly peated one.
There's such a blast of citrus, tropical fruit explosion with that.
yeah.
Not heavy tropical fruit, lighter, maybe a little tangerine, but like just citrus, zest, blast.
Yeah, I got that too. It's like a little bit of grapefruit kind of.
Yes.
to me. That's,
Grapefruit, I will agree. That citrus grapefruit. Let me put a little water in this.
Yeah.
Um,
For 20 years, 55.1%. It's retained a high strength after 2 decades in wood.
2 decades. Wow.
2 decades. What were you doing 2 decades ago, Bart?
I was riding in a rough part of town, and I think you and I were we partners then?
No.
You
not
probably
20.
left. Yeah. 6 years on. 6 years on, I was scat. I think I was in a special
2001.
I'm going to show the bottle.
2001. I think I was working graveyard on the west side of town. Nice part of town then.
Yeah, I mean, the distillation date is 19th September. Of course, 20 years ago from now would be 2001.
Yeah.
I guess this was bottled. Yeah,
Scott's way better on the math.
I got to check some of these.
It's like, you can't even do 20 years subtraction. I'm like, no, I missed it. Yeah, I got off.
I gotta check more of these dates. I don't really think about that as often. It's like, sometimes see if any of, you got a lot of bottles behind you too. See if there's significant dates. It's always kind of yeah. So we're on this 4.271 Arcadian Pizzeria, 20-year-old Arcadian Pizzeria, obviously from Orkney, northernmost island or whiskey producing island in Scotland, which I believe is still the case. 55.1%. Yeah, this one's available now. Little plug, free shipping ends at midnight tonight at midnight Pacific.
The peat I get here is like a light ashy peat, like the ash you would be cleaning out of the fireplace the day after. I get a little ash kind of peatiness.
Kind of light to mid-level peat. It's weighing down. Of course, distillery number 4 isn't really known for heavy peat.
Yeah.
But it's such a blast on the palate of oak and those citrus notes, vanillas. Just a great palate.
It's dry. It's got that kind of astringent up front. I'm trying to figure out, I'm not quite getting a lot in the finish. Maybe a touch of the citrus in the finish. I haven't had this. You had this the night before. I haven't had this at all.
I had a little bit of water. I followed your lead, Bart. I think you added water first. That's the way to go, because I probably got it down to maybe 50%, maybe a little less. And it's singing for me right now.
I think it helps open it up, and it helps with the finish as well. I think it really kind of helps it cling on and hang in there.
Yeah. Question was from Stuart Wright would love to hear food pairing suggestions. I mean, this to me, like, you do pick up a little bit of the maritime character. Maybe not as much as like a medicinal Isla, but I would still go like a seafood pairing of some. I mean, you could go to a lot of directions. What do you guys do if you were pairing this up?
I would agree. I wouldn't see a real heavy meat. I wouldn't see a barbecued meat, anything like that, or even a steak. I would agree. Probably even a smoked salmon would be really good with it.
Yeah, smoked salmon would probably be good.
Yeah.
He does a good smoked salmon. You do.
Really?
Oh yeah. He's a smoker. Goes crazy.
Little bit of a teaser for our channel. So last year we missed out on our 12 hours of boom, which Ben, you had talked about kind of was your inspiration for today. So October 26th, I think we are looking at doing the 12 hours of boom. We had done it in the past in July. We're moving it to October. It'll sync up with our anniversary for YouTube as well. But I'm going to move my smoker over there and be smoking some brisket and some ribs throughout the day for later. But I'm also planning a few smaller dishes. Okay, October 23rd, a few smaller dishes that we'll put on there and smoke up, through the day as well. So it kind of be a smoked meat and food.
Talking my language.
Whiskey day.
Now, something I've done with when a peat doesn't have a real strong smoky finish, this one doesn't give me that long finish. Sometimes I can do a good job of pairing it. I know you've heard it too much, but my wife will make this Puerto Rican flan.
Oh yeah. It's
almost too sweet. But when I'll finish at like after I've had a bite of that, sometimes I will take a more subtle peat and I'll use that to kind of finish off that, and it cuts some of that sugary sweetness. That I think would be something I could do with this because it's not overly smoked or it's not overpowering a palate. I think it would fit well with something very sweet.
Yeah, I'm into it. I mean, you guys deal with this all the time. And let me just ask you the question: when you're shooting a video, when you're tasting the whiskey, I mean, you guys have been doing this for so long. Do you still find it harder to really taste a whiskey when doing the whole production element, or even live, or are you guys have gotten totally used to it? For me, it took a while. I was like, oh my god, I got these lights everywhere. What am I doing here? I can't really focus on the whiskey. It's coming easier, but you guys seem to have overcome that.
Yeah, I think even early on, we used to always both of us sit down with a whiskey, and maybe it's better that way. Take notes and everything. We'd look at it, review it before we went live or before we did a review of it. We've got now. We'll crack a bottle. Or Bart will have something where he's had it and I haven't. We bring it out, and I think both of us are usually, pretty on point with a first impression of a whiskey and just pulling notes and stuff. So
go ahead.
I was just going to say the only caveat is that if we'll normally get together, we do 3 or 4 whiskeys. If we have a peated whiskey, we always save that till the end.
Yeah.
Just because you don't want to. That peat saturates your palate and then kind of. Mutes a lot of other notes that you'll get from other whiskeys.
Well, then something that if somebody's out there and they've got 4, 5, 6 peats, and they really want to try something interesting, when we did our blind peat, I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I'd never drank peat like that before, but what happened was the peat characteristics kind of fell into the background a little bit as you went from peat to peat to peat, and I ended up suddenly picking up. Oh, there's a little sherry in this one. God, I never got that by itself. Or wow, this one's got a sweet kind of finish to it. So when I had multiple peats in front of me and I was trying them, all of a sudden I could pick up subtleties, and the peat seemed to fade in the back. That was actually eye-opening for me. I was blown away. I thought it was going to be more of a peat explosion, but the peat kind of faded into the background a little bit.
This one is it's very malty. I'm okay. I want to hear other opinions because I'm pretty biased. I see mixed opinions here in the chat about this one being disappointing. I guess perhaps if you don't enjoy it, it's not right for you, or expectations are a big part of that for sure. I'm into this. This wasn't a style I used to always be into. Distillery 4 won't get too deep into it, but their own whiskey that they put out, the house style, is usually a vatting or a blend of American oak cast and cherry oak cast. That they were built on this style. So anytime you get a single cast, it's always going to be different from what the distilleries put out. So that's another reason we don't put the name of the distillery on the bottle. It's just because check your expectations at the door.
Yeah.
And this is the American oak side of what goes into it. You can never really capture that in a true single cask form because, again, And I think they're doing different things these days, but the core is also a lot of sherry influence as well. So it's a very different, colder coastal type of whiskey. Yeah, I'm big on it. I don't know about you guys, but
yeah,
I've been around some peat heads. What'll happen is that peat gets older, they're not getting smacked around with as much, and sometimes they're expecting some kind of peat bomb, and it comes in a lot more subtle and not quite the expectation.
Yeah.
Well, and I was going to say, it's Stephen Meadows. He says one of the most disappointing drams he had this year. I'm agreeing that there's a blast of flavor here on the palate. And sometimes, now that has happened with me, though, with whiskeys, when I go in with too high of expectations. And so like you say, Ben, I think when you don't put the name of the distillery on there, these are being presented, cask strength, no color added. If you had this blind, without any of those expectations of what distillery it's from, how old it is, anything like that, I think you would be impressed. You should be impressed, and you should like it. And like I say, the only time I haven't is when I go in with really high expectations and something doesn't meet that. But then when you go back to it later, usually you're like, okay, I can see now I missed out. Or
this is kind of how you treat me. You come in with high expectations and then you got to adjust.
Yeah.
I have no expectations.
It's whatever. I'm sorry you deal with that on a regular basis, Bart. I mean, look, it's a black label, bigger price tag, no doubt. So obviously it's hard to come at as a member, order and bottle without expectations of what it's going to be. But bear in mind, it's 2 decades old, and obviously price is relevant to what the cost is of acquiring these casks.
I love the name. I love the name.
Yeah, I like it too. We've been big on names since the last time we did the stream, where we of focusing on names, trying to name whiskeys. It's harder than you'd think.
Oh yeah, you guys come up with the most fabulous names consistently.
Yeah.
So, all right.
I would say too, I'm getting a lot of kind of a lot of forest, a lot of even pine, a little bit of mint, maybe.
Yeah. I'll give you some pine, kind of right in the early finish.
Yeah, it's very like sooty for me, or like ash. Like it's not really a blazing bonfire smoke.
No.
It's like cold ash, but sort of a sweet, warm maltiness. Anyway, let's next one. Let's do this 66. So now it's funny because we've gone from, that was a Highland, Northern Ireland one, but here's another mainland Highland whiskey, first fill bourbon barrel, 7 years old, Jolly Farmer. And why I think this is interesting is because, when you think of the peated whiskeys, you think of younger ones. That a lot of people tend to prefer that. And I saw a comment here from Adam who said, I love old peat and young peat equally for their own reasons. It really is like 2 completely different styles, and I do appreciate them for different reasons. But I think most people, when they like peat, like you were saying this, Bart, too, they want the intensity. But this is something that's the peat presumably is cut from the mainland. It's not cut from Islay, so you don't have that sort of medicinal quality. Whoa, and it's so different.
That is. Now there, I'm definitely getting like a pine forest. And then something else too. Yeah, that's so different.
But like some mint. There's like a fresh mint.
Almost like a spearmint a little bit.
Yeah, I just opened this bottle for the first time myself, so I'm with you guys, but it's very fresh, very minty. Smoke is pretty tame.
Almost a touch of like Hall's mentholatum cough drop as well. That effervescence seems to come off of it. Wow. Or Vicks cough drop. Maybe.
The Vicks vapor rub.
Yeah, the vapor.
What is that? That's eucalyptus, because that's the key aroma within the Vicks, is right? Or
I think so. Yeah.
Isn't there like a spa? I mean, guys in the chat, help me out if it's not. But when you go to a spa or a steam room, sometimes they put the eucalyptus in there.
Oh, as soon as Bruno goes in there, they slap him in the chest with like a fistful of that. They just hit him with the Vicks. Bam!
Yeah, no two casts are like a no two men's experience at this.
Oh, was I not supposed to talk about that one time?
That was in college.
Yeah, it was a Turkish bath.
I remember when I join SMWS, we did a stream on your channel. I think we did a 4-point something smoked plum lemonade. It was a 12-year-old.
I remember that.
bottle. Yeah, I have that back here somewhere.
No, this was the first one we did. Romantic Inspiration, 35.
Oh, I wasn't even working for the company. I was just
not yet. You weren't.
That's it.
I was an Instagrammer, just trying to find a
I
way.
remember we did something that was about New York. It was like Party in New York or something. That was a good one. It was a very different though.
Party in New yeah.
I don't remember that.
Yeah, I still got it. I try not to drink it too much. It caught me off guard because it was I can't even remember.
Yeah.
I want to say it was like the pink. It was like a pink top, but I don't know, or pinkish hue. And I don't know. Now I'll have to look at it later when I get.
Yeah. Figure that out. Evan Stevens says, "I'm the biggest Order 66 fan ever." Hire me a little Suntory should hire me a little.
Vanilla.
Execute order.
That's nice. I'm getting vanillas now. Vanilla with touches of that pine. Wow.
So it is a little. My nose is still hindered a little bit. This nose is a little bit different on this one. It's not just peat. You're definitely getting a lot of other stuff in there with it.
Oh, that's nice there.
I like the eucalyptus instead of all the other mentholatum and all that. A little bit of eucalyptus, but again, citrus and vanilla blast.
You're going to like the taste on this one too.
Oh,
yeah.
Whoa, it's so different than what we. And by the way, I make a lot of mistakes in my life, and I'm always the first one to call them out. Stuart Wright says, "Okay. I might take it back. for 4.271. I tried it in a Glencairn, then a
two-off
class.
That's the Irish whiskey.
Yep.
Oh,
it hurt my hands. Yeah, those glasses hurt my delicate hands.
Oh, that's the horse looning glass, almost.
It's got a weird.
It's got a little groove cut out it so you can fit your finger in the bottom. Bart's hands are too gentle.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't like it.
Well, it's got like a molding thing on the bottom, and it wears on me.
Well, that's interesting. Is the top it sort of bows outward a little bit, and I'm wondering, Stuart. You had Glencairn first. Basically, you said you like it with the Copita, which is the more narrow, closed tulip shape. Yes. And I'm wondering because it's a more delicate peat on that first one we had. If that was dissipating too much in the class, it's a bit more open. I mean,
I just got a little bit of 4th of July gunpowder smoke coming off of this. That is nice. It's like somebody just lit off their little black snakes.
Snakes and sparklers.
You get that little smoke plume.
That's exactly what I was thinking about. Those black snakes that I just lit off last week.
Oh,
it's back. It's just wild. This is different than any 66 I've had or any peated whiskey.
Kind of waxy, or even the furniture polish on the nose. Yeah, very nice for a 7-year-old.
Yeah.
And this is more like you're sitting right. It's like you're at the beach. There's a little touch of salt, but the fire's like up. It's high, and you're getting the smoke's kind of wafting in at you. You're debating whether or not you got to move your seat. That smoke's kind of hitting you. Oh, you figure you like that part.
I was picturing you moving your seat.
Not a twerk, my friend. Not a twerk.
6'6" Bart picking up that folding chair, trying to move out of the way quick.
I thought you were using a euphemism for my bottom.
They're commenting about horse looning. Whisky.com is, I think, we're referring to you guys. If I gotta tell you, horse looning was my introduction to the whiskey tube many years ago. He was it was like
boss's clothes.
You use the expression "twist my arms," facetiously. Like he was. I remember the first time he had tasted an Octomore. He was so pissed off. He's like, I cannot believe I have to go on YouTube and taste this. He's like, welcome to Whisky.com, where fine spirits meets. I'm Looning Horse Looning, and today we're tasting an obligation. I was like a big Octomore fan at the time.
Oh, I love it.
So yeah. That was years. That was like 7 years ago. I don't know. Anyway, guys. So but Stuart's recommending the glass. Yeah.
Evan Belt says, I'm wondering if that style glass makes you swish too loudly.
First of all, I want to call out so many Amy's in the chat, so little time.
Yes.
Apologies for the confusing one Amy for the other. Amy Buxton, I totally understand that kid's getting ready. So trying to multitask and enjoy a new whiskey that was just delivered today. That's dedication right there. Later, Bart. Yeah. I'm glad you're enjoying that 30 that we did. 30 points. I'm surrounded by whiskey, but 30.108 at Taste of Home. I'm really into my Christmas pudding that in-laws set on fire every year. It was like that, right on. Ben doing accents, yay! Speaking of accents, Bart, you want to tell a story about with the German accent? Not live.
No.
Okay. Well, if anybody is in Wichita and you want to hear a great story, talk to Bart.
I will tell you, I actually got in trouble for that story on the home front. It kind of set the relationship because it was early in the marriage, and that story was mentioned when I wasn't present, and then I was ordered to tell that story, and I said no, but I was ordered to, so I told it, and it got a chuckle even when I was in trouble. And then the Bart came through because I was like, you should never tell that story again. I said, I will tell that story when appropriate, when you're not around. So, but I usually pay a price.
Oh, pay for whatever you want.
Yes, whatever you want.
So I got the third one here too. So have you had this? Have you tasted these yet? Is this your first time?
I haven't. He has.
I broke them open.
Right.
Add a little sample.
I wanted to go virginal.
I'm just glad we have more one-liners on the channel. We had so many one-liners last night from Neil Patrick Harris, just dropping and comedic, lines everywhere. And I'm just glad we're back on it. We're back on the track right now.
Love it.
We're back on track.
I love it.
So
that has never happened to me where I've done something similar, as funny as Neil Patrick.
So last one we have is the 29.281 Driftwood Barbecue. We've talked a little bit about this earlier. We did this in our Power Hour, but this to me is what you want an Isle of whiskey to be. Like, in a way, you can think for everybody, if you have quite a few of these at home, if you have a number of bottles at home, you're thinking like, oh, maybe that one's not for me because I want something different. I don't know. For me, it's sometimes it's hard to look past a whiskey like this. It's like, what more do I really want? I just want to. No two casks are alike, and I think. Well, anyway, you taste this. You tell me what you think first.
Got it. You go.
I haven't seen the Scotch for Dummies comment for a while. I don't know if they're still here or not.
I did get a text from Mark that said, "Tell Scott I said the sherries were delicious." all caps. Yeah. So
I was just going to tell him that we got 25 minutes yet.
Yeah. Tell Mark I love it. Yeah, 25.
Those guys
got 25 minutes.
Those guys are done, but we're still going.
25.
Yeah. So what do you guys have in store? What's new with the test dummies? Obviously, I mean, you're kind of recovering from loss of taste and smell.
And a hell of a 2020.
Haven't been able to go anywhere. I mean, I haven't seen you guys since we were in Glasgow. Or no, we met in Edinburgh again.
Yeah, Edinburgh. Oh, that was
a year and a half ago.
That was magical, brother.
It was 2019. Oh, that was over 2 years ago.
That was
right?
2019. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 summers ago.
Yep. Man, I love that.
We haven't been doing that much because of COVID. I think just like
a regular
everybody.
Show. Yeah, the boom will be a nice change for us.
Getting the 12 hours of boom going. I'm going to try to make it to Austin next month, and then probably to the 4 Dummies event as well in the first part of November there.
I'll see you guys there. Yeah.
I don't know if I'm going. I've traveled a couple times, and traveling in the midst of this mess is disaster.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I was in Indy and just getting back. I had to fly to Vegas in order to get a flight to Denver to get a flight back to Wichita. It was nuts.
When was this?
I was out there for a work conference. And so I was out there for that
ago?
little deal. Yeah, about a month ago. It was insane. I mean, Indianapolis Airport looked like a homeless shelter. So many flights were canceled.
Wow.
It was crazy.
Wow. Well, hopefully it's easier. I mean, now I haven't flown in. Actually, I've been flying a little bit a couple weeks ago.
You're good. I'm a terrible traveler, though.
Yeah, I was just going to point out Mark 6'6".
Yeah.
He doesn't fit in a car, and he doesn't fit in an airplane.
Nothing. Yeah, I don't fit nothing. I need like my own Gulfstream.
Yeah, we're about the same height. I'm 6'5", and I mean,
we're close. I'm a little bigger.
But when you're in public transportation, every inch. Yeah, we're not that close.
He gets out of the car and he's like, "Oh my hip!
God,
oh my God! I can't walk."
I threw the socket out.
Then he gets in a plane and his knees are,
I'm always in an emergency exit area. Are you able to get the door? Yes, I can get us out of here in a pinch.
Well, it's funny because I moved out of Chicago. I moved out of Illinois, and I was May of this year. I moved to Nashville, Tennessee. That's where I live now. And so I was actually thinking, I was looking at the map because, I'm excited to take more family road trips around here. Because in Chicago, there's not many places to go. Down here, there's left and right, north, south, east, and west. A lot of cool destinations to go to.
Nashville.
I was looking at it. I was like, okay, how far am I from Wichita? I'm like, okay, no, way too far. It's not any closer. There's poor geography.
You were closer in Chicago.
Yeah, for sure.
I got a brother just outside of Chicago. Nashville's awesome, though.
Yeah.
I was there on a similar thing. It was a work trip, and we got a little special thing at the Grand Ole Opry, and oh my God, it was awesome.
Wow. Yeah.
You're living in a great place. Yeah.
It's great. It's just changed so much. So many people have moved here. So many Californians everywhere in the last year.
Texas. Texas is getting overloaded by Californians and New Yorkers, I think. Do they call them New Yorkers? I don't think it's New Yorkers.
Yeah, New Yorkers. You have this last one? Have you poured the last one? So 29-281 Driftwood Barbecue. Are you drinking that already?
Yeah.
Oh.
Just nosing.
I sipped a little bit.
Did you?
Mm-hmm.
Now, you guys went to Isla because I think, and it was right after we met in Edinburgh. You guys came to the Vaults. We did a live stream there. Hung out, and then
who's the fan we met? I can't remember. He was in there. I'm blanking. I was trying to come up with it.
Where?
In the Vaults.
Who? Carl? Was it Carl?
Oh boy, he was from wasn't? Oh my.
He was from Germany.
Was it Germany?
Austria.
It was. It might have been. Yeah. Carl came over. He was with his wife, and because we took a couple photos, and they said, "Hey, we try not to do photos around here." I'm like, "Yeah, I'm with you." So. Oh, the Vaults was great. I want to be there in the middle of like a snowstorm in December.
That's true. Like Christmas. See,
God.
Big Christmas tree. Yeah.
Oh, the couches, the frescoes. Oh.
Well, I was thinking, but I guess I was getting at. And then you guys went to Isla and had quite the experience with Roy afterwards, and you really got stuck in, as they would say, the Brits would say, you got stuck into Isla. And did it all right. Well, I mean, what was the number one takeaway, from that experience, or was
Scott,
it?
You want to go first?
Well, I didn't hear the question about it because I was thinking, but it was Carl Van Walligem.
Yes, that's right, Carl.
I was trying to look
Carl,
it up because
very well done.
Yeah.
That's where you're good. I'm terrible. I meet you 10 minutes later. I don't know your name.
I had to think. That's one of those where you're racking your brain.
Right, Carl.
Anyway, okay. So, are you
the
talking
best
about?
Thing in Isla.
The best thing in
I know
Isla.
what mine is. Do you want to think while I talk?
Well, I'll tell you. It's the overall experience. And I heard Jenna earlier talking about how she hasn't been there yet.
Yeah.
And you were talking about just how with some people, when they have an Isla whiskey, it takes them back to the island.
Yeah.
To me, it's just overall, you can see pictures, you can hear people talk about Isla, but until you get there, it's the air. I mean, it's the experience. It's the
ambiance
of Isla. It's everything kind of combined. It's just magical.
So for me, you can go see it. Roy put up a drone. We were interviewing Jackie from Ardbeg, and we're out on the Ardbeg Pier, and Roy's drone is perfect. It even picks up the sheep. There's sheep on this like cliff hill. Yeah, they're bah, and we're enjoying these drams with Jackie, and that that soothing tide is rolling in and lapping against the shore a little bit. And she's brought out, 3 different drams, I think, for us to try. Yeah, five different kinds maybe. And the chat and everybody in Isla is very down to earth. So it's not like Jackie's up here and can't talk to you. It's more like Jackie's your buddy that you've known forever, but you just met her. And it's that kind of feeling with everybody, is what I would say.
Yeah.
I mean, as we toured around, I mean, there was heck, we had a gal that was working on one of the stills. I'm forgetting where, but she's like, I want a picture wearing your hat. Boonahobbit. And boom, she's got my hat on. You know, I mean, and she's just in there working. So, I mean, it's just this, it's like that small town feeling wrapped in whiskey.
Yeah.
You know,
I think Isla knows that whiskey is the draw and whiskey is why people are there. And they know that the people that are there love the whiskey and love Isla, and they love you back.
Right.
For coming.
And like a small town, though, they're just who they are.
Yeah.
I think, you know, going back to that, it was 2.5 years ago, that day we were in Edinburgh, I remember an hour before we met up at the vault, I just arrived. I drove back from Campbelltown, and I kind of had a good experience. So I'd been to Isla previously, and a lot of people compare Isla and Campbelltown and have strong opinions of which is better. They couldn't be more. It's totally different experiences. Campbelltown's like a town off the middle of nowhere that has 3 amazing whiskey distilleries. I see. Yeah, go for it. But Isla, you get there, you're like, this is Disney World for Peat heads. You know what I mean? It's like everything. Everybody's either working in a distillery, working on a farm, growing grain to either eat or provide the distillery with. You know, it's like, or maybe a school teacher. You know, it's just it's very little there. So it's amazing. Yeah, so this is obviously the classic Isla. I don't know. Part of that, we haven't talked in a while, I guess, but since we've last seen each other, I've produced another human being.
I know, but I can
kind
of even feel it in your spirit. You've got like this more fatherly feel to you.
Oh, bags under my eyes. I
no.
Yeah. It's a reality. But no. But I've named her as my daughter. Her middle name is Isla, and just because I was like, it's kind of a cheap way. I'm not a Scotsman, but I can always, in a way, feel connected. You know, anytime we want to do a family vacation, I could say, well, let's go to her place. You know, it's like, come on, like it's for the kid. Let's do that. That's yes, obviously I'm into it. Yeah, this is great. I mean, maybe we can all rendezvous over there, you know, at some other point. If it,
that would be great.
But that would be great.
The island is so much fun. It's a relaxed atmosphere. We had an Airbnb when we were there. There was a guy that lived on Isla that was living in the attic, and he came down and like sampled. He's like, what did you guys get today? And he sampled a little bit of our whiskey, but I think he brought a bottle down too. And it was that kind of just
and then you went to bed because you was tired of all the traveling.
I was tired, and I will admit, I don't do a lot of drinking past 8 p.m. When I drink a lot past 8 p.m., I sleep terribly. That's a man thing.
No, yeah, because I can't sleep in anymore. You know, I'm up at, I cannot 5:30 or 6 whenever she's there, no matter what day of the week, no matter what time I go to bed.
Right.
So I'm with you. John says Ben is reproducing, even more reasons to drink. Okay, yeah, I mean, everybody needs a reason. It's been a while as she's been alive for a little bit, but I can definitely test that. Scott Bourbon Junkies. Oh, they're coming on next. Scotch says Dummies are the absolute best.
You know, we met Dan and Sean down in Austin 2 summers ago.
Yes.
Oh, did you?
And it's like we were the masters and they were the learners.
And now they're the masters.
And now they're the masters and we're the learners.
Wow.
You bet. It's reversed. 180 there. We did a 360.
I've heard that line in a movie once, 1977.
It's along with Order 66.
Holy moly, you're so good.
Serious.
I don't even know what you're talking about.
No.
Huh?
Yeah, you say stuff.
We meet at last. Last time we met, I was but the learner. Or you were the master and I was but the learner.
You were the master.
Anyway, we can talk about Star Wars and the Obi-Wan Kenobi show coming out and the rematch they might have some other time. But we can also talk about how I just registered my car, state of Tennessee, and the first 2 numbers in the license plate are 66. And I was like, yes. Star Wars fans on the road are going to see this and think, I wonder if that was intentional. Yeah, the rest of the numbers and digits and words or letters are totally disconnected from that. But
Let's talk about this 29 here.
Yeah, tell me what you think. Let's round it up. This thing sold out in 60 minutes, as someone's pointed out. It was pretty quick to go. Sounds like Bart's going to take that with him in less time.
Well, I'm going to have to ask for a couple of the sherried ones back in exchange.
He already took one of mine. That's awesome over here.
By the way, I just got a text from Mark. We have 17 minutes and 15 seconds left. So.
Oh, thank you for the time.
I'm just kidding. He didn't say it.
Yeah, what's this? The Japanese garden, a 38-year-old.
Oh, you have that one there.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Indian summer in a Japanese garden.
That was at my house. Now it's over here. So I get to take everything.
Traveling garden.
He's like, can I just use it for the back of the thing? Sure.
Yeah, that whiskey was one of my the standout for me of 2020 of all the ones.
Keep everything. Everything keep
no
Bart's house.
No, it was at my house. You took it.
Yeah,
that was what happened.
You were drinking it. I said I got to get some of this too.
Please, you'd forgotten about it. Actually, he knows more of what's on my shelf than I do. All right, we should get in on this.
Dale Barbu is asking, what are we tasting now? This is the bottling for the Gathering, 29.281 Driftwood Barbecue.
I love the fact that it's for the Gathering. That's genius.
How many bottlings did you do for the Gathering?
We did 3.
3.
And then last night, the stream we did was the naming of the casks for the 2022 release. So there are 3 there: 2 deep rich and dried fruits, 1 peated. So these 3 was a great lineup because we had the Isla, the Speyside, the Sherry Bomb, and then Highland bourbon cask. You know, a good variety for the trio that was sold as a set. You know, or an optionally.
So the nose on this is fabulous. It's like you've grabbed a log out, a small log right out of the fire, and you're lighting your stogie with it. Because I get these tobaccos, but it's offset by this hard burning oak, and that's just the nose with a touch of like sea salt. So you're at the sea with like a beach fire going, smoking a cigar, and you're lighting it with a big piece of wood that you just snatched out of the fire.
For everyone joining, just a quick recap. We're on the 3rd one. We started with this 4.271 Orcadian Pizzeria, which some in the chat said they weren't crazy over at the beginning, but then they revisited just now and we're more into it. I'm not going to call anybody out. Then we have this 66.192. Really, really different take on Highland peated whiskey. intense, but approachable. I'm just giving my assessment. And now we're on the 29.281, released on Tuesday of this week.
Nice.
It sold out right away. But first 2 are still available right now. But
I got a nice blast of powdered sugar with the 29.
Yeah.
Up front, really, with it, which I don't know if I've gotten with a 29 before. Well, I mean, along with the peat and some of those the lemon, custard, peat, smoke.
You're not getting the
powdered sugar.
You're not getting the wood lighting the stogie. You're sipping now. Sipping's a whole nother thing because I get a dough on the forefront, like a rising dough in the middle of November, and you walk into the house and you can just tell mom's getting ready to bake some bread. That's the flavor I get as a dough. That's the
deer. A female deer. You kept saying dough. You kept saying, I get a dough. I was like, where is he going to go with this? John Bourne says, looking forward to Driftwood Barbecue arriving. Distillery 29. And like, that's true. I really haven't.
I was more worried about the dough in November. I mean, you pinned down the month.
Oh, yeah. Well,
it wasn't even November. It wasn't dough in July.
My mom would make these homemade cinnamon rolls in November and December, and she would let the dough rise. And I'd get home from school, and my God, you'd just be like, oh my God. And I'd always go in and sneak a pinch of dough, and I'd get in trouble because it messes with the rising of the dough. So, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, and John Bourne just points out the cereal malt barley notes, which I agree with. A fresh mown hay,
Love it
on there as well.
Don't laugh while you're sipping this because it'll catch you. Ooh.
I'm gonna bring Jen on real quick. Jen, if you're ready. Jen is good. We still got a few minutes left, but before, oh my god,
oh yeah,
I'm sorry. I'm like forgetting that I have this my 38th cast strength whiskey on my palate as I'm trying to talk about this.
It goes from dough into like a smoky, savory, beautiful dram.
Yeah.
Hey,
Jenna.
This is an unannounced sort of arrival. I was
pinch
looking if
hitter.
we were ready
Pinch
or not.
hitter.
I was like, let's bring her on 8 minutes ready.
Long time no see.
Yeah, how
Hey,
are
good
you?
to see you.
I am well. It's so nice to see you guys. I remember when I first came on y'all's channel. Gosh, that was like 5 years ago.
Probably.
Yeah, I was
Probably
thinking
like 4 or 5 years ago, at least. Gosh, that's so crazy.
This whole hour has been kind of like an awkward high school reunion. We're like, wow.
Yeah.
It's like, well,
Never
COVID
awkward.
of the year.
Never.
We didn't think about COVID.
Well-
It was actually, it wasn't a year and a half. It was 2 years. Okay. How you doing? Good.
It was
I had a kid. Okay. I moved. What did you do? Nothing. I was okay. Yeah. It's like,
Tennessee.
We had live streams were really just starting on YouTube and really in the whiskey community. And you were big on Instagram. I think that's why we had reached out to you.
Huge.
We were seeing Whiskey a Go
Go
Girl
girl, yeah.
all over Instagram, and we said, "Hey, you want to come on and do a live?"
Yep.
And I remember when you guys asked me to do that, I was like, oh my gosh, like they want, like I was so like surprised because it was like one of the first live streams I'd ever done. And I was so nervous and I was like, oh my gosh, what am I going to say? What if I say the wrong thing? Like so many things were going through my head, and you guys were one of the first to even invite me. And I thank you for that. That's like, it's so awesome that here we are, like all these years later.
Yep.
Getting to do things like this. It's so
And,
cool.
yeah, I mean, it's still in this circle. I mean,
Yep.
even having been on, before, and you're with SMWS now.
Yeah.
Ben is. I mean, and we had him on before when he was on Instagram as well.
Circle of whiskey.
Yeah.
It's like
well,
a whiskey circle.
it just took us like 5 years to return the favor, But here you
No,
go.
no.
This is dedicated. We're not. We stick to our word.
Now-
Jenna, we have this 29281. I know you have a sample there if you want to join us. I don't know if you have something else. Did you have some coffee on a little break?
Actually, I've been sending gift cards.
Oh yeah.
2 hours,
okay.
and I'm not quite finished yet. I still have a small handful to get through, but mostly everyone has them. But I'm out here, multi-alti. If you're watching, like please email me, and then Colin, if you're out there, please email me. You're the last two, so.
Yeah. So Jenna, I'm just trying to get you gift cards. If you wanted to order something today, because the free shipping promotion ends at midnight Pacific. But we got more coming out. You can use it anytime. So.
29.
So I don't know, Scott Bart. Anything else you want to share? I mean, I know we kind of have to wrap up here in a minute.
5 minutes. We got 5 minutes.
Hold on. Let me just check with Mark to make sure. Let me just confirm. the time. Okay, he just said me. Actually, it's 4.5 minutes now.
Oh, yeah, he's watching the timer.
4.27.
The timer.
Way
to go, Mark.
I'm gonna check.
Oh wow.
Yeah. So
delicious. Yeah, this is just great.
I was watching earlier, Jenna, when you and Ben were talking, and heard you say that you have not had the chance to get to Isla yet. So I would say, as we wrap up, cheers to Jenna and to her future trip at some point to Isla.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, you'll enjoy that.
It's one of those things. I don't know if you heard me saying, to me anyway. Until you get there, you just don't understand. You don't feel it. You don't know what it is. And it's just really, it's kind of the magic. It's just the air of Isla. When you get there, you understand it.
Right.
It's like a small town combined with whiskey love.
Gosh, that's like my dream. I literally dream of the place. I haven't even been there. I have no idea what it's like. And I have this whole fantasy in my head of just how magical it is. And hearing people talk about it, it just, like, I feel like what I'm thinking is correct. It just sounds like a really magical place. So hopefully next year, fingers crossed.
Yeah. And they've got like 2 new distilleries, right?
Yeah.
Is there 2? Ardnahoe.
You're thinking Port Ellen.
Oh,
Port Ellen. They're reopening Port Ellen. Is Port Ellen open yet?
I don't know with COVID. I mean, I haven't.
Sure.
I'm supposed to go over. I was going to go over this month, but I canceled that plan a long time ago.
Sure.
But it's I don't know if if I feel like it was supposed to open around that time that COVID. A lot of things were going to happen, and
I know.
COVID hit. So
Well, Port Ellen reopening is great. We got a chance to try some of the old Port Ellen. It was fun.
It's up and running and distilling, correct?
Yeah.
I think it is.
But is the visitor center up and running yet? I think it is too. I mean, I don't know.
I know there's a lot of restrictions on getting into Scotland even now. So.
Somebody text Roy. There's a man with an answer right there.
Yeah,
true.
Be Roy.
What are we at?
3
minutes. 3 minutes.
We could wrap it
That's
up.
what Mark says.
We could wrap it up and give him a couple minutes to prep the next guest, the Bourbon Junkies.
Yeah, well, we have two guests. We have the Bourbon Junkies, and they're going to go head to head with Jeremy Siers.
And
blind tasting challenge. I don't know if you guys heard earlier when the 4 Dummies were on. It's funny. We did that. You guys did that challenge head to head. 4. It was collective 4 because the 2 of the 4 were competing against you two. Really focused. Have been really well versed in Scotch whiskey for a long time. We got some
and trivia.
Some whiskey enthusiasts who have been really focused on American whiskey predominantly, now getting into Scotch, but yet wanting to lay down the gauntlet. So it's going to be perfectly humiliating way to end this long ass day.
Yeah, we've been where you're at.
Excited.
Yeah, it's a long day. We've been where you are.
Well, you do that. So when is your 12 hours been?
October 23rd.
October 23rd.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. The very first time we did it, I thought I was pacing myself. At about hour 8, I was wrong.
Yeah. We're coming out right now.
Today.
Yeah.
We learned, and Ben, it's too late for you, but an ounce an hour is where you want to.
Your body in good shape can process an ounce of alcohol an hour. So you've got to really watch the ounces.
Ben's been doing about 6 ounces an hour. So.
Actually,
No.
in an hour.
Oh, Ben's good. He's just got a small child.
No, I'm just fading. Anyway,
we're good.
So, a question? Are you guys would ever do? I always enjoyed the shootouts that you did on your channel, where you would take the whole lineup. I mean, from the consumer perspective, especially when I was getting into it early on, and which I'm sure so many who watch regularly are new whiskey sort of enthusiasts. It was really cool to just see you guys pit a dozen or however many you did.
16
in a bracket. 16 in a bracket. You did a full bracket of 16.
Yeah, bracket.
4
4
brackets
16.
of 4.
Yeah, it was crazy.
Do you plan to bring that back or
Yes.
I'd be curious to know, because you guys, I'm just going to call this out. I remember you did the whole bourbon shootout, and what did you call it? Or was it just
that was the 16 bottle blind bourbon shootout.
Yeah.
Then we did
Peat and Peat again.
Well, we what was the first Peat was
See, I would just tell you.
I don't remember. We did then it was the Peat Strikes Back.
Right. Yeah. We had a whole theme to it.
I can't remember. Was the first one was just blind Peat shootout? I don't remember now.
Then we did
Peat Strikes Back, and then
we did
Make
combined
America Peated again.
Right. Yes. We had to. I snuck in several Peats. We want to do more of those. I learned so much myself when we did those. We've done a family shootout. We recently did the stuff from Balcones, the Balcones from Waco.
Yeah, it wasn't blind.
No, it wasn't blind.
Right.
But we did a family shootout, and then we want to do Glenallachie. We've talked about doing a little a family shootout, which isn't blind, but we know what it is. But that's educational, and then we will start
We got
doing
2 more of those to do.
Whoa, watch out! Then we'll start doing some more blinds.
Yeah, I love those. I love the shootouts. Remember the bourbon one? Like you guys picked. Number 1 was like Maker's Mark or something.
Yes, that's where Scott cursed. He cursed on YouTube for the first time. He said, "You got to be blanking me," because he picked something that was a little bit lower value-wise than you would think, and that's the beauty of doing things blind. Very similar to what's going on here. I know.
Yeah.
Wrap it up.
All right, guys. I just want to thank you for joining. Good to see you as always. Can't believe it's been this long.
Yep.
Any you want to close it out in your own way?
Scotch it, you Scotch gods.
Thanks for having us. Thanks everybody that watched. We'll see you, Ben. See you, Jenna.
Bye.
Thank you.
All right, we got a couple of junkies here. What's up, guys?
What's going on?
Oh, you guys,
you guys are going head to head too. Can we do 5 tiles when Jeremy comes on?
Yeah, on StreamYard you can do like 10 or 20
Sweet.
or something like that.
All right. That's what I was making sure. We've never, our channel has never been this popular before. I'm sorry, we're not pros like you guys, but yeah. So welcome. Do you guys know Jenna, Dan, Sean? Well, first of all, say hi to everybody. I think that Dan and Sean of the Bourbon Junkies, no stranger to this channel. You guys have been on a few times now, so I think all society members have gotten used to your own ways. Big announcement, I think, since your last on the channel, though, you're both professionals, fully professionals. No,
that's a word.
Yeah.
Okay, let me put it this way. Have you both quit? Sean, maybe are you to follow? Dan, I know you've quit your job. You're a full-time bourbon junkie.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, Sean basically got fired the other day, so he is too. So
that's so my statement was correct. So welcome. We have 2. Now, I say this because you're about to go. Well, I guess we're going to do this a 3-way competition, which I like, which makes more sense. Initially, we had this idea of doing the Bourbon Junkies versus Jeremy Siers, and maybe I should just let's rewind a little bit for everybody watching us. Last time you guys were on the channel, we were tasting some American whiskeys together. We got to talking live, and everybody else was kind of contributing this. Talking about doing a blind challenge. And I asked you to call any YouTuber out. Who would you want to go head to head? You called Jeremy. I think the name you referred to him was Father Time himself.
Yeah.
I want to take, and I really admire that attitude. If you're going to play the game, you want to compete against the best.
The oldest one, yeah.
The oldest one.
The wisest.
The oldest person who makes whiskey content is Jeremy Siers himself. So
have you heard from Jeremy? Has anybody heard from Jeremy yet?
Is he not in the backstage thing?
Oh.
No.
Gosh dang, I'll call him right now. I'm gonna mute myself. Hold on.
I was gonna say maybe he was like me. My camera was doing the whole weird thing with Streamlabs, so it was like not going well. I had it all working earlier, and then as soon as I tried to go live, everything just kind of crapped out.
Yeah.
And I'm not at my house. I'm at a friend's house, and I'm like just monkeying with all the settings. I was like, hopefully something works.
Yeah. I like Sean. I like the look. You got the full gaming headset on. This is like I like the intensity. I had the same head. I had the same headset, and when I put that thing on, I know I'm ready to go to war.
Yeah,
so,
and it's not only because I forgot the microphone that I was gonna use, and I looked at my buddy and was like, "You have your microphone for your setup, right?" He's like, "Yeah, it's on it." It's like perfect.
Yeah. So, how are you feeling? Are you ready for what's about to go down?
Me and Dan have already talked and come to the conclusion that we hopefully can get like 3 points collectively between us. So. I mean, not high hopes, but we're ready to compete.
Yeah, I mean, you guys we were churning out some videos. You guys took some time. You were exploring different regions of Scotland. You know, you had a few whiskeys that we did some collaboration with you guys and provided a couple bottles. So you've had some time to explore. Yeah, I could tell you now. Multiply the number of whiskeys you tasted from Scotland by 1,000, and it's still ridiculously hard. So don't for something like that. So I don't think. But you know what? You come in with low expectations. I think you're gonna do well. Yeah. So, question. First of all, everybody in the chat, pour a whiskey. Let's get going. This is gonna be pretty heated. I think this contest. And first of all, thanks for sticking around. I'm just gonna call some names out. I know Jesse, you've been in for a while. George Kaplan, I think you were there from the very beginning. John Bourne. I know maybe you guys have stepped away and actually taken a breath of fresh air for once in a while. But man, we started streaming at noon. And to see 7 hours later, so many of you that are still actually here is pretty.
Been here the whole time, Ben?
I pretended that I left, but I was just actually like turned the camera off for a couple hours.
That's dedication right there. That's a very long stream, sir.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, look who's decided to show up.
Dude, I was just sitting here waiting. And Dan's like, "Are you joining the stream?" I'm like, "Yeah, are you guys on early?" He's like, "No, man. It was from 7 to 8 Eastern." I'm like, "Right, 8 Eastern." He's like, "No, man, like 7 to 8, like it ends at 8. I'm like, "Oh, I thought it was like 8. My bad. I'm here."
well, first of all, I gotta tell you, Jeremy, you look ready, man. What is your setup is like?
Oh, thanks, but that's what I'm saying. I came up here like an hour ago and got everything set up. I was literally just sitting here watching TV, waiting for the stream, like a dumbass.
That's terrible lighting.
So everybody, let's welcome Jeremy as well. Jeremy Siers, down in Florida, who's
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Super old.
Thank you for including me.
So So guys, just a little bit about this. So this is the 7th hour of a day marathon streaming we've been doing. You can probably tell from the stream right here. We just eclipsed 7 hours going live. Have you guys ever done long form streams like this, or you just have surprising amount of common sense?
I think Sean and I have done like 5 hours.
Okay, yeah,
4.5. I'll call it.
We've definitely done a 5 one. Okay. I remember it. It was basically death. So 8.
Mistakes are made, yeah.
Good on you guys. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real. I'm long-winded, so like all of our podcasts that we did live would always end up being like 3.5 hour podcast, but that's about the max. 3.5 hours. How long have you guys been going?
7. So this is hour 7.
He's
Jen and I thought it would be a good idea to, in the middle of all this, do a power hour in which we take, the Scotch one was decided has 12 different flavor profiles, so the different color codings and everything. So we thought it would be fun to taste all 12 in 1 hour. So that was kind of in the middle of it all. But
that sounds like maybe a error in
huge mistake. Yeah.
Like, did you have coffee after that to try to get back in the rhythm?
Right. I'm drinking Dr. Pepper to try to like come to my senses, and I never drank this stuff, and I'm desperate.
I mean, that's a lot of alcohol after a long stream. But hey, all the more power to you. You guys are better people than me.
So here's what we're gonna do, guys. First of all, just mad props to Jeremy for lighting a cigar, because I was gonna say on one hand, I was like, you know what, way to just completely botch your palate in this very heated competition. But I was like, you know what, I don't think he's ever had a whiskey without a cigar. So
how he does it.
And I was about to say before I lit it, I'm sure some of the people watching this that are like, very, very, what's the word I'm looking for without sounding mean? Very staunch in the way they taste whiskey. And there's a big group of people that think that you can't smoke cigars or do anything with whiskey because it messes up your palate. So I was waiting for some people's heads to explode, but I always drink whiskey with a cigar. So for me to not, it would be weird.
I bet you lit it with a Zippo too.
It's a butane Zippo though.
Oh, you do have a butane Zippo. Okay. Impressive. So guys, all right, everyone, here's what we're gonna do. Let me grab these whiskeys. I have them here. Well, I want to be able to review them. So
my thing is going to be keeping all 5 of these straight in my head so I don't get them mixed up.
In reality, your first thing was just showing up. You know what I mean?
Oh my god!
Dude, what's funny is like I don't think you were on when I was telling Ben and everybody. I just was sitting here. I mean, you could tell like I was ready. I was just sitting here and I had my TV on. I was watching old episodes of Bones, waiting for the live stream, bro. Just like this, and you call and you're like, "Are you going to be on live stream?" I'm like, "Oh, are you guys on early?"
The way that you answered the phone was like, "What's up, buddy?" I'm like, "Are you serious right now? Is this all right?" Yeah, sounds good, man.
That's my bad. You know how people like when you watch like a show, they'll say 7, 8 Eastern.
No,
you've never heard people say that. Like one
you're
time
so dude. That's a whole different generation of human beings. You know what I mean? Like
in that Eastern time zone, so there's no reason you should have got this wrong.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they don't call me Boomer for nothing. You know what I'm saying?
Amy Buxton says the last time Jeremy was on the SMWS stream, he recommended the Diesel Sherry Cask. I bought them and they're great with the sherry bomb whiskey. I've also cheers, Amy. Amy's I think Amy. It sounds from the sounds of it sounds like you're getting a lot of. You're right there with us today.
I got one right here.
And the question was, what's Jeremy smoking? Says Michael.
This is actually, it's a cigar that AJ's had out for a while, AJ Fernandez, but he actually just recently rebranded it. It's the New World Puro Especial, which it was part of the New World series for quite a while, but it used to have a red band and it didn't really kind of match up with the rest of the New World series, the way the artwork and stuff did. So he recently rebranded it, made it look like all the other New World series cigar, put a black band on it and stuff, but it's the same blend that's been out there for a couple years. It's the AJ Fernandez New World Puro Especial.
Got it.
It's a great cigar.
I want to know what Dan was eating.
I'm eating. So here's the thing. I'd like to get ahead of me losing this competition, and I would like to say, I just smoked an entire cigar. I'm drinking iced coffee right now, and I'm eating a turkey sub because I haven't eaten yet today, and I feel like if I don't eat and I do this, I'm going to die. So
that's.
All right. So speaking of death, let's talk about how you're about to die. So we have 5. I've said 3 of you each have 5 whiskeys. Now, I did not realize for Dan and Sean, did you split them up amongst yourselves?
We did.
Okay, yeah, I didn't realize. I thought you would be in the same room together doing it. Yeah. So I sent you. So apologies for.
No, it's not your fault. Sean just had some plans that I didn't know about when I was talking to you. Okay. So not a big deal.
Okay, so you have 5 whiskeys, are all with no information. The bottles just say number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And obviously, as you can see in Jeremy's showing his example right there, you guys haven't tasted the whiskeys yet, right?
True.
This is your first encounter. All the I completely full. I did ask them to just hold off, just so you don't pre-taste it, just a bit, keep it fair.
Yep. No, I called Dan today to ask him. I'm like, hey man, are you pre-tasting these? He's like, no. Ben actually sent us an email saying not too specifically. I'm like, okay, good. I'm like, good, because I didn't, and I was like, wait a minute, I'm not gonna let them get a leg up if they're pre-tasting these things.
Sure.
I mean, Dan did hand me my samples when I left, and he was like, hey, don't forget these. So I assume he changed all the stickers because mine just have 1 through 5 stickers on them now. I assume he changed them all for me.
Sean's got a lot of bourbon. So it's gonna be weird.
I mean, that's what I would have done. I would have moved all the stickers around on him so he wouldn't have got any of them right.
Now here's how we'll do this. Now we have done a blind tasting challenge competition just like this in the channel before. We had the Scotch test dummies, another channel, go head to head with the Scotch for dummies. I think a little maybe bad blood about it. Why are there two dumb Scotch channels? No, they're all good friends, but it was pretty intense. Now these are guys who are really dedicated. Their whole channels are dedicated towards exploring Scotch whiskey for years.
I'm familiar with both channels.
It was impossible, and I think so. My point is this: it's going to be difficult. Sean came in saying like, okay, I want to get a point or 2 or 3, maybe from the whole thing. This is about having fun. Don't you just understand it. Even for me, it's difficult to do.
I'm looking for at least 8 points.
There we go. There we go.
I'm hoping if there's an Isla, I can at least find that one.
I hope you get it wrong. I hope you find an Isla and it's a Highland peated is what I hope.
So here's what I would say. Normally we would do one at a time. I would say let's just focus on one. You guys taste together, and at the end, kind of give us your thoughts. And now here's how you're going to be judged. 3 points are up for grabs for each whiskey. 1 if you name the region of Scotland in which the whiskeys originated. There are 5 in Scotland: Speyside, the Highlands, the Lowlands, Campbelltown, and Islay. And I fully appreciate that at least Dan and Sean, you've been exploring different regions and have stopped after 3. So I was very considerate of that, and I included whiskeys from the other regions you don't know in there.
I think I've had all. I don't know if I've had a Lowland. I'm not for sure if I have.
Well, maybe
you might have one tonight.
Yeah, I might. I think I've had all the other regions. You guys actually sent me a great Campbelltown, excellent bottle, but I don't think I've ever had a Lowland.
It's going to be 5 Lowlands. Watch.
Okay. Okay. So you'll get 1 point is up for grabs for correctly naming the region of Scotch. So the region of Scotland that the whiskey is originated from. A second point is up for naming the type of cask. So Scotch whiskey can be, unlike American like bourbon, which is all new charred oak, Scotch whiskey can be aged in any type of oak. Oftentimes they're reused from previous purposes. 70+% of them are bourbon barrels that were shipped over from America. So they're American oak bourbon casks. There's also a lot of sherry casks from Spain that are used. We, like in our bottles, they get really specific with the type of bourbon cask. So it'll say like a hogshead or a barrel. I'm not going to hold you guys to that.
Thank God.
Because I think that comes at a different level, quite frankly. When
Dan told me he didn't need that handicap, but I appreciate it.
Are there people that can really taste the kind of barrel? Because I mean, when you say the type of barrel, right, it's basically just the size, right?
Me.
Yeah, it requires. Yeah, I mean, a bourbon. Okay, I mean, like a bourbon barrel is the smallest type of American oak. I mean, typically conventionally used, and so if you get a higher concentration of different cask flavors, you can probably make out in your mind that this is from a smaller cask. But it also can be just more time in that cask.
Right.
Ben and I were doing a little showdown earlier, and I was kind of putting her on the spot, unintentionally, but she was tasting through things. And then if you get one variable wrong, that can skew your entire perception of what it could be. So she was thinking this is younger and a fresher, maybe a cask. It was actually just an older whiskey that spent more time in the cask.
Right,
so
right.
It's not easy, guys. And
I would be super impressed if anybody nailed all of it down to the type of cask. And I don't mean just like rum or whatever, but even hogshead or whatever. If they nailed it all, I would
hold your beard, dude. Hold your beard.
So bourbon cask is a suitable answer for cask type. A sherry cask
Okay.
There's rum casks. Think of this. There's red wine. The wine casks are common. Maybe you haven't had as many of those, but we can just sort of be very general with the casks, and I'll give a point to each who correctly names the type. The third one will be the age. Whomever gets now this point, you can't both get this unless you both actually guess the age. But whoever is closest to the age of the whiskey will get 1 point. So let's say it's a 10-year-old. If someone says 9 years old and someone says 14, the one who says the 9 is going to be closer. So a point will be awarded to the close. If you're both equidistant away, if one says 9 and one says 11, you'll get. I say both, but there's 3 of you. You'll all get a point. So does that make sense?
It does.
I only have one question.
Yeah.
What's that?
Are we allowed to write during the first phase of this?
Yeah.
Can I get a pen and paper?
So what I was going to say is normally we go through one at a time, but I would suggest we go ahead and pre-pour all 5 whiskeys. Take a minute and just nose them a little bit, because I think it's kind of ground yourselves.
Are we pouring them right now?
I would go ahead and pour all 5.
Okay.
Go ahead and pour.
I'm gonna get a pen and paper. Hold on.
Like that'll help.
All right, dude. Listen, Sean, I will make wagers with you alone on me beating you in this.
I tell you what, if I lose, I'll shave my beard. How about that?
Oh,
what? Dude, you said that. That's a legally binding contract now.
I'm totally kidding. I am almost certain I will lose. So that
Dan will shave his head.
And
Jeremy's
I'm
beard
text
for my.
you the list right now, so you can follow, so you know what they're.
So make sure I'm keeping in the right order.
Doing. So as we go along, that's the order too, and you can just see how you can also join me in knowing how right or wrong they actually are.
You said go ahead and pour all 5.
Yeah, to go ahead and pour all 5. Take a few minutes, nose them, get your bearings straight. Come to. I would say we'll taste them all together.
Okay.
Just nose them a little bit.
Well, this one's got like had one of those caps in it. Like one of the.
They all have caps.
Yeah.
No, like a little nipples in it.
I think they're called rubber stoppers, buddy.
Nope.
It's not. Doesn't look like a stopper ass. It looks like a nipple.
Yep.
The top of the cap gets it comes off from.
Oh, okay.
And then the top of the cap sticks into the bottle. Yeah.
Gotcha. Yeah, I see it.
This is Jeremy's first time drinking whiskey, guys. So we're gonna have to give him a little bit of a break.
First time ever. Dan, you realize I'm 96. I was drinking whiskey when you were still peeing in diapers. You realize that, right?
That's pretty dang accurate.
Yeah. I feel like there are just a few years between us. But
No, they give me a hard time.
Lighting the Thomas Edison light bulbs and the beer. I gotta tell you, that's 100 years right there.
That's it.
Yeah.
Dan, how old are you again?
24.
No, seriously.
Yeah.
What?
Seriously.
32.
32?
Wow. Wow.
My
So
mom.
there
I like
really
how
is-
Jeremy didn't even say his age after he asked that question. He just held it back.
42. 42.
Oh my
you're
gosh.
42? Wow.
Yeah.
Life's
42.
been rough,
Wow.
buddy.
There really is a decade in between.
Wow.
42. There's a full decade.
Jeremy's had a decade more to experience flavor, but he's also has been smoking cigars and absolutely killing
Since I was
for a
7.
decade. So you're basically Jeremy, you are 32, right? Yeah. It all evens out.
Ooh.
All right, I know everything.
So take a minute, go through the lineup real quick. Obviously, they're probably all smell different. I'll give you the option to smell. Maybe don't taste. Let's save the tasting
Okay.
for one-on-one.
Yep.
And just I'll trust you that you're not going to cheat on this.
Jeremy already drank them twice. I just want that down on record.
I have not drank anything.
Let me just take this over here.
So this is the thing that's gonna all nonsense aside. I don't know what is it. Campbelltown.
Campbelltown.
Right.
Jeremy, it's not Campbelltown. I know that.
Campbelltown.
It's not anything you're saying. It's not.
It's all of the above.
I don't think I've ever had that one.
Well,
it depends.
I know you haven't. But let me go back to you were on the channel. We were tasting some American whiskey that Society released. We talked about this idea, and you said 100%. I'm in.
Oh, listen, I'm gonna win.
And I also said okay, well, who would you want to compete against? 100% Father Time himself. Jimmy. And then I said, well, listen, this is really
Such a good impression.
It's really difficult. I can go like an easy, just easy Isla versus no.
Right.
I want to, don't go all in.
I stand by everything you just repeated. I stand by saying all those things because when I win this competition, I can say I haven't even drank 3 of these ever before, and I still got things right. You know what I'm saying?
That would be impressive.
Realistically, when I score flat zeros, it'll be more entertaining for everybody at home.
What's funny about Campbelltown, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think they're kind of known for being Isla-y in their kind of like more strong flavors and
I hope he's just eating his lies.
peaty kind of thing. But the one that you guys sent me was not any of that. It was very pleasant. So I think Campbelltown's can be a little confusing. No, don't they kind of have a little bit of both over there? Or am I totally wrong about
what's
that?
your take on Campbelltown? Because we had one earlier you were like really going after because in that lineup.
I think the best way to describe, even like outside of society whiskeys, things that I have from that region, they're just very oily and coastal. I know that's like, I don't know.
Which kind of reminds me of Isla's a little.
What the case is. I don't find it to be as like Isla is very like maritime. I get a lot of seaweed and like ocean and salt and minerality, and I get all of those things. Whereas like Campbelltown has like a little more of like a funk to it. Kind of like the lowlands have that kind of funk to it. I find Campbelltown has like that nice little funk, but you still get like that very oily, very coastal kind of, salinity, not quite like Isla, but just with a little more extra funk.
I just want to drink these.
The one you guys sent me that one time was excellent. I think
that was an older one though. I think that 26. Campbelltown is off of the entire peninsula on the west coast of Scotland. You see Isla from when you're standing, in Campbelltown. You're like literally looking across the strait at Isla, so it's right there. They import a lot of their peat. I mean, they ship it over like a stone's throw away.
They just
but naturally they're known for this funky style that Jenna was saying. That's like a lot. Almost industrial, like or like Band-Aids. There's a little bit of like funky, whereas Isla whiskeys tend to be like really smoky and robust. And as you guys have experienced, there's a bit more. Maybe the smoke is not as intense always, but it's a bit more coastal, funkier. Sean, you're like intently listening because you're like, oh my God, I want to win this thing. I forgot that I'm arming you guys. I don't want to give anything away.
I'm getting a little funk on number 2 for some reason.
Number 3 is funky.
So we talked about this on the phone. Me and Jeremy were talking on the phone earlier, and I said to him, if we have 5 minutes to smell and drink this whiskey, Sean will be dead silent for 5 minutes, and Jeremy and I will be talking shit to each other the entire time, like without a doubt.
There's no reason that I need to talk when you talk enough for both of us, bud.
I mean, that's not why you do it, but that's a fair point. You know what I mean?
Hey, it usually produces me wins, so
I'm gonna say this, and I don't care if it helps other people. Number 5 has a very distinct situation going on, different than the rest.
I already wrote down where number 5 is from, dude. I didn't taste it.
Don't share that yet. Don't share that yet.
I could be wrong.
Now, we haven't announced this yet, but the winner of this contest will be awarded a $500 gift card to SMWSA.com.
Woo!
Which is a pretty epic prize. And of course, Dan is on the same channel. You cannot share it.
I will drink it in front of him when I win.
Yeah, exactly right. So you can get your first Campbelltown whiskey, or Jeremy's like, I already have one. I'm gonna win. I'm already gonna get it. You sell cigars on your shop. But yeah, so keep that out. There is something to play for. It's not just pride. It is whiskey, which I think everybody here is lacking.
True.
Smoking Firewater says Sean will for sure guess one of these is a rye.
I read that. I wasn't gonna read it out loud.
I would like to point out that people did give you credit for your impression, and I would like to give you credit for your impression. So
everyone likes my impressions except for my wife. She's like, that's not what that person sounds like. Bless her for having to deal with that.
The only way it could have been better is usually if you're doing a Dan impression, at some point you have to say, "Here's the thing,"
Oh yeah, he does it.
You have to say, here's the thing. Here's the thing.
He
Here's
pulls
the thing.
the mic arm to
Yeah,
him. He's like, okay, here's the thing. All right, guys, let's get into it. We're already 26 minutes into the segment. I know Father Time lost track of time, and so he was a little bit late. But
he's got to go.
Sorry about that again. That's my bad.
Everybody smelled everyone. It seems like 17 times over, and
I'm getting real confused. I'm confusing myself.
Exactly. So bring it home a little bit because it's easy to get lost when you go back and forth. So let's focus on the taste. Now, all of these, how about this? I will tell you the strength. And look, you might not be into adding water to whiskey, but for this sort of contest to get to know it, I'm telling you, it'll probably be advantageous to reduce the cask strength because you'll be able to get some of the more familiar flavors of these different styles, released. It's up to you. I mean, if you don't want to do that.
We'll see. I might add a little splash. I got a bottle of water out of the fridge.
So the first one, and Jenna, you actually have this.
I do
as well. Is 55.1%. So go ahead, take a minute, taste this one. If you don't mind, just share without giving away your answer, just share your impressions, just so people can know kind of what you're experiencing.
Can I say that because I was screwed up on the time, I did not drink a warm-up whiskey, so this should be interesting.
Yeah, you can say that. Go ahead.
Oh man, that's nice. That's really sweet.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a lot of
any
honey.
other flavors. I got a sweetness, just immediate on the tongue. That's very sweet.
So you're thinking region of Scotland, age, type of wood. Now let's just go out. You guys probably noticed when we sort of did your regional dive. Region is no easy task because the lines are very blurred.
Yeah. With the sweetness of that, I'm thinking it's got to be a Highland or a Speyside.
Or just sharing answers now. Okay.
Yeah.
You looking for feedback?
Yeah. Jeremy, hold back your answers. I mean, don't give them any support.
Guess Isla, buddy. Isla.
Yeah, definitely not an Isla.
What did you think?
I'd be super surprised if it was.
Just non-peated Isla, dude. You don't know.
I mean, I guess I've had a lot of Islas. I've never had one taste like that.
It's really sweet and honey forward, like a ton of honey, like really rich. Like the sweetness isn't like super like just sweet confectionery vanilla sugar or anything like that. It actually has like depth to it. And it's really, really coating and rich.
But it's not like a fruity sweetness. It's like you said, it's like a sugar or a honey sweetness.
Yeah. I get a lot of honey. Maybe a tiny bit of citrus,
See, I don't want any water with this one. The 110 feels really good.
Are you diluting with PBR then? Because that's
I saw that comment and I laughed. I'm actually cutting mine with Russell's. Man.
Joshua says, time for Dan to call a bottle.
So Sean and I do a series where we do things blind, and I have been shit in the bed for about 2 months straight now. So if I can just do well tonight, it'll kind of like level my life out a little bit.
Let's do this. Because there are three of you competing head to head, and because you're just naturally in order of Jeremy, you're on the left, and you're in the middle, Sean. Maybe Jeremy, if you can start this one, and then Dan, you start the next one.
So
Sean.
what do you want me to name first?
Hold on, I haven't written everything down, so don't say any answers.
We'll do this. Let's go through. Let's go through each metric first. So if you want to, actually, you know what? Let's do them all just to save time because that can take a long time with three of us. I'm going to write this down. If you want to start off in any order: age, region, and cask.
Like I said, I'm going to say either Speyside or Highland, but I know I need to narrow that down. Obviously, I can't pick two.
I mean, I will say one of the five.
Dude, I love the fact that you felt like that was necessary to say out loud, that you're not allowed to say two answers at the same time.
Can I just straddle the middle? Can I say a
pretty sure it's from, I think it's from Scotland.
It's
so stay with distinction here. What are you going with? Just air boldly.
I'm gonna go Speyside.
Okay. How old does this whiskey taste to you?
Oh, he's getting technical on it.
Well, I mean, it's got to have at least a little age on it because
it's so oily. It's crazy.
It's oily and it's got Scotch. Young Scotch is usually pretty light.
It's a little light.
Is it though?
It's a little light.
I don't feel like it's that light.
I need to
get your glasses out.
I'm going to say 12 years.
We have the same whiskey. We don't need to see it.
I'm going to say 12 years, Speyside, and I'm going to say ex-bourbon barrel.
Okay.
Idiot, dude. All the wrong answers.
Dummy.
That's what I'm going with, damn it.
Bourbon barrel. Okay, how about you,
It
Dan?
doesn't
What did you
have
say for
the
this sample?
note that rum would, that I would get from like when I drink the Balvenie Caribbean cask. I don't think it's rum cask. It's sweet as hell, though.
Well, okay, so I wrote Speyside. I wrote 16 years.
Oh.
And I wrote sherry or rum. And like Jeremy, obviously I got to narrow that down. So I'm going to go with sherry. I don't know, man.
I don't get the fruit though, right?
I don't get, I know, but
sherry,
there's
I get a lot of dark fruity.
I know, but there's like a weird sweetness, right?
There
And I'm trying to place that, and I don't feel like the sweetness comes from bourbon. I don't feel like it's a bourbon sweetness.
You're not wrong. I just couldn't
I don't
place
know
it with anything else.
I'm with you.
It's the immediate like sugar sweetness on your tongue. It's right away. It's one of the sweeter ones I've had lately.
Okay. Sean, are you ready?
Yeah, I said Speyside.
Okay.
I said
Cheater.
9 years.
How many years?
9.
Speyside 9. Okay.
I said wine. I thought it was maybe Zinfandel.
Really?
Wait. Are we allowed to
Zinfandel.
just say wine?
Yeah, it's X wine.
How about this? I would
I think it's
specify. Let's just break it down to red wine or white wine.
Oh, okay.
Both are used. Just
Okay.
I mean, maybe let's. I was saying, okay, let me break down real quick eligible options in general. This would be more than there are 5 samples: bourbon cask, sherry cask, and there are different types of sherry. But I'll group it together. Okay.
Okay.
Rum cask, rare, but we've been putting on a few of those. Red wine, white wine, port.
Oh, port. I didn't.
Port wine is common, or Madeira is another type of wine. So a lot of different types of wine, but for non-fortified wines, we'll do red wine or white wine.
I would like to say Madeira.
There's really everything, you know. I mean, not everything, but it's, you know,
It just goes to show you the power of suggestion, Sean. Since you said wine, I'm smelling it. I'm like, I do smell a little bit of wininess in there.
I don't
the power
know
of suggestion.
The only reason I say that is because there's like this weird sweetness on it that I've only gotten from the green spot that's finished in Zinfandel. Like there's this like sweetness up front that it reminds me of that.
Right.
But you said Madeira and I forgot about that.
Everybody keeps telling me I need to try green spot. I've never had it.
So on record, Sean switches.
What's your final answer here?
To Madeira.
Madeira.
Cheater.
Okay.
If Sean gets that point, I'd like it redacted.
That's fine.
You ready for the reveal? So just to recap, Jeremy, you said it's a Speyside, 12 years from a bourbon cask.
Right.
Dan, you said Speyside, 16 years from a sherry cask. Sean, you said Speyside, 9 years from a wine cask. Keep in mind, when it comes to the age, the closest one to the age gets the point, right? The other two are awarded, but you know, because it's hard to get, because it's impossible to get on the number, you know, so that one's up for grabs. So it is cask 35.278 Abundant Treats. It's a 24-year-old Speyside whiskey from an ex-bourbon barrel. So, Jeremy, you got Speyside, you got bourbon barrel. That's 2 points. Dan, you got Speyside, but you got the highest age.
What's up, old man?
Years, so you got the point. Sherry, Sean, you got Speyside.
Yep.
The 9-year wine cask. So the
Father
reason I
Time,
threw this
hold
out
the head
there,
fast.
We're tied. We're literally tied.
the reason I threw this out there is this is a very, very gentle 24 years whiskey. This is not one that sat in the cask and got all this intense flavors out of it. As a first whiskey, I figured it would kind of be challenging. For context, this is an older whiskey.
I never would have guessed 24 years on that.
You didn't, so we got
that's why I'm telling you, Dan said go for it.
I really hate you so much.
There's some dick moves in here, and that was one of them. And so I'm just saying, like, that was that's where we're starting. 24 years old, but not a typical, because typically a whiskey of that age, it's like more intense, like old leather, and I would say this, guys, just for context, the opposite of what a sherry whiskey would taste like, just because, you know, when you think of it this way, simplify. Lighter flavors, vanilla, citrus, orchard fruit tend to be the spirit flavors that are shine through with a lighter American oak or a bourbon cask. you get into wine cast, but surely you get dark fruits, a lot of spice. Just thinking for context moving forward.
Yeah.
It's not always the case, and maybe I haven't thought about the lineup here. Maybe I've thrown you off a bit.
I was going to say, I can't wait for the next one to be like the exact opposite of what you
Yeah,
just
so
said.
that's just a general thing.
I tell you what, it's delicious.
Yeah.
It is really good for real. Yeah.
I did ask Jenna. She tasted this blind earlier today. I can't remember what you said, but it was you realize this is a difficult one too, right?
It's very difficult. Yeah.
I think she, was this the one you thought it was a wine cast too? Maybe I don't know.
It's
Yeah,
so sweet.
I think
It's super
so.
sweet. I think my wife would love that one. I'm gonna have to give her the rest of that sample. I think she would really like it.
Yeah. All right, let's move on to number 2. You guys feeling ready? Light a cigar, have some water, smell your wrist like that. Have you guys heard that trick of just neutralize
There you
your,
go with that.
This will piss everybody off, but this is my palate cleanser.
yeah. There you go. Cleanse your palate. I mean, Jeremy, you are tied in for the lead with Dan.
That was a lucky first shot. I guarantee it's going to go downhill from there.
Yeah.
For both of us.
Well, okay. Okay. So number 2. Let me pull up. What is number 2? Oh, I know what it is. Okay.
Me too.
It's one of us.
Let me get a good rinse here.
Can we drink number 2 now?
That one's dark.
Go after it. Take a minute with number 2. Give it a go.
Michael said Jeremy's blood type is ex-bourbon. That's very true.
Yeah.
I like that a lot. That's got a lot more herbaceous notes in it.
I gotta tell you, the bourbon junkies always bring the most
ridiculous taste
crowd. I love the commentary is second to none. Anytime you guys on the channel, I love it. It's just
that one is good.
The creativity is just through the roof.
Well,
why is it?
I say this: you guys brought some difficult ones so far, but they're bangers. They're good.
Yeah. That's always good. Hey man, if you're gonna fail miserably, at least you have a good whiskey in your glass.
Yeah, I mean,
what's the proof on that? Can we know the proof on that?
Of course.
It feels spicy.
This one is. Oh, I should probably told you before you drank this.
That's okay.
63.2%.
Okay.
That's about what I'd guess. Yeah.
Sean, shut up.
on that one.
Yeah, Sean, you're talking a big game for having 1 point to your name.
For being literally the loser right now. If we end the game right now, Sean just dead lasted it. You know what I mean? So we might as well just shut it on down. It doesn't smell like it tastes. Like it doesn't smell briny, or it doesn't smell as briny, or like what? Sean, what dumb word did you use a minute ago?
Herbaceous.
Yep, doesn't smell like that, but it tastes like that.
No,
it's sweet up front. I added some water. It kind of separates that sweetness from the spice with water.
I guess we're not allowed to know if you. Well, I guess never mind. That would give some stuff away.
You're just gonna ask what it was.
No, I was gonna say like,
did
we get one from every region? Are there multiples from one region? But then that would kind of give some hints. So that's probably not.
So the level
again, going back to when Dan just said like just do it. You know, I thought as I was choosing samples, I thought it would be cute to do one from every region, and then like, oh, you got the one, you know. But I took the training wheels off, so
I like that.
No, I like it.
I wanted to give 5 different whiskeys.
That's too easy.
Yeah,
it is. I agree.
Yeah, exactly.
Now here's the thing. It may be partially my fault that this game is as hard as it is because I told Ben to like send it into oblivion with wild stuff.
It is your fault. It is your fault.
Do a full send. Full
right.
send.
But how much more fun is it that it's like these could just be off? This could literally be like a crazy ass fucking Highland that nobody's ever heard of before. You know what I mean?
They got me with one. They sent me a special edition one time that I could have swore was an Isla because it was so smoky, but then it was a peated Highland. I think it was. It was the gun smoke over the moor.
Oh yeah.
Wasn't that like a peated Highland or something?
That was.
And I could have swore by tasting it. I'm like, this has got to be like an Isla.
Right.
There's too much peat in it. It tastes smoky and peaty. This has got to be some kind of Isla. And then turned out I was dead ass wrong.
Yeah, I did. That was a cast pick that I did last year, and I did it blind. I was like, I want to pick these. I want to pick some cast blind, and that was one I had no idea what it was.
It was delicious.
It was good. Yeah.
Great.
It was one of my. Can I tell you a horrifying story?
Yeah.
I had a whiskey shelf collapse.
Oh, I heard about the collapse.
Yeah, my whiskey shelf collapsed, and I only lost, I think, 3 bottles out of all the bottles. There was like 80 bottles in the collapse. I only lost 3. But one of them was Gunsmoke Over the Moor.
Oh, really?
I was so mad.
I wish you would have told us.
Elijah Craig, which who gives a shit? You can buy that all day long, and then Gunsmoke Over the Moor. I was like,
I wish you would have told me because there are none left to replace.
I know. I was so upset. I love that bottle. That was the only Scotch malt bottle that I lost, though. All the others were safe.
It's just the one that I picked.
Yeah, I know. And it was one of my favorites.
Maybe these are all from the same distillery.
Right.
Stop.
Jenna, don't tell them that.
There's no way.
What if though? That'd be wild.
Yeah,
If number 5 is from the same distillery as all these, I need to know the distillery right now.
Maybe they're all the same age, and this experiment to show you that age doesn't really matter.
There you go.
See, now you guys are messing with my head.
See, Jeremy, if you had your glasses on for number 2, you would see that it's darker than number 1.
It is darker, which is why I reflected that in my notes.
I love that you did because it's definitely younger than number 1. Just a heads up.
It's definitely not.
Yeah, it is.
You think?
Yes. Well, 24 is a high ceiling.
Yeah. I feel like odds are.
Yeah.
Okay,
Or
or Ben just sent all monster whiskeys, like they're all like 800 years old.
Guess what?
No, I don't think it's older than 24. I'm sorry. I thought you meant older than my previous guess.
You know they're not 800 years old because the first one was 24 years old.
Damn it, Ben.
Let's go ahead, Dan. So you're up first this time. You ready to make a call? Let's ready to call.
Come on. Oh.
Dan, are you going first, or did you want me to go first again, Ben? I'm sorry.
I can go first. You went first last time, so Dan's up this time.
Okay, roger that.
Dude, that is extremely obvious in the barrel finish market here.
Is it?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Ben did say that 70% of them are bourbon. So based off that math, you could say bourbon for all of them, get 3 right.
I don't think that's exactly how it works.
I mean odds.
If any of them have got to be bourbon, that's got to be bourbon.
Maybe I chose whiskeys from all the same distillery. Maybe they're all the same age, but I didn't choose them based on the proportion, the distribution of supply in the industry. So
I have my answers written down.
Okay. Shoot.
Wait.
Oh, you're not done yet, Sean?
Oh, I've been done.
Oh, well then go.
I'm sitting here playing. I'm taking a knot.
All right, Dan.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Highland.
Okay.
I guess that it's roughly 63% ABV.
That's not
I
what
did say that.
Just like a point. I just like a point for that.
You're just showing off.
14 years old.
Okay.
Rum cask.
Rum cask. Okay.
I have no idea on this one for real.
Sean, you're up.
I said Highland.
Okay.
I said 13 years old.
Oh wow.
And I just said bourbon because I have no idea.
That one's not bourbon.
We were all really close on this one because I said Highland. I said 16 years old, and I said ex-bourbon.
Well, hopefully it's 14. Jeez, oh Pete.
Come on, 12.
So, all right, you ready for the reveal?
Okay, Jenna. No, hold on. Because Jenna
right
knows what it is, which means we're all very stupid.
Yeah, we're all
Jenna, you
dumb.
better put your poker face on. I mean, come on.
She's like, this is a Iowa. It is 6 years old.
I was in your position like 8 hours ago, 15,000 whiskeys in. So I feel it. I feel you. I feel
So
it.
much has happened in relative hours, by the way.
2 years
All right.
old.
The reveal. This is called Cask 44.140. The fruits of one's labors, spelled in the traditional British spelling. Labors. It's labors, but I always like to pronounce it labors. What did you say? What was that? What was that comment?
It's pink, so please be a Highland.
It's cherry cast. We got to have it all screwed up. It's called
lights
fruits.
are dialed up. This is purple.
Damn it.
14 years old.
Boom! Oh, this is really good at this, dude.
14-year-old space side whiskey.
Oh no.
Well, okay. All right. Okay.
So right now we know that Dan, you guessed 14. Jeremy, you said 16. Sean, you said 13. All very close.
Yeah.
No one guessed.
Only one of us right.
So only one of you has a point. This was double matured in 2 different casks, and I'm willing to give a point for anyone who got at least one of them.
Oh.
First term was an ex-bourbon hogshead.
Okay.
Second term was a second fill Pedro Jimenez sherry hogshead. So, Jeremy, you guessed bourbon.
Yep.
Sean, you guessed bourbon.
Yeah.
Dan, you got the age, but you guessed rum cast. You all got 1 point.
1 point.
So
I
are we
wrote.
tied up.
Yeah.
Is everything tied?
I'm sorry?
Yes.
I'm down 1.
Jeremy and Dan are tied, and then Sean only has 2 points.
Oh, son of a bitch.
So there's no blood drawn in this round.
No
3-2.
blood drawn.
Yeah.
I
So, what'd
literally
you guys think about
wrote.
that
I
one?
wrote SH on my paper for the finish, and I scribbled it, and I wrote rum. Swear to God.
Well, you know what's funny is
What?
I was about to make
Right.
the comment of I can't
What's
decide
SH?
between bourbon or rum cast, and I knew you guys were going to make fun of me because you knew I was going to have to pick one, and it was both. So I should have picked both.
What was bourbon and sherry cast?
It was bourbon and
Oh,
sherry.
okay.
If it was rum, I would have got another point and been in first place right now.
obviously
I
with the
got rum in it
Yeah,
too.
you would have been, yeah. But
I thought I was debating rum, and then when he said fruits of labor, I'm like, that's sherry. That's
Man.
what was the title of it again? Fruits
yeah,
of something.
fruits of one's labor.
Yeah.
Laborers.
That's
mean,
one of the spiciest space I've ever had.
Laborers. Laborers.
Yeah, it even smells like a Highland. Like on the nose, literally immediately, I'm like, that smells like. Now, here's the thing. Isn't technically Speyside in the Highlands, Ben? I don't know, you know?
Well, yeah, so the map has been redrawn.
Oh, okay. I was going by the old map. My bad.
Oh,
Now
yeah.
he says it's because of the new map. It's there.
Well, before you were born, Dan, the
Right.
map was redrawn.
1903.
Oh, well.
Before the advent of the internet, there were maps out there. So I don't know whether you got this old map from, but but the boundaries have changed. I mean, Speyside geographically is inside the Highlands. 50% of all distillers in Scotland are in Speyside, though, and it's adopted a pretty unique style that, yeah, you can drive 30 minutes outside of Speyside and you're in the Highlands, and there's different distilleries. The Glendronach distillery, for instance, like it's 30-minute drive or whatever from Dufftown. And it's like, that's a Highland whiskey, Glendronach. They do the sherry matured style, 30 minutes away from, Balvenie, which is traditionally like the bourbon cast style. I mean, they all do, but they all do both. So
Glendronach, oof, that's good stuff, right?
Yeah. But my point is, like, most people, if you taste the Glendronach, you're like, oh, this cherry bomb, this is common in Speyside. It's very, very difficult, and that's why I throw that out there. And I think part of this, you taste like, does it really matter?
So just technically, like on the old world map, we were right. We were all right, all three of us.
No. Before Speyside existed, yeah.
Okay. So back when dinosaurs were around, we would have been correct.
Somebody pointed out that I actually drew the map. So it's the map Jeremy made.
It was before I was born and after you were born. Yeah,
exactly. No, I actually get Highlands and Speysides mixed up a lot because to me, there's a lot of similarity in those two, and I get them.
There's usually not for me, like for
Really?
real.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I get them mixed up all the time.
One, like literally off the nose, I would thought Highland.
Yep.
Drank it and said Highland. Gotta be.
Same.
I mean, I wrote it. I thought it was a Highland too.
Damn. All right. Are we moving to 3?
Let's move on to number 3, you guys.
All right.
All right, hold on. Palate cleanser.
It's me and the old man.
Jeez.
Jeremy, what cigar is that?
Again, you're gonna keep
An
asking.
AJ
Huh?
Fernandez New World Puro Especial.
I'm going to go ahead and create a banner just so everybody can follow along with the score.
Is it just me or is the nose on this one lighter?
It's rich.
No, like not as strong.
Well, Jeremy, it's on the nose, obviously. That one's about a 56.7% ABV. Ben, I will pay you right now to just say that I was right.
What did you say the ABV was?
50, what did I say?
56.7.
Okay.
It's pretty good. I mean, you're way off, but that was a good guess. This one is 60.4%.
Oh, wow. Yeah.
That's not bad.
I would not have guessed that high.
That's 3%.
Well, you're officially warmed up, Sean. I mean, I think that's the reality.
That's that drink's way sweeter, way smoother than 60%.
Damn it.
So factor that into your analysis here.
I'm jealous you're getting to drink this.
I feel like I'm going to bomb this one.
So far off nose, this is probably my favorite so far.
Bov is probably there's a Bell Biv DeBov in chat.
Oh wow.
Who knows me a little bit, and he's definitely correct. And I don't know a lot about what happened on the planet before I was around.
Even after he was
not
around,
much,
he doesn't
Dan,
know.
not much.
That one's nice. It's got a lot of sweetness on the front, but it finishes out.
It's like really dark jam with like marshmallows. It's so sweet.
But it's balanced.
It's almost carabini. I just made up a word, dude.
Try carabiners. Yeah, good job, buddy.
Caribbean? I don't know.
Yeah, I was about to say that has got to be
Caribbean-esque.
That's the best so far.
That's why I said I think I'm gonna bomb this one, because I'm leaning that way on this one, and I think it's wrong, but it's what it reminds me of.
I've guessed rum twice, so eventually
it's got to be.
Take some time. Let's
give a little water to that. Apparently, she's warm.
So we're now in round 3. Okay, I should actually probably label that, but.
Ooh, if you guys haven't added water yet, you definitely should.
Yeah, I definitely recommend. I think it's going to make it easier to really get in there. It's
really
hard
to look back at my whiskey collection.
Cheater.
No. What, are you going to go taste that stuff too?
If you have any old maps back there, I'd advise not to look at those because it's going to throw you off. Yeah.
Just got like super melony after like a cantaloupe or a muskmelon.
It's not. Yeah. I was gonna say muskmelon. I completely agree with you. Actually,
it's even got a little bit of that rind in there.
No.
Dude, I like this one a lot.
It's with the water. It got so sweet, like so fruity sweet.
All right, you assholes. I'm gonna have to put some water in it.
What water does Scotland do the same thing as like America does with all the Kentucky limestone nonsense?
No, but I think a lot of enthusiasts would prefer to get sort of their water from the source, like Highland Spring is a bottled water brand.
Okay.
And you can get it maybe on Amazon.
Okay.
But I don't personally do that. I think any spring water is really good. I mean, just people use distilled water too. Jenna, do you have a water preference?
I just use water at room temperature.
I just convinced Jenna to start adding water in 2020. So I feel like she probably doesn't have a preference. She's like, if it's not from the cask and bleeding, I'm not going to drink it.
Right.
Mine's
between the two of us, Jenna has the much more aggressive approach to whiskey enthusiasm.
Mine is Costco Kirkland purified water. It's nothing.
There you go. Okay.
It's nothing too special.
There you go.
I've got Tawas groundwater.
There you go. As long as I don't use tap water, because Florida tap water is horrendous.
Is it like super?
I will agree with you on that.
It is
like really high.
Bad.
Well, Florida tap water is so bad that would change the flavor. You know what I mean? We're talking we're talking about being a little pretentious here, but let's be real. There are some waters, so you're like, dude, that's not even.
When I make the big ice cubes for when people come over, and some people, I don't usually add a lot of ice to my whiskey, but a lot of people do, and that's fine. So I keep the big ice cubes. I always make them out of bottled water because the tap water here just ruins it. As it melts into the drink, it just changes the flavor. Tap water in Florida is horrible.
I filled this giant thing of water up this morning, and I have consumed 10% of it. So that's.
I've filled mine up 8 times today, and it's empty.
I've seen you drink out of it 5 times since we've started. So
wow, that does get super sweet.
It does.
I mean, that's got to be.
I like this one a lot.
Sean, you ready to make a call?
Yeah, I'm good.
Hold on.
Dan hasn't wrote.
No, I haven't. I haven't. Don't hold on 1 second.
That's got to be.
I told Dan it's just a shame, when we do our Friday blinds, that I am usually quick on those ones and then really slow on our live stream. So Dan always gives me crap to people in front of people when they consume the content, and we edit out all the time that Dan takes, just going But I thought it was this bottle, but I just don't think it is, and it never is.
Yeah.
I feel like I got my guess, but I think it's wrong. But it's just what it's reminding me of.
I don't feel confident in anything on this one.
Neither do I.
All right, Sean, can you turn it around and jump up there with the top dogs here and get one more point?
Hopefully. Dan, are you ready?
Yep.
Okay. I said Highland.
Okay.
I said 18 years. And then I said bourbon and port.
Oh, you're guessing 2.
So 1 to 2. I think
a little double.
Okay. So,
it's going double bubble. I like it.
I would say let's pick 1 because if you pick 2,
because you're a cheater.
Yeah.
I'll do port.
Okay.
Sean's a cheater.
Okay.
Sean's I think it's a Madeira X port X bourbon X rum. I don't know.
It could be.
So then we'll go. How about this? Because we went Jeremy, Dan, Sean.
Do you want me to go next or Dan? Doesn't matter to me.
Rip it. Dan's a cheater.
You go, Jeremy. We'll go in reverse of who starts off.
I went Speyside.
Oh, like
15
it?
Rum.
Oh,
it reminded me of Balvenie Caribbean Cask. I don't know why. That's what it reminded me of. I could be totally off base on it, but that's what it reminded me of.
Okay, I did Highland.
Jen is laughing.
Yeah, because she's like, she literally right now. Jenna is like 8 hours into it.
Jenna, you hold it together. Come on.
Jenna is 8 hours into a stream of whiskey with us three, and she's like, "What the hell are we doing?"
She's like, "Guys,
why did we bring these
so much better when you
here?
bring the ego element to it, and we get to hear you. It just makes it more enjoyable. So go ahead.
I went
Sean's been
Highland
the whole time though. He was like,
Sean does, because Sean does this and then he's just quiet the whole time so he can actually focus while everybody else tries to be entertaining for everybody. And then Sean wins and everybody's like, "Wow, Sean's great at this." It's like, no, he actually was focusing the entire time like a boring person. So I went with Highland. It is obvious as the sun is during the day. It's 12 years old without a doubt. I have no doubt in my mind it's 12. And it's probably finished in Madeira cask.
Probably.
I've had some High West double ryes, which were finished in Madeira. They taste basically the exact same.
Okay.
So
now, okay.
No one got any points. Perfect.
No. One point has to be awarded for the age because one will get the closest to the age. So this is an older bottle, and this is cask 10.173. I think people in the chat, if you're members, you know what that distillery is off the hand, but called Selkie Caviar. It is an 8-year-old whiskey.
Well, I tried,
Well, no, Dan, you guessed 12, which is the lowest number.
Yeah,
I'm the best at this.
From the island of Isla.
Oh my God!
Jeremy's an idiot, dude.
It's completely a bourbon cask. It's actually been a toasted hogshead.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what?
So no one gets the region and no one gets the cask type.
So no one got anything except for Dan, which by the way shouldn't even count because he was
honestly. You just got like Dan. You just got like
he still got a point.
Dan just got like a participation.
Don't even be proud of that point,
trophy.
damn it, Dan. Don't even be proud of it.
Guys, we're going in order. Use that to your advantage. Think of that. There's a advantage of if the age spread. The person who goes third does have that ability. So
that's
I haven't
cheating.
Changed mine. See, I wrote it down before anybody.
I would not encourage that. I appreciate if you don't. But
Sean's the guy who does that, though. That's for sure.
I have all my stuff wrote down, good sir.
Real quick, that I've never seen one of the blue on the neck before. That's super cool.
Can I say I've never had an Iowa in my life that tasted like that?
Same.
Right. Well,
obviously us too.
Never.
Do I have to remind you what Dan said when we talked about doing this? Do it. Just do it. So
I actually appreciate it. I think that's pretty cool because that's a new experience for me because that I would never have guessed in a million years Isla for that.
So right now there are 9 more distilleries on Isla. That a couple of new ones, but producing right now. Are we up to 9 or 10? I think producing. Now it used to be that Isla was not known for just producing peaty whiskey. Like in the 70s, Popular Distillery Lefroy produced mostly unpeated whiskey for a time. And so but right now it's known. The peaty style is representative of Isla. 2 distilleries currently, their core style is unpeated still, and there's still a little peat. There's a little bit maybe. I mean, there's peat running through the water's running through peat on the island. So if you're using the water,
I didn't get any peat on that one at all.
Right, but this one's technically unpeated. I think it's like 5 parts per million, which measured for peat. And what is Ardbeg like? Close to 45, 50.
Did you say 5? It's only 5.
5. Yeah. So there's like a little, very, very low.
I've got an Ardbeg.
It's 5 to 10. And if anyone in the chat knows the answer, please correct me. And I could be wrong, but my understanding is that there is just a very, very small amount. It gives a little bit of sort of a smoke layer. But this one, when I was hearing you, Sean, go into the port, I was thinking I get that. Like it is kind of sweeter. This is just the freak of nature. This is single cask whiskey. Like it's a cold coastal whiskey that had those 8 years, a lot happened in this toasted hogshead, which is a more active cask, you can say.
Now that you say toasted, though, I do get, and I think that's why I got rum because I get a lot of in toasted. I always get like that kind of sugary but brown sugar kind of marshmallowy flavor, which is why I like toasted second toasted barrel bourbons a lot. And now that you say that, I was thinking that was a rum dark brown sugar kind of thing, but toasted makes perfect sense.
All right, so there we go.
I don't get Isla though.
That
blows my mind.
Yeah.
Oh, updated score. I'd like to see that.
Yeah. So Jeremy, 3 points after 3 rounds. Dan, 4 points. Sean, 2. And also, Sean did say if I can get 3 points in the whole thing, he'd be happy. I mean,
he's working on it.
There.
Yeah.
I've already. I was happy to get a point, so I have exceeded my expectations for this whole thing.
Well, why are you? Hey, you two are being so annoyingly humble right now. You know what I mean?
Hey, this is me. Just every Friday.
No, this is hard stuff. Like
it is
with all the options. If you would have, it would have been for me. It would have been probably a little easier with bourbon. When you get into Scotch, there's so many different options. Like it's so good. There's
showing the label for the last one for anybody.
Oh, so how old is that? Like, how long ago did you guys release that?
This one was a couple years ago. We
gotta be
changed
older.
our
Logo,
bottling
right?
design in 2019. So I think this was like. I mean, again, COVID threw a whole year at it. So I think this is like late 2018, maybe.
Okay.
Or
I think it was.
Or early 2019. I don't remember.
Well, if nothing else, I've had some delicious scotches so far.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I'm not.
They've
mad
all
about
been
it
like.
either way.
They've all legitimately been super interesting, which is great. Like that's
They really
why.
have been.
That's why it's more fun if it's like, just send like wild shit because then it's like. It's not
like
just like a normal Highland. You know what I mean? Like it's
depending
not a
your
normal
decision to make this difficult. You're like, yeah,
right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Right. This is more fun. You know, it's better this way.
It is. I agree. I
It
mean,
is
it's
more fun.
definitely a little more nerve wracking, but it's fun and it's good.
True.
Yeah,
Well, we
I
do
mean,
feel
it's just-
dumber.
would have
but-
never
just
had that if he wouldn't have thrown interesting stuff at it, and that was worth it in this because I can say that I've had a non-smoky Isla.
Yeah.
Never have.
It's a little smoky, Jeremy.
Really?
Oh
I didn't
my
get any
God.
smoke out of that.
Well, Jeremy, it's
Don't-
probably because you're
don't-
smoking a cigar. Like
Yeah, that's probably true.
your ability, and that's the one thing. I mean, true that if you always smoke a cigar with whiskey, like that's your experience, so it's consistent for sure.
Uh-huh.
But when you have something that's like so faint,
Mhm.
you know that if you were really had a clean palate, maybe you would pick up on that.
And
But
we're really giving
Second
him
place.
an arm and a leg here.
Yeah.
You know
Well,
what I mean?
let's be honest. I've been smoking cigars for like 30 years. I think my palate
Yeah.
is just destroyed from picking up
Already.
subtle
Yeah.
stuff.
Yeah.
Like even if I wasn't smoking a cigar currently, I don't think I'm picking up any subtleties
Yeah.
of smoke.
Yeah. Let's move on to round 4. Are you guys already on it?
I'm ready.
Give it
I've
a
seen
go.
Dan cheating already. Yeah.
I haven't drank it.
Okay.
Did we have a time limit here that we were not supposed to go beyond?
Yeah, 8.
No, this is the last segment. So
But you were-
I was about to say because we're gonna blow past 8 o'clock. I can.
No,
you know,
we
Ben
didn't-
and Jenna have been streaming for literally 1,000 hours today. You know, so
yeah, since Jeremy was
greatly
born, we've been
apologize.
streaming.
You don't want to have me and Dan, the two talkiest people in the West or in the East.
You're acting like this wasn't a strategic placement. I mean, this
Okay.
is
that Ben and I did have a phone conversation, and Ben did have strategy before Jeremy even changed the time. There was already strategy being implemented into our slot. Yeah.
we had an open Q&A session earlier today that was intended to follow this stream, so that if we had a spillover, there were no other guests, in the queue. Anyway, okay, what do you guys think? Round 4. So Jeremy did the first one, Dan, then you went, Sean, then you went.
Back to Jeremy.
That's
Let's go
so
back to-
peppery.
I haven't even tasted it yet. Hold on. I've been sniffing it because now y'all got me paranoid, thinking I'm missing stuff that.
I mean, you're clearly missing stuff because you've only gotten 3 points.
I
You
can't
know what
wait.
I
It's
mean?
gonna be like a peated space side.
I mean, the reality is one of the 3 of you can come out here and just nail one, and you'll just take the
True.
lead. You know what I mean? Like
True.
you're one real good experience away from, or familiar experience away.
This whiskey is amazing. Whatever number
really good.
4 is, it's an app like incredible.
Yeah.
It's like peppery and like briny and like it's happy. It's like full of happiness, literally.
Yeah.
And there's some sweetness on the back of it.
Yeah,
It
like a
starts off
lot.
peppery and smoky, and this is
Now, for anybody in the chat, if you were with us during the power hour earlier and we tasted the 12 whiskeys, the 12 flavor profiles, this was one of the 12 that I actually sent to Jenna. And so she did taste this blind as well.
Didn't
And
watch
I had
that.
to
You
go
got
through
any
the same
notes for me?
process.
What's the ABV on this?
Oh, the ABV is 55.4%.
I was just about to say that.
I'd guess 56, but that's fine.
I legitimately would have guessed 58 if we're being completely honest. So
Oh,
Dude, that is like that's probably my favorite one we've drank. That one's I love that.
It's delicious.
I think this is a trick, dude. I'm 100% sure this is a trap, without a doubt. You can call me Scooby-Doo because this is a trap.
I agree with you.
No, it's General Akbar. What's that guy's name from Star Wars? It's a trap.
It's a trap.
It's a trap.
My answer will.
It's Admiral Akbar, who
Admiral
nonchalantly was killed off in the sequel trilogy. Like nobody cared.
I know. He was like a main guy. It's horrible.
I know.
Ah,
fuck. There's like a weird cinnamon note in there for me.
It's peppery and spicy. It's briny. There's some definitely peat in this, unless I'm losing my mind.
That's that guy, Sean, if he can help you out with that.
Oh, Aaron, you want to smell this? Why don't you give the people? You are live. Don't get too wild. Okay.
He drinks a lot of Fruity Loops vodka.
One point.
He said Tito's vodka, so I don't think that's getting me any points. It is Scotch. There you go.
See, here's the thing. I'm going Dan. It's my turn to go first, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm done. I've written everything.
I want to say Isla.
I don't even want to put water in this.
I want to say Isla, but I kind of want to say Campbelltown, but I think I'm going to go Isla. I kind of want to say Campbelltown. I'm going to stick with Isla.
Stick with what you believe, you know?
It's tough because I'm going to go Isla. I'm going to go Isla, 12 years, ex-bourbon.
I think it's a trick, man. It does take. I agree that
it's probably a damn Campbelltown. There's definitely some maritime situations going on there.
Yeah, it tastes like an Isla. I think it's a trick.
All right, well, Dan, let's hear it. You're paranoid. So
I went Highland, 8-year in port cask.
Highland. Holy shit. If that's a Highland. But then again, I thought Gunsmoke over the Moor, it was a peated Highland. So, you know what?
But the first whiskey we had was a peated Space Side, and it didn't taste, or was it the second one, or whatever? I don't know. I'm all jacked up.
None of those were.
Right. It could be a peated Highland.
All of them peated.
Perfect.
There's definitely some peat in there.
Yeah.
What do you think?
Watch there not even be peat. It's a non-peated Space Side.
No, there's definitely peat in it. I actually followed Dan, said Highland. I said 11-year
cheater
bourbon.
Wow, we're just cheating up tonight, huh, Sean?
Apparently, because just like you said, I think it's a trick. I was like, it's going to be a peated Highland watch, just because of your mouth.
It's a trap. I'm telling you, it's a trap.
Totaling up the answers here.
And this is when is an Isla, and we suck.
Yep.
So
it tastes like an Isla.
It tastes like an Isla. That's why I thought maybe Campbelltown. I think it's a trick. It tastes like an Isla, but I don't think it is.
All right. So totaling this up right now. This is so great.
We've had like 2 peated
every time. She knows what they are, and she's just like.
I love it. I love Jenna's reaction. That's great. She's like, because she was in this position a while ago. She said so. She's feeling our pain, and she's like, oh, thank God.
All right. So just to recap, Jeremy, you said Isla, 12 years, ex-bourbon.
Roger.
Dan, you said Highland, 8 years, port cask. It's a trap. Sean, Highland, 11 years, bourbon.
I've been notched twice.
So youngest age pick was Dan at 8. Oldest was 12 with Jeremy. This is cask 135.14, Tripping the Light Fantastic, also older bottling. 13 years.
Notched
Jeremy,
twice.
You have the highest. You get a point for the age. You said you guessed 12. Sean, you guessed 11. You're close. Dan, I don't know what you were thinking, but 13-year Highland, Highland, not an Isla. So Jeremy, you don't get a point. Dan, you get the Highland point. Sean, you get a Highland point. Now, this was also double matured. It was finished for less than a year of it's 13 years.
One of these is bourbon if it's double.
Finish. Bourbon. So for most of it was bourbon, and then finish in a French red wine barrique.
Wow.
For less than a year. So I will give the point to the bourbon because it's predominantly that. It's very, very, very subtle if there is a trap, maybe it's because it's such a subtle red wine cast
The
finish.
trap for me, and I've gotten caught by this a couple times, is those peated Highlands really remind me of Highlands.
Well, look, here's the thing, Sean. You claimed the round with 2 points there. Jeremy, you had 1. Dan, you had 1.
I get 2 points.
Jeremy gets
Oh,
2.
I'm sorry.
I got the age and the bourbon.
So that means, Jeremy, you had 5 points. Dan, you have 5. Sean, you have 4.
We're really setting up for a dramatic finish here, boys.
Buddy, let me say, this is close. Okay, this is close. This is a nail biter.
You know what? It's crazy because I had never had a peated Highland until we did our Highland video where we tried a bunch of different Highlands from Scotch Malt, and the peated Highland that we had was one of like my favorite. And I don't normally like Highland whiskey, and that peated Highland was so good. So when I love this, I'm like, it tastes like Isla, but it's like funky sweet, man. It's so good.
By the way, I just love how the three of you call us Scotch malt. Like no one else has ever called that, but I love that you guys just like roll with like Scotch malt. You know, I mean, it's a nickname we've never heard of before, but I like totally.
Wait, what's the nickname people use that you do here?
Well, so the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society globally is often referred to as just the acronym SMWS.
Sure,
that can be tricky. SMWS, the Society.
It must be like an American thing. Like we're just stupid, and that we just have to
like shorten shit up so we don't mess it up. I fumble my words very easily, so the least amount of words, the better for me.
You know, we had the founder of our club on earlier, one of the second segment today, and obviously older gentleman, and obviously the guy has lived like the most epic life ever. But it's funny when we started the club in 1983 officially, he's like, well, we're just like a band of misfits, the whiskey geeks. Like we need to act legitimate. So he came up with the name, the Scotch Malt Whiskey Society. When he filed for the business, sort of like the entity, like, to establish it, he's like, this sounds really official. Like we've been along.
That sounds super.
So like he was kind of, but so today it sounds super fancy and people think it's super fancy, but it was started at a point where the guy's like, kind of like not fully a full joke, but kind of like, yeah, let's just pretend like it's
a solid name. It really like
it is
confusing, you know.
The only thing is with my mumble mouth, I for like the longest time called it Scott Mulch because I would just mumble the words.
I remember that.
I'd be like Scott Mulch. I'm like, it's not mulch, it's not Scott. What the hell? My mouth couldn't say the words. It was horrible. It's horrible.
All right, guys.
I blame it for being raised in the South.
This is it. Final.
All right.
Man,
dude,
final whiskey. This is really, really, really close.
Isla, I'm gonna be like, what the hell is going on?
Well, hold on a second. We haven't established a tiebreaker.
What do you mean?
I'm getting 3 points here. You guys are getting none.
I don't think there's gonna need. I think this.
Wait, I know. I
somebody-
got a tiebreaker. Don't tell us the proof on this one, and the tiebreaker can be whoever's closest on proof.
Or here's this: the tiebreaker could be if whoever has the best facial hair.
Damn it!
According to whom?
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. Some people don't like facial hair. Touche, Mr. Bill.
I do. You're beautiful, Jeremy. All right.
Yeah.
This is. This is
like
like easy. It is easily as the funkiest, seaweediest one
what
ever.
I'm saying. I feel like it's another trap. I feel like I'm gonna say Isla, and it's not a damn Isla. It could be a Campbelltown. It could be a Campbelltown.
I mean, I'm cruel, but not that cruel. But I am. So,
dude, this is like
I have no idea. I just drank that for the first time. I literally have no clue.
I watched me and Dan smell it, and then we
what
both
the hell
held it up.
Sean, have you drank it yet?
No,
Oh, wow.
I can't get over the nose.
No, that's not an Isla.
The finish is wild. That finish is absolutely insane.
It's got to be Campbelltown.
There are 500,000 flavors on the finish of that whiskey right there.
did you just count all those? I saw you kind of like quiet you were quiet for like 7 seconds.
I took my shoes off and I used my toes.
It's the Dr. Pepper of whiskey.
Yeah, exactly.
It
It's got 23 or whatever.
I mean, there's a lot going on in that glass.
Like it's fatty, funky. There's
It is
citrus.
fatty,
there's
funky.
like Swiss Miss hot cocoa sprinkled
I got
over
a
that
fruit
barbecue.
roll up in the middle of the finish, dude.
There's definitely
So
a
much
jammy, fruity situation going on in there somewhere. There's a briny, smoky, peaty kind of thing going on.
That's one of the most, I'd say that is one of the most
unique,
complex whiskeys I've ever had in my life. That's what I would say about that.
Did you say that the first one was the oldest one in the lineup?
I'm sorry?
You said the first one was the oldest one, didn't you? Didn't you make that fact
Did he?
that the
Are you
first-
cheating, right? Why are we asking questions? And
Well,
Jeremy,
I thought he proclaimed that already. I didn't think that was cheating. I thought
no,
he
he
had
didn't
said
say that. He said,
No.
I said, what if they were all 800 years old? And he said they can't all be 800 years old. You guessed one was 24.
No,
Settle
I definitely did not say that.
Nancy Drew, it'll be all right. Just calm down.
Yeah.
Listen, you and me are tied, and I am not going to have you win because you're asking questions. Okay.
Well, because you talk shit on a live stream today, or on a,
Whatever Dan says for age,
I don't know if you guys saw his Instagram
Well,
post. He was like, Jeremy's going down.
I did see that video. It was very intimate. But it is true, Jeremy, Dan, you were tied. Sean is only 1 point behind you. Let's be honest.
True.
But Jeremy, if you're in the lead, Dan just conceded. He's like, I have no idea what this is. So,
I really have no clue.
Jenna, what were you saying? Sorry.
It's anyone's game. I mean,
It's
really,
anyone's game.
anyone could win this.
All right, I got it.
Wait, hold on. Before any of us say any answers, we have to write the proof down for the tiebreaker.
Yeah, I agree.
For the tiebreaker.
I agree.
Oh, okay, because the time.
And not in an American proof, right?
I was gonna say, do you want a percent?
ABV.
Okay.
Wait, is that real?
Duh.
I didn't know proof was American measurement.
American thing, Dan.
Good sir.
Wait, listen, I'm here to learn.
Well,
okay, and I just
hold on.
learned, so I feel like we succeeded.
There is British proof, which is common in like naval rum, and
Right, right.
But no, I mean, this idea of like running around and saying like it's 50%, okay, 100 proof, like that's very American. You know what I mean?
I did not know that.
It gets tougher to guess proof the longer you go because the deeper you get into, the proofs get a little easier.
Your tongue gets a little number.
You're like, this is like 95.
Well, adjust.
Well, right, proof. This is like
Adjust.
45.
Adjust.
40.
Account for that in your mind, and
40, 48, and it's like 62.
This one's wild.
Mm-hmm.
I am going all out on this one. This is either I'm going to get every one of these right, or I'm totally wrong on everything, and I'm not getting a damn point, and I'm losing it all.
okay, yeah. I guess are you up first? Is that where
No,
we're
I'm
at?
not first. I went first last time.
Dan's up first. Okay.
See,
let me just ask this. I'll give you guys an extra couple minutes just on this one. Do you guys have a strong preference? All the whiskeys you've had, obviously tasting them all blind, or any of them really that you connect with or didn't like even?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. Shoot.
Number 4.
Four for me.
Wait, you like number 4, Sean?
Mm-hmm.
I
like that one a lot.
It would be really hard because I really liked them all for different reasons. It would depend on my mood. I would say number 4 is probably the most interesting. Well, I wouldn't even say because number 5 is super interesting.
Yeah.
I think number 4 probably one of my. It's between 4 and 5, but these other ones are super sweet. So if I wasn't in the mood for anything super interesting and complex, and I just wanted an easy drinker, these are really excellent, nice, smooth. I know people hate the word smooth, but they're just nice and sweet. But these two are the most. If you're in for a journey, you want a roller coaster ride, it's one of these last two, 4 and 5. They both have a lot going on in them.
Yeah.
I just don't.
I'm just putting up the comments without saying anything.
I saw it.
I don't feel good about any of these answers.
Sean, come on.
Believe in yourself.
But these are not anything I have good relationships with the tasting notes on them. Whereas like usually I can kind of relate something to, whereas like this one is so wild. I don't know anything to compare it to.
There's a lot going on.
Can I ask you guys an honest question? I mean, I don't mean this any other way other than a fellow whiskey enthusiast.
Yep.
Does this make you guys? I mean, I know you've been kind of tasting Scotch. Do you feel that wow, there's such a bigger world, like there's so much more to explore? Yeah. Like, because I feel that way myself with like spirits in general. Like I'm getting into mezcal right now. I'm like, oh my god, this has existed along with whiskey my whole life, and I'm like, what was I waiting for? Yeah, you know what I mean.
Talk to Dan about mezcal. I think don't you think mezcal tastes like dirty socks? And what you
I said
Dan?
It tastes like I said some pretty bad things. I don't like it.
Yeah. Well, you probably haven't had a medical alcohol limit. You probably experienced I don't know. Have you really branched into like beyond what you can find? Yeah.
I've only had we've had like 3 or 4 probably different ones, and every time I've had it, it just tastes like street pee, dude. Like I don't know how else to put it. It doesn't taste very good to me. I don't know.
Well, my point is, I think there's varying sort of anyway, we don't have to go into mezcal, but my point is I've since like experienced not just mezcal with brandies too. I'm like, oh my god, that's what brandy could be. Like, yeah. This is not the brandy get off the shelf. Like this is.
I would say bourbon's a very like handcuffed spirit. There are a lot of rules that you have to do, and like with other spirits like Scotch is one of them. Like anything you want to do in the finish, you put it in anything that'll hold whiskey. Pretty much they'll put it in and age it, and like that's just one huge variety that you can do there. And I don't know. I don't even think it's close on the variation that you can do between even just Scotch and bourbon.
All right, I got my answers written. Does everybody else? Or were you guys waiting on me?
Yeah, I did a while.
To further your one thing though, Ben, yes, the thing that got me on what you were talking about with more to explore was what was it, number 3? The one that I swore was an Isla, and it was the
Space
Highland. This opens your eyes up, man. You're like, oh, there's so much whiskey I have not had.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But well, anyway,
sorry,
go ahead.
But it's funny because a couple of years ago, I hosted our spirits team. 2 guys from Edinburgh flew over. We went to Kentucky for a week because we're really going deep into our American whiskey program. So we went with distilleries all day for 5 days, and it was their first time in Kentucky and really getting into bourbon and taking it seriously. Because the demand in the UK is going up finally. But like, okay, we got to get over there and see what's up. And their first experience of day one was like they weren't that impressed. And I'm telling them, I'm a malt whiskey guy like by background, but I'm an American, and now I live in Tennessee, which is closer to bourbon country. There's bourbon everywhere now. And, so I'm advocating for them. It's like, guys, you got to just give it some time. And I think they came at it from the Scotch perspective of like, wait a second, it all tastes the same. I don't get it. Whereas Scotch is so diverse in its flavors, almost like it's all of wine is equivalent to Scotch. It's like, why would you limit yourself? But then day 2, day 3, day 4, they start becoming more familiar with bourbon, and then they start forming their own preferences. They're like, whoa, these bourbons are all so different. And it really just, I think it comes down to your perspective. Like, you can have 3 peated Islay whiskeys on the table. On the surface, like, say they all taste alike. But once you start tasting them and taking it seriously and really thinking, like, which cask do I want to buy? You're like, whoa, these are so different. You know what I mean? Yeah. That's how I feel about bourbon. And the same thing. It's like, it just depends on your perspective. But yeah, there's a lot beyond bourbon. Okay, you ready to shoot?
Sean, are you going first on this one?
No, this is Dan.
Shoot, Dan,
okay.
Shoot.
I just want to remind everybody, Jeremy, you have 5 points. Dan, you have 5 points. Sean, you have 4 points. You're all close, all very, very low scores across the board.
I love when Ben throws an insult on it, how like totally deadpan he has with it. It's just deadpan.
Well, there was
like everybody, and he's going up to the 9th hole. It's like the golf announcer, and all really horrible at this. You all suck really bad.
12 points have been up for grabs at this point, and so
I've almost got Jeremy and I have almost gotten half. That's not even that. I mean,
yeah,
that's almost passing.
Not trying to be humble. I'm actually impressed with myself because I thought I was going to get like 0.
Yeah, I still have a job.
That's true. Like you guys literally quit your job to drink whiskey on YouTube. I mean,
bourbon.
Ben makes a solid point.
I can't argue with that, Ben. I can't.
That's fair.
I'm a pro too, but come on, like this is a big big deal on this.
If I get 1 point out of this, I will be absolutely ecstatic.
Well,
Sorry, go ahead.
You better hope Jeremy doesn't get 0 points then, because this is everything.
I know.
You wrote the ABV down too.
I wrote everything down. I'm done.
I did. I got pins down. I wrote everything too.
Hey, I'm just going to go through my thought process very quickly. I wrote Highland. I crossed it out. I think it's a trick. If it's a trick, it's Highland. Trust me. I guess Campbellton. Official guess. Okay. 28 years old. That whiskey's dark as shit. And it's ultra complex. And it's super thick and viscous. I've never had more flavors on a whiskey in only the finish than that whiskey, I don't think, ever in my life. And the only time I've ever had experiences like that, they've been ultra-aged scotches. Now, maybe I'm just blowing up smoke, anyways, but that's my thought process. So,
it's thick.
Bourbon was the finish cask I picked. And then, do you want me to say the ABV now, or do you want to see if we need it?
Say it now.
Okay, I wrote 56% ABV.
We got a problem.
Yeah.
Because I said almost the exact same thing, but the years were different. So we should be okay. I said younger years.
Okay.
Okay.
But I said 56.
Well, you said Campbelltown as well?
Yes, I said Campbelltown. I mean, it doesn't matter. Sorry, Sean, I kind of cut you off.
No, you're fine.
I said Campbelltown, 20 years, 56% ABV, and I said bourbon or sherry, and I know we have to pick one.
What the?
So
cheater.
To be different than Dan, just to keep it further apart, I wrote bourbon or sherry. I'm going to go sherry. Just to change it up.
Now that we hear mine, we're just going to switch it. Sure. All right.
It was both.
And what's your ABV?
I wrote both down.
Wait, what's your ABV?
56.
56.
Okay. Wow.
That's not good.
Sean,
the ABV thing's not great.
The ball is in your court, man. I mean, this is like.
Okay, so like Dan
you're in the
said,
red zone.
I went Campbelltown too because I think you're trying to trick us, and you
we're all idiots.
Would not remind us of all 5 regions if.
And it's a space side.
And then you even had you even had Jenna talk about Campbelltowns. I was like, all right, maybe one's got to be in there. I said 9 year. I was playing the spread on this one.
What?
Oh wow!
I want you guys to be.
There's no way
far
that's
off.
9. There's
hey, buddy.
No way.
No, you know.
And I said 61%.
Okay, hold on.
What cask?
Jenna's so damn it.
Oh, I said bourbon cask.
Oh,
Sorry.
bourbon.
We all said bourbon.
Well,
Jeremy switched his in the middle of answering and said sherry. My bad.
All right, let me.
I wrote bourbon and sherry, and I went sherry to spread it out so that there's not a close.
It is
tie
probably
situation.
an Isla.
I hope it's 30 years old.
I could have given it to you, Dan. I could have given it to you with the bourbon.
Okay.
Oh wow.
Here we go.
So, I'm gonna be honest, Jenna does make this way more intense.
Either we're really close and she's laughing, or we're so far off it's pathetic and she's laughing.
It's that one.
This is insane.
No, it's not that insane. It's just it's insane. So I have I'm just gonna throw this out there. I have a 1-year-old daughter, and she watches this show on Netflix called Cocomelon. I mean, if you're parents of young kids, you're like, it. Oh my god, nightmare! But
yes. Are you thinking of us when you think of Cocomelon?
There's a specific episode where there's like an ant colony, and they're all worker ants, and they have to go collect things for the winter. And then there's a grasshopper who's like, I'm not going to work. I'm going to go play the violin and just chill out all day. Then the winter comes, and it's like, oh my god, I am an idiot. I'm freezing cold. So he knocks on the door of the ant colony, and they're like, all right, dude, like, come on in this winter, but like next time, like, come on. He's like, I'll go out, So I'm just thinking back, who was really focused earlier on in this session? There was a lot of shit talking, and there's some people who were silent because this is cast 16.43, oddly satisfying. It's a Highland whiskey, which nobody guessed. No! It is a peated Highland whiskey.
I guessed
from a recharred American oak ex-bourbon cask, which Jeremy, you said Campbelltown sherry. Dan, you said Campbelltown bourbon. You got the bourbon. Sean, you said Campbelltown bourbon. You got the bourbon. 9 years old.
Oh my god!
9 years old. Which would mean, Jeremy, you have 5 points. Let me turn off this banner because this is outdated. Jeremy, you have 5 points in total. Well done. Out of 15 total.
I should have stuck with bourbon.
You have 5 points. Dan, you have 6 points. You did gain 1 for the bourbon cask. Sean, you also have 6 points.
I just shot that just to feel good about it.
I cannot believe that is 9 years.
So, well, let me tell you this, Jeremy. This is almost identical to that Gunsmoke Over the Moor. I mean, identical on paper. Same distillery, similar age, same cask type. It's a recharred hogshead.
It makes sense.
So the color,
his picture to show that he scratched out Highland.
I literally wrote it and scratched it out.
Okay, because it's a trap, right? So
I knew it was a trap.
So that means, first of all, this was really close for all three of you.
That's fantastic whiskey.
That was amazing, just to keep it close. But we do have to default to the tiebreaker.
Took like a 4-hour nap.
Your decision was to default to the ABV.
What was the ABV?
Dan, you said 56% ABV.
Dan, why can I hear James in my headset?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Dan definitely has a game running in the background, and I can
not intentionally. Let me turn on my monitor and look.
I can hear his brother-in-law talking in the background right now.
I can't hear anything.
Okay,
it's weird. I can't hear it either. That's so odd.
What?
Yeah, I can hear anything.
James is talking
just makes
right
the
now.
reveal that much more awkward. But
Sean, can you hear it?
Yeah. I can
Right
hear
now?
James talking.
No, I got a golf.
He talked
outing
about taking a
tomorrow
4-hour nap.
and then,
If anyone has headphones, make sure I'm not
I have
crazy.
my headphone in. That's the weird part. All right, go ahead. I just turned my computer off.
Joe O'Sullivan says I hear.
Okay, I turned it off. You're good.
Yeah. All right. So back to the ABV, the
Sorry.
tiebreaker for the $500 gift card.
Come on, be high.
Dan, you said 56% ABV, which
What's Sean?
is 112 proof, right?
Correct.
Sean, you said 61% ABV,
I did.
which is 122 proof. The proof is irrelevant because
Right.
you know this is from
This
Scotch.
is Scotch.
The ABV is 62.4.
I'm done with this game.
Sean, congratulations. The worker, the ant has prepared himself for the winner. You were silent. You were focused. You were the first one on. You came with your gaming headset. Really uncomfortable lighting in that room.
Yeah.
And
I told Gabby as we left, I was like, I forgot my ring light. I'm gonna look
I
so
just
yellow.
felt like you're just like a grad student, like just ready to just take over the world in 20 years. And I just think so. Well done.
Congratulations, Sean. That's good, buddy.
So, oh my God, Roy.
Yeah, I mean,
Roy
that's the comeback kid right there, man. Because he was in the rear the whole time.
Yep.
Wasn't he in third place the entire time until
Sean was in third place from the very beginning. He has fought himself all the way back in the fourth quarter, fifth quarter, whatever. Dan, you just dismissed yourself into the abyss back there. It's so dark and creepy. I don't even know what you're doing. But you're gonna
watch Fridays. Same thing.
Okay,
man,
it's not
it was
as dark,
fun.
but it's still creepy. But
It
now,
was fun.
so well done, Sean, guys. Great
Thank you.
job all together. What do you think? What did you think of the whole thing? I mean,
I thought it was fun. I'll be excited to do it again sometime if you'll have us at some point. I thought it was cool.
Yeah.
They were all great whiskeys. They were super tough. Every one of them was tough. There was no gimmies on this whole thing.
No.
Not one of these was like, oh yeah, this is clearly it.
Do you want me to run through real quick why I chose each five? Would that be helpful
man.
for you guys?
Let's hear the
That
demented
non-peated
thought process you
island
went
was
through
a
to
trip.
screw us all up.
So the first one was this 24-year-old Speyside in our own light and delicate profile. I thought that would be interesting to have an old whiskey. Like I shared this one before because you have it's just a very light style. It's the easiest in terms of your palate. Like it would be the gentlest, so it wouldn't take away with what would come, but it's just shocking how old it is. And like when you go back and taste it, maybe with a cleaner palate, you're like, oh yeah, there is some age on that. Like that's very mellow. There's a lot going on, but it's super subtle. Not a whiskey you would want in this hour of the evening. Typically.
What's interesting is there was at least one component of each one of these whiskeys that really caught me and surprised the crap out of me.
Yeah.
At least one. Whether it was the age, I really like that. The age on that one totally blew. I would have never in a million years guessed that was only 9 years old. Like that just tastes like a much older whiskey to me.
Yeah. The second one was this 44.14 or the Fruits of One's Labors from Speyside, a double matured whiskey, primarily in an ex-bourbon hogshead, American oak, and then transferred to a Pedro Jimenez, or known as also nicknamed PX Sherry hogshead. That was interesting because it's Speyside, a bit more robust, more just fuller flavor, but the finish in this sherry, not a full term, not completely overtaken by the cask influence, the dark fruits and the spices, just a little bit. I thought would that add a layer of complexity would be very difficult to discern. Then of course I had to throw in the 8-year-old unpeated Isla at 60.4% from a refill hogshead, toasted oak hogshead, and it's just a bit of an enigma, and I know you like Isla a lot, Jeremy and Dan and Sean. Maybe you've had the experience with Isla. I mean, we you guys did a video.
Dan's a pretty big Isla head too, if I'm not mistaken.
I understand that. So that's why I kind of.
Oh, you are too, Sean?
Yeah, I'm just saying Dan gave up. I don't even know why you're asking or including him in anything. He's just back there crushing a sandwich. He quit.
Yeah, I'm surprised, Dan, you're not contesting this, but I mean, I was open to. But anyway, no, that was the reason. That was the reason. That was just to show you guys, not that your region videos that we help collaborate with are not important, but just that they're only so important. It's not.
I literally, if I didn't write Highland, I only wrote Campbelltown, I would be like, good job, Sean, whatever, you're great at this, you're blah, 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 right? But the fact that I wrote Highland and then scribbled it and then wrote a whiskey I've never had was probably one of the dumber decisions I made in the past 24 hours of my life. And it lost me this competition. So
if it makes you feel any better, I had bourbon and sherry and I switched to sherry to make it further apart. And I gave that to you. So,
Wait, Jeremy, what'd you rate for proof?
56.
Oh, you and I would have double tied if you wrote bourbon.
Yeah, if you wrote bourbon, it would have been a 3-way tie. Sean would have won.
Okay, I can't hear the word Sean won again. What was the next bourbon you picked, Ben? Or the next Scotch you picked?
Well, before Sean's comeback, we had this.
Oh my gosh, bro.
This is the lightly peated Highland whiskey, 135.14. That was 13 years in a bourbon hogshead, then transferred into this first fill French oak red wine barrique. Less than a year on that, and that the combination of the light peat, the light Highland peat, with a very, very sort of thin layer of that sort of French oak and those tannin notes. Mm-hmm. I thought was, first of all, the duality of peat and wine, or peat and sherry's kind of wine. I think it's a really, really exciting, unique style of spirit.
I really like that one.
Yeah. I'll tell you something else this has showed me is I need to look more heavily into peated Highlands. Yeah. Because I really like peated Highlands a lot.
It's different because, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you're fine. I was going to say, because I lean very heavily Isla because I like the peat. But you know what? I think I'm neglecting some other regions that use peat very effectively, and it's a nice balance, because you get a little bit of that peatiness that you get in Islas, but it's a very different kind of peatiness. And
it is.
And it's good. It's really good.
There's good Speyside. I mean, there are some distilleries in Speyside that just blow peat out of the water, and it's beautiful. So
really, I'm gonna have to explore that instead of just trying to be like a peat head and going for Octomore all the time. I think I'm going to explore some more peated Speyside and Hylas because they're really interesting and
Jeremy, Octomore is a bit of an enigma because it's the most peated whiskey in the world, but they source their peat from the mainland and Inverness. So they actually, that's the one thing, and they don't really say that right now. They're building their own malting facility to soon that'll all be from Isla, but because they're using a gentler peat that doesn't have the sort of raw medicinal qualities that some of the Isla peats do, it's a bit more approachable as well too. So that's kind of
one of the
interesting.
things I really like about Octomores is the fact that it's almost like more meaty than it is medicinal. It's very it is a different kind of peat. It's very good though. It's delicious.
Yeah,
I love them.
The last one, of course, was the fully peated Highland in the recharred hogshead, 9 years old. And I can share with you, you're talking about that Gunsmoke of the Moor. That was one that I picked blind like this. We've seen quite a few of these. There probably are some available right now in our shop. I could be wrong, but
that whiskey's amazing.
It is amazing. How are they getting that color in 9 years?
Yeah, it was finished for like a full. No. That had to be finished for a while, right?
Well, no, the cask prior to filling was completely recharred, so they just recharred the whole thing.
Okay.
Strips away the inner lining of the cask.
That's why.
You know what I mean? So in a way, it's like rejuvenating.
I had to guess about 9 years old.
You did guess.
You hit it right on the head. I got to give you credit. I don't know if that was a wild guess or what, but I told you when you said that, I'm like, oh, you're so full of shit. There's no way that's 9 years, and you nailed it.
Okay. No. We're not giving Sean credit for this. He did that as a hedged bet, right? He didn't do it because he thought it was 8. He did it because he thought we were going to guess old, and so he guessed younger. That's the only reason.
Well, rather good palate or good strategy.
No, stop with those words forever.
You're a real bitter loser.
If I didn't write Highland down, I would not care this much.
It actually makes it better for me that you did.
I literally sent Sean a picture from my notebook.
Look at that comment.
So
Captain America.
For the quickest
I did a live stream with my wife, and my wife actually said that about me.
Yeah,
it was great. It was good times.
It was actually fantastic.
Pre-serum, that's great.
Yep. So I'm the skinny version.
Funny though, Sean is strong as hell. He does powerlifting and stuff, so he's a little guy.
No, he doesn't. No. Used to be kind of strong.
Yeah, John Bourne has been here from the beginning. I'm on 22 drams in this marathon, but overtime is starting to be too much for me. Yeah, we're gonna have to wrap up. Here
John,
soon. But
freaking legend, you 22 drams into it. Woo.
Yeah. Well, listen, guys, congratulations, Sean. First, we'll send you the gift card via email.
Yep.
Actually, Sean, I don't even know if we have your email. I have Dan's.
I would say send it to the Bourbon Junk email, but I feel like that would go bad.
Yeah.
I'll send it to you.
Can you email then, Jenna, if you don't mind, if you want to email Jenna then? Or can you or Dan connect us? I don't know. Whatever.
Yeah.
I don't trust Dan to connect us either.
I'll connect you guys for your just because I'm a good person, not because I like Sean. You know what I mean?
Okay.
That's the thing.
But yeah, I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. The Peat Highland is a unique style. It's not something. I mean, I'm trying to think, Jerry, in Florida or you guys from Michigan. It's not something you can find here commonly on the shelves. You know, but. This is not a plug for SMWS, but like we do have quite a few of these, and I wasn't really into it until I got into it because I'm like, hey, it exists. I think that the profile on average is more in line with the American palate, just in terms of like our own foods and our American barbecue.
Mm-hmm.
I whiskeys are like so foreign, and I mean, you can be up in the coast somewhere, but it is its own thing, and but the American what we eat, barbecue, wood smoke, like physically barbecue bonfires, like in the woods, all that stuff.
This would be a great pre-brisket drink right here.
See? That's what I'm saying.
Get you a nice smoky brisket, and then have some of this and a cigar after. Get the hell out of there. That would be a beautiful evening, man. That would be delicious.
Yeah, so I mean, maybe I'm wrong about like thinking like the northeast and northwest coast. Maybe you get more of obviously you're off the ocean. Or if you're in the northeast coast, you're out the Atlantic, there's a lot of seafood. So maybe the Isla whiskeys kind of pair because it's just over the other side of the pond. But for you guys, I'm thinking like this style is I don't know, I think it goes well with a lot of what we go for. So anyway, that's it. Question for Kyle is how do you sign up for SMWS? SMWSA.com. Sign up. We're literally running this free shipping on every order promotion, which is something we haven't done in like a year and a half. We don't do this often. Ending at midnight tonight, so no pressure.
Pacific time.
I'm sorry.
Pacific time. Midnight
Pacific time is when
you got 3 extra hours, Jeremy.
Yeah.
And Roy, my friend Roy here in the chat says Jeremy wins backdrop. Sean just wins.
Damn it, Roy. Yeah. Listen, damn it, Roy.
And then Dan was here.
Here's the gosh dang it, Roy. We kind of met Roy at the Whiskey Tribe event that Scotch Test Dummies were talking to you guys about like an hour and a half or 2 hours ago.
He's probably too cool for you. Is that
Roy?
Is that why you kind of met him? Is it?
Roy is like the nicest human being alive.
Yeah.
And so I was looking forward to meeting again, and now I'm not. And I still love him, but now I'm not.
Good taste in backdrops. I'm just saying.
That's true. No, I give you that one.
It's like you guys are both at your home offices.
Yeah.
I tell you what, Ben, give you a little props. That was a good lineup, and I like the order you did them in because it was like increasing in kind of depth and entrance. I should say that because I'm not insulting these lower ones, but the order you put them in was, I think, well done.
Yeah.
So, actually, bravo for that selection, my friend.
After you have the last two, Jeremy, go back to the front, and you really appreciate the delicacies of those two.
Yeah,
because you come off like how like robust those those peated profiles are, right into the like super sweet aged like honey off the first two, and it was like, oh wow,
that's so much sweeter now. If you would have ended with this, it would have been a different situation altogether. Yeah. I think this is a perfect spread. And to give Scott Mulch, as I used to call you guys, this is exactly why I've always liked you guys. These are all interesting stuff. Some of the stuff I would never find in my local area ever.
Yep.
So if you're interested in exploring Scotch, and not to pump you guys up on this, but I mean, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, it's definitely one of the coolest ways to explore Scotch I've yet to find.
If that last Scotch is still available for real, that's insane.
Guys, exactly. No, I don't believe it is, but I know the first one we had is this 24-year-old, the delicate one. Then I don't think, but I will tell you there are some, like I said, that are very, very similar to that one. One of them that Jeremy is one that you had, the Gunsmoke Over the Moor, and I'm just looking right now.
I'm so depressed that bottle got destroyed in the.
No, but my point is that this one's similar, and then we have. I'm just going to tell you right now, just jumping ahead, guys. This is a final hour of the marathon reveal. I can just tell you if there's another one coming here in just a week or two. There's not. Okay.
He's like, hey.
That doesn't mean there won't be one by the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh wow. Look at this.
I mean, you guys are the only place I've ever seen these peated Highlands and Spaysides, and I've never had a peated Speyside, but these peated Highlands, and they're some of the most interesting ones I've had because, like I said, it really changes my parameters on what I think about smoky, peaty whiskeys.
So last night we had on our channel, we had Neil Patrick Harris, who's an actor. You know him, and our mutual friend Javier.
Yeah, I think most people do.
Doogie Howser?
So, yeah, they were on our channel last night. Go check the stream; it's pretty cool. They're both.
You had him on here?
Yeah, go check after this. It was last night.
Dude, what? Get it together, Jeremy. Yeah.
They had them on there, and then now they have me. Man, you
right? Well, there's a humongous downgrade.
Yeah,
like with us.
Yep.
Guys, come on. No, he's a cool guy. He's a member, getting really into Scotch, and so
that's awesome.
Basically, what we did is we did a blind tasting also, but he actually named. You know, I did a Zoom tasting with him. Really cool guy, and like obviously net creative, and so
sure.
We did a whiskey tasting, and then I was like, the way he was describing the whiskey, I was like, oh man, this guy really is a pro. You know, like he's really. I mean, it was so poetic. I'm like, wow, maybe one day you should name some of the whiskeys. So there was an opportunity.
Oh, that's awesome.
And one of them, my point was just like this. 9-year-old peated Highland, Richard Hogshead. So the point is, they're out there. We're fortunate to have a few, but he got to taste it kind of like you did, blind, but actually have to go further and not just guess what it was, like describe it. And you guys saw how complicated, how confusing it was. I mean,
he just gave up. That's 9 years old, like on the flavor.
He's like, how the hell do I describe this thing? You know.
If you would ask me to describe a couple of these, I would have been fumbling and mumbling because there was so much going on. I would have to sit with these for a minute to kind of pull these apart because there's a lot going, especially these last two. There's a lot going on in those last two glasses.
Yeah, it's a lot.
So Ben, real quick before you shut it down, are any of these bottles currently available on the website?
Only the first one we had now is currently available.
Okay.
You know, I could have gone to ones that are available, but I just thought let's focus on this contest and go into the depths of the selection.
I just asked for somebody in chat. That's the only reason I asked.
If you like sweet ones, that first one's delicious.
Yeah, the sweet one, and it's interesting. I think that one, it says 24-year-old. So, obviously older Scotch whiskey can get pricey per bottle. We do try to focus on value for what it is, single cask whiskey. But that one in particular, I just remember thinking I was like, oh, that's actually pretty good value for what it is for a 24-year-old single cask.
I mean,
I can't believe that last one. Because of how it tastes is that young. I really can't.
Still, that blows me away.
Yeah.
Okay, Sean, if you weren't hedging bets, did you think it was older? I'm assuming.
I went down a lot because I thought it was going to be a little bit older. I was going to guess low, probably 15, honestly.
Okay.
But I was notched twice already by 1 year by both you guys, so I just went way under to try to catch the under on it.
So, but if you would have guessed without hedging your bets, you would have guessed about 14 or 15.
Yeah.
I legitimately can't believe how dark it is and how many flavors are on the finish of that whiskey for it being anywhere near 8 years old. That's crazy.
It's got to be that totally recharred barrel that's doing
Yep.
But I figured it would be on the younger side. I didn't think it was as old as you guys did. But I thought it was just high proof that really was giving it that, the darker color already.
It had it had some viscosity on it too, though.
That might be the first complete recharge Scotch I've had. I don't know if there's another you think there's another completely recharred barrel?
Yeah, on the shelf behind us, we have one that is in a recharred bourbon barrel.
Oh, okay. I'll have to look.
I promise.
All right, guys, I'm going to close on the stream. I'm approaching hour 9. You can hang out for a minute backstage after. I just want to say, first of all, thank you everybody for tuning in. Some of you have been here we're 11 minutes, 10 minutes away from the 9th. This would be 9 hours. I can look right here on StreamYard. 8 hours and 45 minutes and 13 seconds.
That's impressive.
Oh, I found it, Sean.
On making it.
You guys are crazy.
When's the next time we're doing this? Let me just check with my doctor tomorrow, and then I'll get back to you. But no, I think listen. This was fun. Maybe we won't do 9-hour streams, but if you guys want to hang out more, we can do a weekend here and there. Happy to. So you guys can hang out for a second. Everybody else, thank you. Have a great night.
Really, thank you guys for having us. We appreciate it.
Appreciate you inviting us on. It was a lot of fun.
Yep.
Cheers.
It was. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers, guys. Here.